Welcome to the Iesf America's Dota 2 qualifier. It's the final day. I am Waxton, joined by Black, and we have a couple of amazing best of threes for C. Who is going to secure their slots at the World Esports Championships? Black, it's been a long couple of days, but right now it's all that we've been playing for. The teams are only a couple of best of threes away from making it to Riyadh.
Yep, two of them are gonna go through. Well, we have our favorites already.
Absolutely.
So we'll see if that ends up holding true. But first, gonna have a little bit of a, how do you call this kind of match? Like a bragging rights match.
Absolutely. It's just not the bragging rights. I think it's a bit of a, national pride. It's 2024, the Paris Olympics are going, and here at the ISF, it's a little bit of this as well, right? We know last year Philippines won the overall medals for all the esports, and right now, of course, these two teams are no longer playing to, they're no longer playing to win any medals, but they still want to represent their nation and prove that they are better in the region.
Yeah, I mean, that's how it always goes, right? You gotta trickle down the goals, right?
Yeah.
First is this. If that doesn't happen, well, bad luck. Next year maybe, but then we still have this. So go down the checklist. And yeah, this should on paper be a pretty even match. Let's see what they draft. Maybe they have some fun stuff up their sleeve. Maybe some carry axe or something.
Wow, carry axe. Vlad definitely knows something is up with the current meta. But right now, of course, it's going to be Ecuador versus Panama and Costa Rica versus Colombia at the same time. And this Costa Rica versus Colombia match, Black, it's quite a good one because they're playing actually for the second place in the group stage. Of course, wanting to join Ecuador, United States, and Venezuela in those qualifying matches. So still a couple of things at stake. Also, USA versus Venezuela over in Group B will be taking place off stream at the same time, I think. But the caveat there, Black, is the fact that the winner gets to avoid playing Ecuador. And we know how strong Ecuador has been. And, you don't want to face them, essentially, in what will be your final chance to qualify.
Yeah, you're probably really right with that. Playing against Ecuador, even for the USA, it might be a very tough matchup. Like the USA, they really played well. They dismantled their opponents 4 times, but I'd argue Ecuador does the same, but in even a more dominating fashion.
Yeah,
avoiding them would be very important.
They were by far the highlight of the highlights because, we talked a little bit about how many show reels we had from all the teams that dominated, of course, USA and Ecuador being at the forefront of that. But let's talk about this upcoming series. It's Costa Rica, it's Colombia. Both teams have 1 loss and 1 victory, respectively. They've defeated Panama and lost to the Ecuador that we're talking about. So right now, they still have a lot of things to play for, but I'm going to give you a pre-draft prediction and say that Colombia kind of feels like the favorite going into this one, for me at least.
You're probably right. From what we have seen, they look just a little bit more connected, a little bit more in tune with the meta, and individually they're not bad players at all. So it's probably a pretty good assessment that they're the favorites to win. Not by a massive amount, maybe 10%, like 60-40 or so.
Yeah.
But yeah, they're definitely favorite.
Yeah, I think even if we look at the series, the matches they played versus Ecuador, Costa Rica got destroyed in 19 minutes in one of the games. And Colombia, they managed to hold for 26 minutes. That was the lowest time. And neither of these two are impressive results by any sort of imagination. But maybe, styles do make matchups. So hopefully Costa Rica can put up a bit of a fight. This might actually be one of the only best of 3 games that we get to cover on stream live. I don't think we had any best of 3 series on stream this week.
Best of 3 series?
As in, we haven't had a game go all 3 games while we watched it live.
Oh, yeah, right. Yeah. Maybe. If it's 1 game, then this could definitely be 1. As we said, they're pretty evenly matched. So yeah, I can definitely see Colombia, Costa Rica taking a map of each other. But it could also just be a 2-0. You know, Colombia is, as we said, pretty good, pretty decent. So, slight favorite, probably nothing major though. That's always a problem. Like, you see them play against Ecuador, both of them, and they both got pretty washed, you know. We can't really come to any conclusion when it comes to their skill level, unfortunately, through that. Ecuador is just too good. Not just one level above, but probably 2 or 3 levels above. So we'll have to see how they behave when they play a more evenly matched team.
I'm looking, of course, at the Colombian roster as well. They have Iesf, Castel, Aldana, Mapu, and Arbolito. Aldana, one of the highlight supports for me in this tournament, despite being on the receiving end of a beating when they had them on stream. I believe he played a great bat rider and a very solid hoodwink. And of course, Iesf, the more experienced player of the Colombian side, he tried to do a lot of things when we saw him, but their opponents knew how much of an important factor he was on the roster, so they would prioritize ruining his offlane as much as possible. So let's see if Costa Rica will try to replicate some of that in this best of 3 series, Black. But what about you? What is one of the players that you are actually most keen to watch in the series?
And from these 10 players, it probably is Iesf. Like, he was yesterday pretty much the vocal point of the entire team. Like, they tried to give him a decent lane, and he played pretty well for himself. But obviously, as a team, as a whole, they got outplayed. But he did very well. I don't know much about his hero pool, so we'll have to see what hero he gets. But as we already said a couple of times, this meta right now is definitely a meta where an offlaner can carry and has carried many games. So if they give him a good game, he's definitely more than capable of carrying.
Yeah, I mean, yesterday he ran the Timber Saw and the Enigma, which of course is a great sign of versatility. Not one of those offlaners that go and only play Nature's Prophet, Lone Druid, Admiral Bulldog.
And Bounty Hunter.
And Bounty Hunter, true. That is true. What are your thoughts on Bounty? I think we actually discussed about him yesterday a little bit. And I said I think the hero is a bit broken. You think it needs a bit rework to actually make it more, well, make sense?
Fun.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just really... Again, it's one of those heroes that I love to play, but it's also a hero I hate playing against. It's just super annoying. And like, who likes to get money stolen, you know? Like, I don't care whether I win or lose when I play Bounty Hunter. I literally just go and steal your money. And you're gonna be annoyed. So either way, I win, you know? Just, I don't know. I feel like PA's skill set would suit Bounty Hunter pretty well, too. You know,
PA's skill set.
No, but you know what I mean, right? Like, why does Bounty Hunter necessarily have to be connected to money? Yeah, of course, you do hunt for money, but it doesn't mean that you're all about stealing money or generating money. You know, like a bounty hunt could be that you collect a trophy, something like PA, where you get like a permanent boost or something. You know, per trophy that you collect, or maybe you have like a certain arrangement of trophies that you need to get through. If you kill every hero one time with it, and you get like a mega buff or something like that, you know? I think it could be pretty fun. Like some sort of trophy collection. I think it's just, a little bit outdated, the Bounty Hunter set right now. He's invis, he steals your money, he throws some shurikens, cool. Who cares?
Okay, so you don't care. Black doesn't care. But what do you think, and how much do you care about these the new heroes in the meta? And I'm gonna go straight to the point. You mentioned the Axe. Tell me a little about the Axe.
Well, Axe is unfortunately not very meta, but I love playing Axe. I was in fact one of the first pro players to play Axe on the safe lane. And yeah, I have a special connection with the bro. You know, we both like being lightly dressed while we run outside and scream at people.
Well, I find it interesting to say he's not. You say he's not meta, but in the 400 games he's been played since 2 days ago at the patch came, he's got a 55.4 win rate.
I mean, that's what I'm saying. He's not a bad hero. I think he's actually quite underrated. In fact, this call-out facet is pretty insane. Like, everyone you call gets 45% bonus attack speed, which means you obviously spin faster.
Yeah.
It's a big deal. You know, I think, as I said, he's pretty underrated. Offlane, he can snowball really hard. Like, if you ever get him a kill or two, he suddenly has a Vanguard minus 6, he just dives you. You need 3 or 4 heroes to kill him. Once he's level 6, he starts snowballing with all that bonus armor. I think there's a lot of room for exploration with that hero.
I would love to see some Axe. I think whenever Axe is in the meta, he makes for a lot of fun plays. I believe it was it Riyadh last year, I think, when he was kind of meta, and it was it Collapse playing it, and he would go for these insane calls at the edge of the map because he's like a really good Axe player. Do I remember that correctly? Was it Riyadh last year?
I'm not entirely sure. I mean, we've seen so many fun and historical Axe games in the past.
Of course.
Probably most memorable would always be Sab. You know?
I mean, of course. I mean, yes. I was trying to think of something slightly more recent, not trying to go 5 years back, you know.
But that's like the kind of thing, you know. A hero like Axe just has this potential to make games super hype, always. He's not like a Shaker, you know. Yeah, Shaker has some cool moments with like a super nice ult, but it's such a long cooldown. You know, Axe is like 10 seconds cooldown, so it can happen every time, anytime, any moment. And of course, dunking on a fool with Culling Blade, nothing is more fun than that, you know. Get faster, dunk the next guy, rampage, be the hero of the game, then blink in and die like an idiot because you're an Axe. Fine, because you're Axe, people won't flame you.
Dunking on a fool, I'll write that down. I will write that down for sure. That's what that Axe does. As right now, we are waiting to get into this game number 1. So, okay, we're theory crafting a little bit here, Black. Of course. But let's talk about Ember Spirit, which seems to be the hero of the hour. It was on an upwards trajectory at the end of the previous patch, and right now, he's no longer on an upwards trajectory. He is duct tape to a spaceship rocket and heading for Uranus or Jupiter. Of course, I'm not trying to make any of those jokes. Ember Spirit is one of these heroes that is fun to see. It's fun to play, but if he's slightly overtuned, it's impossible to defeat. So, is there a way of defeating Ember Spirit in the current meta, or you gotta just ban it so you avoid any of these issues?
I mean, it's hard to say, honestly. Like, this is what happens when you don't really nerf a hero, but you nerf a lot of things that are good against it, and heroes that are good against him. As I said before, every spirit has its tendency. You know, if you're just a little bit too strong, suddenly it's completely unstoppable, because mobility in Dota is probably the most broken concept, like movement speed and mobility, like blinks and stuff like that.
Yep.
Yeah, heroes like that, you gotta be careful with the balancing a lot. That is what I keep always hinting towards too. Like, the more stuff you add, like these facets, all that, neutral items, heroes that innately snowball will snowball even harder. You know, because they just get these items for free. Or like the double hit facet, you get it for free. Like, suddenly you just hit the guy twice instead of once, when he was already strong. And like, why does that need to happen? But yeah, I think if you don't really know a great way to shut him down completely, ban him and be done with it. And I think we just started with no game, no players in the other team. They're all invisible to me.
They're also invisible to me, but maybe they're playing they're playing Ghosts, Black. That is what might be happening. Of course, sometimes there's a few difficulties with Dota. Hopefully it's gonna be sorry, look, I've never seen it look like this. What?
I'm pretty sure there was no player in the lobby. Like, they all 5 left together or got booted out together. I don't know what happened. And then they started.
I think they're playing versus bots. Did you think about that one?
Dude, it was super funny. It was like starting, and all the players left, and they just started.
It's Dota. It's Dota pro players versus OpenAI yet again. Actually, Black, what are your thoughts on that? Do you think we are at the point right now of no coming back? We could not defeat AI in a 5v5 Dota game?
Oh no way. That's the thing with AI right now.
Okay.
It's scary. I'm just gonna give you that example because I defeated it many times. Like the 1v1 SF bot.
Yes.
It had a 99.9 something % win rate. Okay.
Okay.
But I mean, I'm sure I'm not the only one. I'm sure there's other players out there too. But I might be the first player on stream that beat it like 2 or 3 times consecutively. Because with every AI, there's always things it doesn't know. Exactly.
I see.
It's a pattern that you can exploit, and you can keep repeating that pattern over and over and over until it's adjusted at some point. But even then, there's going to be a new pattern that you can abuse. Because, I don't believe in omnipotence or anything like that. I think anything and everything has an exploit or weakness. So, will AI one day be the greatest thing ever? Maybe, but not until I'm gone. I'm the 2024 John Connor. Alright, I'm leaving lobby, by the way.
So am I, Black. I'm just restarting to get back in the game. There's, of course, a Dota 2 update in the middle of the qualifier. It's fine. I would rather have the updates now where we are doing the online qualifiers than the LAN finals, or rather during TI, so it's fine. It's a little bit of a pain that sadly these players will have to endure before we go live, and of course you, the viewers, will have to go through. But it's not going to take too long, as we're going to send it to a short break, and when we're back, it's going to be the beginning of the first best of 3 of the day. Welcome back to the Iesf Dota 2 qualifiers. I'm very excited to be here again with you this time around, ready to get into action. Black, it's Costa Rica, it's Colombia. Hopefully the players can get it all sorted, because, you know, having hiccups in what could be the most important games of some of these players' career is never a good thing, right?
Well, it depends on what kind of hiccups, you know?
Technical hiccups.
Yeah, but I actually have to say, some of these moments, technical hiccups, whatever you want to call them, it can actually induce some sort of, like it can make the atmosphere more relaxing, you know what I mean?
Okay.
You know? Because a lot of the times, a lot of these people, a lot of these teams, in these moments, as you said, it's a career defining moment potentially. It can be super tense, very stressed, and something like that happens, you know? Like, I don't know, somebody drops some coke into the keyboard, and everyone's like, haha, you idiot. And then the mood is suddenly really light, you know?
Has this ever happened to you, Black? Did you ever drop coke on the
no.
keyboard?
I'm super careful with like not having drinks around my electric stuff. Dude.
Oh wow.
My teammate, I'm not gonna say who, like he literally went to the bathroom and somehow dropped the phone in the toilet. And then obviously the phone was gone.
That's a good one. I mean, toilets and phones are a famous duo. The best one I've heard though is someone dropping their phone in soup. Like they were like texting about, and then just like slipped their hand in a bowl of soup. It was obviously, as you could imagine, the same result as dropping it in the toilet because of the liquids. But I think that's just a cool thought, seeing someone drop their phone in soup.
But it's kind of mean to laugh at it though, because it's, I mean, the unfortunate truth is, like phones have everything nowadays, right? Like every app and
passwords.
There's so many things, and if you just lose it without having like backups, you are in big trouble. You know, there's like so many hours you have to spend on redoing everything. I always feel bad when I laugh at it, but at the same time I can't really help but laugh at it.
No, I know what you mean. Of course, it hurts. But especially with how expensive phones are these days. But you know, if it's happening to the players before the game, maybe it can help them focus on something else other than a very crucial series that is now underway. Like the draft has begun, and we're opening up with the Rubik.
Yeah, I mean it's a very open pick.
Safe.
You pretty much go in 2 different positions, 3 different roles. Even we have seen it. It block picks a couple of heroes. So yeah, why not? It's a very strong hero.
10 seconds remaining.
Coming back to what we Germans call Schadensfreude, though. You've heard of that before, I assume?
Yeah.
Yeah, so let's say, okay, your girlfriend, something that happens to her. Would you be able to not laugh, or would you just laugh? Because I think I would start cracking for sure.
10 seconds remaining.
And I think I would first check if she's okay, and then it's done, dude.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you want to hear the rest of the conversation, it's going to be behind the paywall for the Black and Waxen podcast. So we kind of ignore that train of thought. Thank you very much, Black, for that. This is a great opening for our series. I don't want to entertain that anymore. As Colombia coming in with a hoodwink. Okay, so both teams are going for some very versatile openings in the Rubik, and hoodwink not in a position sense, as both most likely will be played as position 4s, but it allows for a lot of pairings, and what I would assume would be on the off lane, as probably both hoodwink and Rubik will be position 4s.
Yeah, most likely. They've been seen in different positions, obviously, but most of their playtime is in their +4. Boring. Mix it up a bit, guys. Come on. You know, just like the tennis guy we spoke about, the underhand serve. Do that. Get a free point. Well, carry Rubik is kind of dead after they changed the talent, so maybe don't do that. And also don't build Daedalus Gleipnir on your +4 hoodwink.
Yes, dude. No, I disagree. What do you mean? The one game we had someone build it, they won the game.
No, they lost.
Did they? No.
Yeah, because he died in 2 seconds because he had no support items. No Glimmer Cape, no Force Staff. Or they jumped the guy, well, too bad.
Daedalus Gleipnir is the way to go. Ignore what Black is saying. He doesn't know what he's on about. Daedalus Gleipnir. Rubik Rush Axe. Like, no Force Staff. Not even Blink. Just get Axe first item. Yeah? Yeah, sounds about right, Black. Axe Kaya. Dagon. Of course, we actually had a Dagon first Rubik. Was it Flea from US yesterday? I think he built Dagon first in both games he played Rubik.
Yeah, and then we went Dagon 5 even.
Yeah. So I think this is just the way to go. The supports are cosplaying as carries these days. But Colombia is going to continue with another one of these supports, which can be very sacrificial in the form of the Clockwork. I don't I don't think Clockwork is that great into a Rubik. I mean, obviously it's great overall, but if you
10
hookshot someone
seconds
that's not the Rubik, then you just get telekinesis outside of your own cogs, and that's it.
5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, I mean, Rubik is traditionally considered a clockwork counter. So we'll see how that goes. Maybe they put the clock against the carry, where the Rubik probably won't be. I'm not sure, but clockwork against Rubik is just historically not good.
Dire
Because you need
team
to be close, you just get lifted, and you're not close anymore. And with a Pangolier,
Nice.
Pangolier Rubik, a pretty potent offlane duo as well. Could also be a mid. He only has 4 fingers.
This is really good, actually. Pangolier.
10
What?
seconds remaining.
Pangolier. Still,
It took you so long to realize.
Pangolier picked into the Clockwork is a bit of a strange one, because the cogs are great at dealing with the Rolling Thunder, right? And even interrupting casting it. If you're casting Rolling Thunder and Clock pops the cogs, you just get pushed back and it delays. It kind of, helps you with being chain stunned. And, then you have a Bushwhack that randomly connects to you, Sharpshooter to break your passive, and the Pangolier
10
could die,
seconds remaining.
especially as now Colombia knows they need another hero, potentially the offlaner, to get a bit more reliable lock as they're playing versus both Pangolier and Phoenix.
Both Pangolier and Phoenix. It's an interesting combo so far that they've picked, to be honest. I mean, Pangolier is pretty good at protecting the egg. Has
Yes.
some nice attack speed slow. The roll, of course, is very nice. Rubik, probably not the best pairing with Phoenix, but not the worst either. It can definitely work. And they don't really have an X Scrambler yet. So we'll see what they end up going for. We have seen Marcy historically, or Ursa,
Snapfire's still there.
or Beastmaster. I don't know why nobody picks that hero still.
I wanted to ask you as a thought.
Oh, there we go.
this
Thank you.
Invoker, my god. Okay,
That's
Colombia's
good.
here to
It's
play.
good against Phoenix. Alacrity, of course, gives a ton of attack speed. Finally, people pick Beastmaster. Why does it take so long? I literally don't understand.
It's also very, very good versus the Pangolier. Cold Snap and the Spirit Vessel are just a pain to play into. And then later on, you get the Alacrity, as you said, for extra right clicks on the Phoenix. No, I like this draft from Colombia a lot. And unless Costa Rica has something to actually change my mind now, and they have the Ursa.
It doesn't change my mind, though.
Yeah, Ursa into Beastmaster. I mean, at this current moment in time, it feels like Beastmaster versus anything. I would just give the edge to the Beastmaster, especially as Colombia also have the overall last pick.
And Beast Hoodwink is going to be a lot of spam. Ursa is not the best hero at dealing with that. Phoenix Ursa is not the best lane at all. I foresee a lot of struggles for our fairy boy down there. Invoker also historically is a hard counter to Ursa. Ice Wall is fantastic. Your Enrage does nothing against that. Tornado is great.
Great, yeah.
Cold Snap is great. Deafening Blast. Like, you have so many tools of dealing with Ursa. It's the same reason why Sven yesterday felt very lackluster
Redundant,
against the Invoker.
yeah.
Like,
Radiant team back.
it's just, historically not good. If you have 4 abilities that counter a hero, well, good luck to you.
Maybe we do live in a time where it's time for Invoker to be S tier again, back in the meta, right? We have Shadow Fiend completely making
10
a
seconds
return
remaining.
in competitive scene for back-to-back patches now. Maybe it's
5
also going to be
seconds
Invoker. Queen of Pain is seeing a lot of play with the Masochist facet, so the players are finding ways of introducing these, beloved traditional mid-heroes back into the game. But now, Colombia's not really sure what Costa Rica might want, as that's why they're banning both the Puck and the Mars, because the Pangolier could easily be flexed onto, obviously, the offlane or the mid lane.
Mid lane against Invoker is... Invoker is just not the strongest lane. Like, he's very self-sufficient, but he doesn't really bully you or anything like that. He doesn't build bottle. He doesn't have the best ways of really bullying you out of the lane. So you could put Pango there. You could pick something else there. Rubik Pango, as we said, is a pretty strong dual lane as well. But we don't even know the carry. So we have to wait and see.
Afraid of a potential Marcy carry here. Costa Rica really assessing the situation. And I think, Marcy would have counted with... Phoenix for Colombia.
Yeah.
I
Vote Medusa Beastmaster, dude. Woo, let's go.
Okay, no, that's good.
5
And
seconds.
if
It
that
will never happen
forces-
though. Like, I don't know why people don't pick Dusa. Wait, let me check matchmaking again right now. What do
It
pro
would
players play?
It would force Ursa to build a diffuser, which is not something that she hates, but obviously doesn't prefer during that. Yeah, no, that
Yeah.
would be good. I think actually Medusa would be good for would have been good for Costa Rica if the Invoker wasn't on the table, right? But then the EMP just kind of punishes the mono shield of the Medusa. So I think Medusa mid. Imagine that, Black. Medusa mid. That's the one you wanted, right? Flexing Pango to the off lane, and then Medusa Phoenix is a classic one. You pop Stone Gaze when the Supernova is charging, and you protect the egg that way. But it's not going to be the case this game. I'm pretty certain this is not the case. Phoenix off lane though. No. The Centaur, and I feel like the more Centaur we see, the least I like the hero, because he just doesn't win that much, and definitely not in these qualifiers.
Which is pretty curious, because I think the hero is actually quite strong. But again, there's also a bias, right? Because a lot of the teams that actually lost with it were the teams that were supposed to lose the game to begin with. Yeah, exactly.
The teams that were supposed to lose. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, it's true. Like, you play against USA, you know that you're the underdog, most likely, and they're gonna smack you, you know? Whether you like it or not, it's gonna happen. Been in that position many times. I've also been in the opposite position, where the enemy team was like, oh, have mercy on me. I'm like, nope. No mercy.
Have you ever lost to USA?
In Dota?
Yeah.
I mean, we don't have national teams in Germany. We don't do that stuff. Germans don't like each other.
Kind of sad.
It is. It is. As I said, on paper, we should have an insane team. But yeah.
Yeah, we keep on talking. We keep on debating about this, Black, every single time. I feel like I would love to see you play for your German national team, but it doesn't happen. Nobody wants you together.
You may now
Chaos
select
Knight
your
again.
heroes.
Why pick Medusa if you can just pick the same thing over and over?
The CK into Ursa, I think this is going to be very interesting. He seems to go for Phantasmagoria, but I believe there's, you know me, there's an argument to be made that he could go for irrationality. I'm just saying.
Not as a carry.
I actually think would work as a carry. You get the break/silence versus the Centaur and the Ursa, even the Pangolier. Like, that's pretty good. Of course, you want to have stronger illusions, and the Phantasms, of course, are very, very strong. But that facet got a little bit nerfed. I'm just saying, when you buff one and nerf the other, it's going to be a moment in time where the balance is going to actually even out.
No, it would be a good facet. I'm still going to say it's a pretty trash facet. It would be a good facet if it rotated the effect. First this, then that, because then you can actually set it up. The problem is that it's completely RNG. You can't plan your play around it. Am I going to silence the Ursa or not? You know, because if you silence him, you can kill him. If not, he's going to turn around and beat the crap out of you. So, if you could cycle it around, like you disarm, then you break, and then you silence, then you can actually set it up, and then it's really good. In fact, I would believe it's better than the other one in that case.
Okay, well, you heard it here, ladies and gentlemen. I think Black is cooking up something nicely.
Everybody doesn't care.
Send this clip to Icefrog, and I think he might consider it. And as long as it's not, you know, you're not toggling it, it's not like power treads, and it's still cycled, it still requires a little bit of skill involved, and it wouldn't necessarily be broken, right? Because then if you could just silence every single time you right-click someone, you're just a better silencer at that point. But if it cycles through, it kind of forces you in a similar way with the Slaughter, right? To get a couple of hits onto something and then save your silence hit for the actual target you want to get on top of.
Yeah, I think it would make a lot of sense. It also costs quite a bit of mana, like 150 to cycle through 100, or like a full cycle. So, yeah, maybe that's something they can do or think about. If they do, I hope I get the money that they make through selling skins to CK. Thank you very much. Now, smoke and smoke. Actually, let me see the first disconnect. Oh my god. Okay.
That was Black Dota, ladies and gentlemen, attempting his play-by-play. Not bad. I'd give that like a 3.5 out of 10.
It's pretty good.
I'm a harsh marker. For other people, that would be a 9. So, just saying, 3.5 for me, from me, Black. I think you should put that on the wall. Like, a screenshot of my face and with me saying 3.5 out of 10 and be like, that is arguably your top 10 achievements in life.
Yeah, maybe even higher than that. You know, I always wanted a picture of you on my wall.
Sure.
Couldn't imagine anything better than that, in fact. Like, let me just do it right now. Right?
Wait, can you actually? Oh, of course you can.
Taking out my phone because I don't know how to take screenshots. I'm a boomer.
You don't know how to take screenshots?
That's right. I'm a boomer, as you can see. All right.
Okay.
Let me just here. You're on that screen. Gotcha. Hey, what's happening?
So you should make something like this happen. This is, you know who the person in the front is and the picture at the back. You should be the person in the front. I should be the picture of the person at the back. I think that's the way we're cooking something up nicely. Okay, Dom, you're actually using your phone to take a picture. He's an actual boomer, ladies and gentlemen. Are you still? Are you under 30, Black?
I can't see it. Can you?
No, it's a green screen, bro. Of course I can't see it.
Oh, I'll send it to you then.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Yeah, you can put it on your own wall too.
Where did you send it? On Discord? WhatsApp?
Yeah,
Like,
bro, the phone's loading. It's an S8, okay? It's pretty old.
are you emailing me? Are you like?
I'm scanning it right now to send it to you.
By fax? Of course,
Yeah.
of course. Wait, I gotta open the window for the pigeon. Oh, thank you. I've received it.
Right, here you go. I took a nice little picture of you.
This is
Let me know what you think
incredible
of my
fun.
photography skills. I
Photography
think it can't get
skills.
much better than that, personally.
Let's see. Let's see. Well, that's actually not half bad.
Yeah, like that face. I think I caught a pretty good shot.
Oh, that's it catches my jawline. My teeth look quite nice.
Yeah,
I don't know if you
exactly.
noticed, I'm actually clean shaven for today's broadcast. I wanted to make it special as it's the last qualifier we have for the year.
Are you a beard guy? Do you actually
No.
like having a beard?
No, I'm not a beard guy. I think it's just because the way I was raised, my grandma would always used to say, "Oh, you gotta look professional. You gotta shave," and it kind of stuck to me.
Okay, that's fair. Well, I mean, I did some research. Apparently, every time you have an airline interview, you need to show up in like a suit, 3-piece suit, and clean shaven, and I'm gonna get like the best fitted suit ever. Show off all my insane muscle mass. They'll be like, holy crap, that guy is so fit. We're gonna hire him.
I mean, it
pilot.
depends what job you're going for.
Pilot, of course.
Oh, pilot, of course. Yeah, but I was thinking, like, if you go for a food taster, maybe you don't need to be like showing off your muscles.
Yeah, that makes sense. But even then, they'd be like, wow, the guy must know what he's eating, cause
No, true. No, that's true.
Ryu.
Let's ignore Rio for a second and look at the rest of the Costa Rican squad. What are they up to? Just by the Lotus Pool, they're crossing over the bridge towards the opponent Wisdom Rune.
Yeah.
30 seconds
Oh, they're
to
blocking the Ancients against the Beastmaster. That's pretty smart.
Ah, that is pretty smart, and that is something that we've been praying at other teams to do. Finally, they've almost done it.
And now they all rotate back as 5. Could potentially still find something.
To find something or something to find them. As they are spotting Isus, the Beastmaster has to walk down south and is trying to go for the wraparound. Let's see, the bounty runes will be protected by the expanded armature of the clockwork, and I think it should be 3 bounties for the Radiant and a single one for Costa Rica.
Now, if you see them do this kind of thing, it should be pretty obvious that they went to block a camp. Like, you wouldn't move there with all of your team if you weren't up to something. Because obviously they weren't standing on the hill, they weren't waiting for first blood. Let's see how long they take to identify it, because obviously that spot in particular is very important for Beast.
Wex Invoker is not the one that we've had a lot of in this patch. A lot of people seem to prefer the Exhort one, but I think this is the case of something we broke down yesterday. Going early levels Quas Wex and then starting with Max Exhort.
Yeah, or just max Wex as well. A lot of people have been doing that too with the Witchblade. Father of Deeps. Yeah, top lane should be hard. For the Ursa, can't really deal with the boars well.
I wanted to ask you
Yeah, go ahead.
About this Rubik facet, because I feel like for the beginning of 736, since the introduction of the facets, we had a lot of arcane supremacy, and then when you play Rubik mid, you go for the Frugal Filch, but nowadays even supports Rubiks go for the same facet of Frugal Filch. Do you really think saving mana on stolen spells cast, is it really that much better than having the subsequent spells AoE?
I think it depends on the matchups too. Like in this game, I don't think there's too many spells that have great AoE on it to begin with. And just being able to spam spells from a long range pretty much infinitely, because that mana cost reduction is pretty insane. It's very valuable.
I had a Rubik carry me today. Shout out to the Rubik in my game. Let's see if Shiri can have at least half of the success that my teammate had earlier today. You know, I'm a man that usually... I like giving props when they're due, and it's not often you give props to your teammates in Dota. So, hey,
that's toxic.
If we have the platform to do so. Oh, Daggerat getting out of there just on a sliver of HP with the help of the stick.
The lane's just gonna get harder though. Wait a minute. He actually skilled Inner Beast.
Yeah, that's what happened yesterday as well when we had the Beastmaster.
Yeah. Then I guess you're just gonna go through doubles and axes after that.
Oh, you meant as in the skill? I
Yeah.
think you meant the facet.
No, the skill.
That's kind of strange, actually.
Yeah, for the laning phase, it's a little bit unusual.
Well, so far, other than an attempt or a top on the Phoenix's life, the lanes are going quite split down the middle. Even last hits, okay, slight advantage for the Dire side, but not that considerable.
Yeah, it's a typical melee versus range matchup. I still don't know why these heroes get 5 to 6 base damage per level. It's just silly.
You know, one problem with blocking the side Ancient Camp is the fact that it's still much better to stack the triangle. And that's what Aldana's been doing anyway. I don't think he even walked to the side camp to see that it's blocked because he's trying to stack the triangle. He didn't successfully do it. He tried, and now bottom. It's actually action bottom as well. Mapu and Shiri trading a lot of blows. And it's gonna be Isus getting the first blood up top. 4-3-3 to fall.
Yeah, I mean, they picked Ursa into Beastmaster. It's not a good matchup, to be honest. Like the Boris, there's too much to handle for the Ursa most of the time.
I feel like it's a common mistake to just think, oh, Beastmaster is a melee, we're gonna kill him because I'm an Ursa, and Ursa dominates melee v melee matchups. But like you said, there's so many things the Beast throws at you, including the right clicks of the board, that are just so oppressive.
Yeah, and of course he has to be universal here too, to get some more base damage. Wouldn't be balanced otherwise.
Do you think Beastmaster as a hero is inspired from the story of Dr. Dolittle? You know, like the doctor that spoke to animal?
Maybe.
Shiri just eating a couple of Chaos Strikes bottom, but still surviving. Let's see if Thorai will be as successful to get out of there, as Mapu is trying to get lucky with a couple onto him, but nothing will happen.
Yeah, it's just gonna get harder and harder for the bot lane as the CK gets more levels in crit. They have to be careful. Everyone's eating some mangoes. Hungry boys.
Oh, nice usage of the cogs to push Thorai in and out.
Thank you.
Oh, now the Phoenix with a perfect rotation, and the Clockwork's gonna be the one to fall. Chaos Bolt does connect, and it should be a trade kill, but no! The Fire Spirits slow down the right click of the CK.
He's still very happy though. The Centaur can't really contest the lane anymore in this condition. Has to go back to base. We should be easily free farming here. Alright, easy kill, I guess. Try to go back to the gate. Oh, the Ursa again. Ursa's dead again. Bye bye.
This is not a good start for the Costa Rican safe lane, dying twice in a span of 6 minutes. Alright, TPing up top, but he's only level 4 against 3 of the Radiant heroes. He needs more help as he's tanking a lot of damage from the boar and the creeps, but the Phoenix is here, and they might even be going for a full lane swap actually at this point. I don't see the Ursa coming back here, but Rio is on the Pangolier with the Rolling Thunder, going for the Clockwork, and he will be an easy casualty, picked off as we now get 5 Costa Rican players up in this top lane.
I mean, yeah, you got a support kill, but every lane is free farming, essentially. Is that worth? Probably not.
I would say no.
And of course, Beastmaster. The fact that one board can stack 2 camps is shouldn't be allowed. I don't know what Ursa is actually gonna do this game. It's not a hero that really catches back up. Look at his net worth.
Yeah, Ursa is one of the heroes that likes to maybe not be, well, he would like to dominate his lane, but you know, that's the way to get closer to the Battle Fury and then accelerate his farm. And he doesn't look bad in last hits, but net worth wise, as you already highlighted, it's a pretty dire start for the dire safe lane.
And he's dead again.
I don't think you can keep sacrificing him. There's a roar available. No, there isn't. They used it already, actually, before the beginning of this counterplay, as Dora is again 1 versus 3. Isolated up top. The Rubik is coming, but I don't think you'll be able to save your offlaner this time around as Invoker comes in. It's Arbolito with the Tornado EMP and the right click.
Yeah, this game is looking real rough. 4K head already. Your Ursa is basically well, your Centaur too. Your Ursa and Centaur both have horrendous games. Yeah, I'm not sure how to recover from this early game already. They don't have the levels. They don't really have the heroes to either. Like, their heroes are supposed to win lane.
The Ursa win bottom, and I was getting bullied by Mapu, Phantasm Illusion. Oh my god, this is not a non-game for the Ursa so far.
Yeah. Now I can do jungle now, which is also not what you want as Ursa.
There's Mocha Tim bottom. If they can get the CK, it might at least even out the playing field a little bit. Invoker instant CK coming in. Fireball, Tornado, EMP, and now Ryu. You need to get out of there before you get obliterated. No more mana. Does flush people out, but it's gonna be Daggerat. Caught in the cogs by Camus. Taken out, and all this time, you know, we highlighted the importance of blocking the camps. Look at the Radiant Triangle.
Yeah, the thing is, he doesn't even need it this game because he's free farming so much. He's 1,000 gold away from his axe.
No, he's 5k net worth at minute 9?
Yep.
Oh, and Shiri getting chased by that. They use this MP, they really want to get a kill in exchange. Clockwork seems to be the only casualty on the side of Colombia, but is he gonna fall this time? I don't think the Flashbuckle not gonna connect, and he's running away. Back to safety. Just cogs in 2 seconds.
Or Rolling Thunder too. Oh, no.
Keeps on running, he has the box to pop it.
Oh my god.
Sensational play from the support player of Colombia. Pop gets roared under his tier 2, pass to Poppy in range to run back to safety. Not even gonna be the Pop, but only catch Ryu as Rolling Thunder expires. Black, it's an absolute disaster.
Yeah. That's when your friend asks you, you know, you have like a rough day. You can see it in your face, you have a rough day. And then he's like, what happened? And he's like, yep, exactly. Everything went wrong. Literally nothing is going their way at all. I don't even know what they were supposed to do. 7k behind in 10 minutes? They just lost 3k net worth in what, 1.5 minutes.
And when this pickup is gonna leave,
oh, the whole shot.
I mean, that wasn't even that hard to pick up, to be honest. Rubik was kind of standing still and running around in circles.
Alright, Armlet already done on the CK, so he just 1v2 defends the bot tower too. No fear there. Beastmaster Axe online. Invoker Vessel pretty much done. Yeah. So where's the bad news for them? Or where's the good news for Costa Rica? Phoenix is almost 6. That's good.
That is a good news. Rubik also has 5, so he's not going to take that much longer to get his level 6, and maybe he can start stealing some of the big spells. I think here, some of the big spells might actually be Bushwhack, Sharpshooter, and Tornado. Right? Yeah. You get like, you steal the Bushwhack, and then you protect the Supernova of the Phoenix. Rolling Thunder comes around, and that's how you maybe start winning some of these 5 versus 5 skirmishes in the mid game.
Yeah, it would certainly be a very nice spell to have.
Oh, he doesn't have anything. Bushwhack does miss. The Cogs get on top of him. He starts the perfect lineup. He's dodging the Cogs, pushing back, and he's going to try to do the Rubik. And Hook is still there, allowing him to kill another splash pop missed up in the west. But the 2 supports will get claimed, finally punished for their aggressiveness.
700 gold and 800 gold respectively. That's a lot of gold for 2 supports.
I mean, when they're so far ahead. You know what the worst part is? The Rubik still didn't get level 6 because he died first there.
Soon. Opium.
One day. We'll have it. But, oh my god! No! What am I looking at? It's an Axe, Arcane, and 300 gold away from Blink. Minute 13 for the Beastmaster. He's going to solo the Roshan. Okay, Aldana's coming in for the assist just for funsies. He doesn't need to be there. Even the CK, they're gonna help him. They're gonna reduce a bit of the armor. We're using the Reality Rift. But this is incredible. Minute 13 Roshan. If this doesn't tell you anything you need, everything you need to know about the state of Beastmaster currently, I don't know what else will.
Yeah, infantry stacking. Yeah, infantry stacking damage from the axis as well. But why not?
And now he has the Blink. Blink, Aegis, Axe, Centaur on the opposite offlaner. Look at how bad his team is. Position 1, position 3, taking the Roshan at minute 13 while your offlaner gets killed by the support mid lane combo is not what you'd like to see if you're a Costa Rican fan.
Yeah, and on top of that, there's almost an Orchid down on the CK.
I mean, this Colombia lineup is playing very well, Black. I gotta say, with the victory, if they keep up their performance here and they would win, they would guarantee second place, meaning they would have to face the winner in Group B. Okay. On the bright side is that is used Roar, cooldown for 70 seconds, and you only lost Shiri on the Rubik, not the Ursa.
Yeah,
They're
I
going
guess
for
Ursa's
more.
still farming too. His Battlefield is almost there. That is not half bad, but if you just compare
Right.
net worth, it's like night and day. Orchid ready.
Why is this so bloody difficult?
They're TPing. They want to try to at least kill these creeps and attempt the defense of this tier 2 bottom tower, Black. They're gonna push him back, maybe. Beastmaster is just there. He doesn't care. He has a roaring 30 seconds, and now the hookshot comes in, connecting onto the center. They need to free him up. The Supernova does come in on the high ground. Beastmaster is getting lower and lower, and the Supernova will explode, connecting onto the Clockwork. Now we have the Stampede as well to help create the separation, but nobody dies on the side of Colombia, and you've used 2 massive ultimates of the Dire side.
Ooh, nice pop. He's dead. Bye-bye.
It's still only Shiri dying, and he's gonna get denied by the neutral creeps. That is a great play, especially when you're getting harassed. And, you know, they're buying a lot of time. I feel like 4 of the Colombian heroes have been in this part of the map for a little over 60 seconds now. So, you know, wasting a bit of time.
Yeah, time is exactly what they need. The Ursa needs to farm up. Probably get 2 more items at this point. Easy kill. You're gonna be careful. CK is very strong, guys.
Centaur, I don't know what you're doing there, my friend, other than falling, of course. Another 2 casualties on the map.
Yeah.
Roar top, Blink, solo kill. Ryu actually does get the shield crash in. Being double shield crash, he gets enough armor, allowing him to form into the Rolling Thunder and get out of there to being to safety. And the Aegis was consumed, of course. Isus lost that just a couple of seconds ago, I think. Oh, Shiri, stop going bottom. Shiri, nice stealing the EMP, turning him around. There is a blink on the center, and the damage is sufficient to get a trade kill onto the hooding. Now, trying to go for more. And 4-3-3 comes in, a couple of Fury swipes to kind of guarantee him the kill. And that is the first favorable trade for Costa Rica in a little over 6 minutes now.
A much needed one as well. Invoker worth 1,000 gold. Oh, CK blows up the
not like this. The Orchid completed on Mapu is obliteration for this Pangolier, and now the cogs onto Daggerat. Gonna slay him again.
It's just a bit too easy for them right now. There isn't really that much counterplay to it. They're just too poor, so they don't have money for the item counters. I'm not really sure what you're supposed to do from here. Like, Ursa just can't fight. Pangolier has no answer to silence. Well, nobody does really.
This is the problem, right? When this Chaos Knight just is given so much space, it's very hard to play from behind, especially as you don't have, you know, these areas with reliable lock, like a Faceless Void. You know, you throw a Chronosphere and then you get a Phoenix with a Stun Ray on top of it, that would be different. The Ursa doesn't quite offer you the same things, and yes, you do have the Centaur, Hoof Stomp, and then the Pangolier on top of that, but not as easy to make. Not you something in Roar stolen instantly concealed, but look at us, trying to collect the kill. They're still trying to do some damage. We need to pop the Supernova. You need to do it now. I think it's actually 2 further back. He's gonna walk outside of the cogs, and now Stampede comes in. Yule Scepter from the Clockwork to lift up 4-3-3. And what is Shiri doing on the high ground? Hello, Rubik.
Oh, he can
nice.
get there.
Telekinesis down to the low ground, and now the Sunray coming in. That's a lot of damage. The Beastmaster almost 1v5s him. Oh, it doesn't matter if it's not him, as Mapu and Arbolito come in, and it's gonna be the Ultra. Why? As Costa Rica loses everybody.
Not our second rampage is determined, unfortunately, but you're gonna see they have to commit so many resources to kill the Beastmaster finally, which they do, and he's worth a lot of money, so it's not the worst kill, of course. One of the best, even. But if you lose the entire team to the CK, it's really not worth it. Look at his net worth now.
My god. I think the way Rubik got onto high ground was quite funny. He got pushed slightly by the Roar towards the Cogs. Cogs were pushing him away from the cliff, but then the Bushwhack pulled him back into another Cog that pushed him onto high ground. It was a very dubious interaction, but funny nonetheless. Costa Rica really felt confident there. I think Daggerat is a bit too cautious with using his Supernova. You saw how far back he was. I think going for an Icarus dive, at least to close some of that distance, might have allowed for him to have way more impact with the ultimate. But speaking of impact, his right clicks from Mapu have so much impact onto the Ursa. That is a solo kill 1v1, and he's trying to man up 1 versus 3, almost killing Shiri.
Rubik killed himself. He reality rifted the CK. Yeah.
Why?
I mean, it's pretty desperate at this point, you know? So, desperate situations will make you do sometimes not the best looking plays.
Maybe he thought there's enough, not enough, there's hope that there would be some follow-up?
Yeah, it's that's desperation, right? Like, he can't really... He just thought they need to do something, which... I agree, they do need to do something, but
that is not what they need to do. Yeah, that's not what they need to do. They need to do something which is not that.
Okay.
Oh, what a roar coming in. Pitch perfect again. They're trying to kill the Hoka. Or the Clockwork, but the Phoenix Egg this time is way too overcommitted, and the turnaround from the Beastmaster with the right click attack speed. CK, everybody just melts, and it's another team wipe, and the GG gets called. 3-minute 21 as Colombia makes a statement in their attempt of getting out of these groups safely.
Make it look very easy. Kind of same as Ecuador, in fact, against Costa Rica.
Yeah, despite a good draft, Costa Rica couldn't quite find a pacing into the early to mid game. And when you give away the Beastmaster for free, a single sentry you thought might keep you in the game, but it didn't matter. The presence of the boards, the right clicks, the attack speed was just too much from Beast, punishing the Ursa. I believe we had him die 3 times during the first 7 minutes of the game, and if you're a position 1 Ursa, dying perpetually and the rest of your lanes are not going in your favor, it spells disaster for, well, your team.
Yeah, it's just not a good Ursa lane, really. You're playing against Beastmaster Hoodwink with a Phoenix support, it will never work. The boards alone just do so much against you. The permanent slow, the damage, the last hitting with it. It's just obnoxious, and there's really much to do for you at all.
And their rotations were impeccable from Colombia through and through, other than one attempt from the Phoenix early on going gank, which was successful, of course. It was that moment when Colombia said, oh, we are coming in and out. Let us show you what we got. We had Arbolito on the Invoker rotated minute 6. That's not something you see very often. Then the Beastmaster taking the Twin Gate, coming in and assisting and setting up for kills. It was just a very nice play from Colombia, which makes me wonder, Black, maybe when they faced Ecuador, they had a slight off day, which could be a possibility, right? There's every so often we see these teams getting destroyed 2-0s in one day, and then 3 days later, if there is a rematch, they are playing much, much better.
Yeah, it can definitely be the case. We won't know because there's there is a slight chance that they could play each other in the seeding match potentially.
That is true.
Yeah, if they win, and then they win against the USA. And then, if Ecuador won their game, then they play the seeding match.
If USA is the one to win, Black, come on, we don't know that for sure, because Venezuela still has a chance.
Sure. Yeah.
Oh, Black, hitting me with the doubt. Give a 5, Black, fine. Maybe USA is going to be obviously be the favorite in that one. But hey, I'm just saying there is always a potential for an upset.
And I'm just saying they haven't played a single game seriously yet, you know?
That is true.
Rubik's getting Dagon 5s instead of Griefs and stuff like that, you know? We haven't seen a lot of these teams at full strength yet. Like, as I said, even Colombia, they weren't allowed to show their full strength at all yesterday. They just completely shut down in the beginning. And now that they were allowed to play at their best, if this even was their best, maybe they're even better than that. They're looking pretty damn good. Solid draft, solid game understanding, solid laning, solid individual skill, not much to complain about. As I said, against Costa Rica at least, they look pretty much like Ecuador.
Yeah. And I gotta say,
at the same time too.
I gotta say about this about Costa Rica, I feel like I appreciate that they had a very ambitious game plan in mind, but also playing something very ambitious in what could be your elimination game can be very, very risky. And that's why, you know, going for this slightly more complicated tactics of, oh, we gotta use the Centaur stun and the Rolling Thunder to create space for our Phoenix to have impact in team fights. In theory, could be very, very nice, but that is if only you are a team that has, I don't know, tens, maybe even not hundreds of scrims together, and you know how to utilize those spells in concoction with each other. Otherwise, you just get punished time and time again, and even your comeback potential is very underwhelming, which is exactly what we saw happen. And that's kind of left me with a bit of a sour taste in my mouth. But thankfully, unlike some of the other qualifiers, this is a best of 3, not a one and done. So Costa Rica will still have a chance to prove what they can do in Game 2 after a short break. Welcome back to the Iesf Dota 2 America's Qualifiers. It's the final day. I'm Waxin, joined by Black, bringing you the second map between Costa Rica and Colombia. Colombia is just one map away from making it out of the group stage and fighting for that one of the two slots at the World Esports Championships. We had a bit of a long break, Black, but who do you think gets the advantage after waiting a few more minutes than expected between these two maps? The team that lost in Game 1, Costa Rica, or Colombia?
Probably Colombia, honestly. I mean, not really advantage. I don't think much is going to change necessarily. I think they're feeling very confident. Probably Costa Rica is not feeling that good after getting smacked by a team they probably thought they had a pretty decent shot against, which still might be true, you know. Maybe they just had an off game. But a game one like that can be very demoralizing, and vice versa, of course, for Colombia. It's pretty uplifting after getting smacked by Ecuador that hard yesterday. So it should be quite a decent advantage, at least mentally, for Colombia.
Just looking a little bit at the draft that they had in game number 1, and I mean, I think the biggest question mark for me is the Beastmaster. I feel like the Beastmaster has been the biggest question mark for both of us throughout the last month and a half, and why the teams here don't realize the strength of this hero. People keep trying to defeat it, and it's obviously not working out. So at this point, you can't let any of your opponents have Beastmaster, right? If you do, well, it will be perpetual repeats of what we saw and witnessed in game 1.
Yeah, I'm surprised that teams still don't just first pick it when they can. The fact that it just gets like 4th pick or something is really beyond me. I'm not entirely sure why. Yeah, we'll have to wait and see. Like, even USA last picked it yesterday. Maybe there's something I missed. But every time I see Beastmaster, the hero's owning very hard, enables your teammates to own very hard, and just an overall very solid hero. Of course, there are some weaknesses in lanes sometimes, but the fact that he is a very strong laner, he has 2 different laning styles, one is spam, one is summons, and he can easily farm ancients, or clear stacks in general, and scale really well into the mid-late game. It's just ridiculous. They're very strong, ridiculous. Typical Dota 2, let's buff the hero 200 times kind of combo. But at least he lost 10 damage on the drums now per second. Wow.
And some of the heal, right? He lost a little bit of the heal, but we saw how useless that nerf was, as he still pretty much annihilated the Roshan at minute 13, which is arguably the fastest, earliest Roshan we've gotten in any of the qualifiers this far, Black. So, you know, what can I say? It's Beastmaster.
Beastmaster, indeed.
Beastmaster, indeed. Other heroes that obviously we had in that game number 1 have been the Invoker, that's the Chaos Knight, but I feel like none of them actually impressed me that much as, you know, on themselves, because the game was rolling in their favor, so the heroes just hit their timings and converted into victories. That work kit timing for the CK was just impeccable. He got it, I think, pre-minute 14, and then he got on top of the Pangolier every single team fight, and the Pangolier had no game. Despite what was, like I said, a very ambitious draft, which I can respect from Costa Rica. I hope now they will try to keep some of their, you know, approaches that they tried to have in game 1, but emulate them in the second game with slightly easier picks to execute and bring together in order to have a successful team fight.
Yeah, it's gonna be hard though, because I don't know if it just was the draft or if they're also just individually, you know, too good. Or Costa Rica, because we know Colombia, they were outmatched, of course, by Ecuador, but not completely lost until, you know, somewhere minute 20 plus. So they might just be a little bit too good, you know. There's also the other possibility that, like, we know a really good team can make a decent team look like amateurs.
Yep.
So I don't want to say Costa Rica is bad. I'm just saying Colombia is actually really good. And I'm also saying that Ecuador is actually really, really good. You know, because Ecuador made Colombia look like absolute amateurs.
Which is very nice to see, as since the beginning of the qualifiers, all the way back in Africa, there have been a handful of teams that we've considered to be in that A+ S tier echelon, and I would argue that 9 of us have even spoken or thought about Ecuador being somewhere in that potential top 6 at the World Esports Championships. And after seeing them perform here today, I don't know if they're going to be top 5 short, but I think they should be aiming at least a top 8 if they can maintain their form well for the next couple of months before we get to Riyadh.
Yeah, can definitely happen, depending on how much they train, how seriously they take it. As we all know, every team has varying degrees of seriousness when it comes to these tournaments. Yeah, if they practice a lot, and I don't think most of them have any other teams, do they, currently? Like active ones?
From Ecuador?
Yeah.
There are a couple of players that are on teams.
Okay, well, that's always a big problem, you know, because it's very different from like your traditional World Cup, for example, like in football, where your team just basically doesn't practice, you know, like you just join that national team and you practice together until the World Cup is over, and then it repeats again in 4 years. Whereas in Dota, you have your own team, right? You have your own team all the time. You can't just say, "Oh, I don't want to play right now because I have to practice for my national team." Like nobody will say okay to that.
Do you think the off season in Dota is a bit too short?
Off season in Dota is a bit too short. What's the definition of off season even nowadays?
So I would say that off season is let's look at traditional sports, right? In traditional sports, let's talk worldwide, not just America, because America has a very strange one. They have a season that lasts 4 months and they have 8 months off. I think that's definitely overkill. But normally you have a season that starts somewhere halfway through August or beginning of September, and then you finish some point in mid to late June, and then you have about a month, 2 months and a half, depending on the sport, before you commence your next season. But in that period, you have time for a holiday, time to play for the national team tournaments, which could be the Euros, the World Cup, the Olympics, as we have this summer, and then 2, 3, 4 weeks of pre-season, right? In Dota, and I think Counter-Strike is a little bit similar here, you get, before when the TI used to be in August, then you had 4, maybe 5 weeks of off-season after that. But now that the international is at the beginning or midway through fall, I feel like there is not even an existent off season. Teams are just trying to find holidays whenever, but you can't really do it if you're a team that qualified for TI, because you got to still practice for TI.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's very hard to find not just time to practice if you have a very serious team that's like an actual contender for these big international tournaments, but also finding the permission from your teammates to do that, you know, because most won't say yes. Because if they did, Nisha would have been playing for Poland, and Poland would probably be at Iesf.
Of course.
You know, so yeah, it's very tough, honestly. That everything is so. I just wish that tournament organizers would give each other more space for these kind of events. You know, okay, let's say Iesf and Valve, for example, they schedule their tournaments around each other rather than right on top of each other.
Of course.
It would be like amazing, you know, and probably it would give more opportunity for a lot of those top players to actually join both of them. But unfortunately, as the past has shown many, many times, TI doesn't really care, you know, they just do it.
And, I've been recently gotten more and more into competitive chess, not as in playing, but as in following the scene. And one great example I can give you right now, there are 2 big tournaments in the chess world taking place, and one of them is an individual chess tournament that started about 2 weeks ago, but is taking a 3-week break for another team chess tournament. And I know I don't want to get into how you play chess in a team, but whatever. And they're taking a 3-week break because that tournament, just they don't want to overlap and force the best players in the world to play 2 tournaments at the same time, one online and one on LAN. And I think that is something that actually esports as a whole could learn from.
I completely agree. As I said before, the fact that you just don't have time to do anything outside of your team is it doesn't allow for these really strong teams to exist, unfortunately. Also, let's really say there was a big offseason, and this would be very much encouraged. Maybe we'll see all the tier 1 players from almost every team play. You know?
Yeah.
It's just, at this point, TI holds way too much prestige. You know, it might not be the biggest esports tournament anymore, because now we have this like esports World Cup, which has a ton of money in it, and it's just like a huge event, right? Like, it goes on for like over a month, but prestige-wise in Dota, like winning a TI is probably always going to be the most desirable achievement.
Well, I do hope that TI can still remain the prize, the crown jewel, you could even say, of the whole Dota 2 circuit. But as things progress, there is a hope deep down in my heart that there will be space in the calendar at least once a year, if not more often throughout the year, for these national tournaments, because I feel like that would be a great step in, towards developing esports as a role and taking it a bit more serious, just beyond the clubs or the orgs, and making your country proud. And we highlighted Nisha again in the European qualifier. He had one day off in the midst of his tier 1 tournament, and he still played for Poland, trying to help them qualify. But in the end, he couldn't do it for the third and fourth day, which ended up with them being eliminated from that qualifier. So hopefully there will be space for the players in the future, and hopefully back not in the too distant future.
Yeah, it would be nice. National tournaments, I mean, Olympics, all that stuff, it's just super fun to watch, like every time the Olympics are on, of course I have a certain number of sports that I follow personally that I really want to see, but I'm sure I'm not the only one. In fact, I think it's almost everyone. The Olympics are just randomly on, and there's this like weird 3-man basketball. I'm like, all right, what is that? That looks kind of interesting. I'm just gonna watch it,
Yeah.
There's some what's it called? The thing with the brushes and the eyes, the curling.
Curling.
It looks super fun. Like I don't follow it actively, but when the Olympics are on, I'm like, hell yeah, that's super fun. So what, for example, Riyadh is doing with the Esports World Cup, I think is amazing. Like you get so many different esports titles, and you're like, oh yeah, well, I don't really play Rocket League, but competitively, this game looks pretty damn badass. Like I don't mind watching this at all. So it just brings the whole esports community together, not just from one game, but from all games. And if you could bring that, to more national tournaments, maybe even the Olympics. I think the Olympics signed some deal a while ago with some esports contracts. I'm not entirely sure what's going on there, but it would be amazing. Yeah, it would be amazing for esports, not just for a single esports title, but the entire esports ecosystem, which is ultimately what we all want.
I like that we're dreaming. We're dreaming very far, Black, but Rome
it's gonna happen eventually. It's gonna happen eventually. It's just when,
Exactly.
Because I think we have the tools available and the resources available to make it happen much sooner, but that doesn't depend on us. We have to wait to see how all these different esports organizers and companies like push towards that happening. Because ultimately, we're just some guys talking about the game. We don't have that power.
10 seconds.
Well, it has to start with us, right? I think everybody has to make our part. And like I wanted to say, Rome wasn't built in a day, Black, and
because
step by step.
I would have done it in half a day.
I mean, you are German, of course. The German precision and efficiency is world-renowned. Absolutely.
Yeah, that's right. I don't know how many Germans you know, but we can grow 2 more arms.
Dire team ban.
Sure.
Didn't know that, did you? Alright. So back to Hoodwink. First pick Weaver. Alright. And focus on Dota, man. Like, stop drifting off Dota, okay? Jeez.
Yeah, you tell me. Yeah, goodness me, Vlad. Sorry. Apologies, guys.
I'm so sorry, guys.
Add me on Twitter at WaxingVlad right now to tell us more feedback and about how you want to hear us talk about these very unusual picks. We have seen Hoodwink and Weaver in 95% of the games, if not being banned, but I like this Weaver opening from Colombia. It's going to give them a bit of flex. Used to be played as a 4 or 1, but most recently in the last 10 days or 2 weeks or so, it's mainly turned into a position 5 Weaver.
Got quite nerfed though. The fact that Gemini attack is not an init anymore makes it a lot weaker at level 2. Still the same at level 3. But yeah, we'll have to see. Because I think he might actually be one of the bigger losers of the patch. I don't know if the win rate actually reflect that or not.
What's his new innate? Every time Weaver casts an ability, he gains 50 attack range for 7 seconds.
It's an interesting one.
Well, I like that. I think that's going to be quite a cool interaction with the Aghanim Shard, you know? He goes in, has multiple targets, but also has like further increased range. That's cool. Quite a curious one. Let's see if it will be a core, because otherwise, as a support Weaver, I feel like that innate doesn't really help you that much. Maybe with a bit of harass for the laning phase, but not throughout the mid and late game. Sanking and Bristleback being banned out. I think Costa Rica, as you can tell, banning 5 potential offlaners, even the Dragon Knight arguably can be played offlane, are singling out Iesf, but they have yet to ban the Enigma or the Timber so that he likes to play sometimes.
Yeah, they're picking up the 2 supports already, which I'm not the biggest fan of. Well, I guess there is some flex potential, but I still don't think Hoodwink Core is that good unless you're a really specialist. Same with Jakiro, it can work, but not the most stable.
5 seconds remaining.
Showing you 2 supports that early, like, it gives them a lot more freedom to pick their cores.
Yeah.
Because now you know, like, most of the time a core matchup is good, or it's a good core pick if it's really good against both support heroes. So, for example, if the enemy team has like a Bane and the Shadow Shaman, you know Phantom Lancer is going to be an amazing hero. Because the supports can't deal with it. But Jakiro and Hoodwink, I mean, they cover a lot of bases, right? We know that. These heroes are very popular for a reason. Yeah.
I mean, in the sense, Phoenix and Clockwork were 2 supports that were very safe last game, but obviously in opposite teams. And the Rubik, great solid pick here. Surprised to see him ban? No, not at all. I am surprised by the Crystal Maiden ban, as Colombia is actually picking 3 great heroes that would completely destroy the Crystal Maiden. Tusk, Tiny, and I gotta tell you, Black, I have played a bit of Tusk today, actually, and versus Tusk, and his innate ability is just so strong, especially with the tag team. You can't move. He's just annihilating completely. Hoodwink and Jakiro have no chance of laning versus the Tusk. If he gets next to you, especially potentially with a Tiny as a position 3, you're done for.
Radiant team pick.
Drinking buddies. Tusk can now cast drinking buddies, pulling him and the teammate closer and granting both.
Oh, drinking buddies is a meme. Drinking buddies is a meme. I thought it was good in 736, but the way the tag team works since 737, drinking buddies is fallen off completely, in my eyes at least. Tag team is the way to go.
5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, I mean, tag team is the reason why you pick Tusk most of the time anyway. How does his innate ability scale? With what spell?
With tag team, I think.
Tag team? Okay.
I think so, yeah.
And the innate ability is pretty crazy. I mean, it's just movement. No, it's attack speed slow.
Yeah, so then for a hero like Jakiro, who has a quite bad turn rate and the attack speed is bad, but now has double attack speed, it actually really annihilates him. And even versus a CK later on, if you can clear up the illusions with some splash damage coming in from the Weaver or the Tiny, then the CK gets kind of shut down. And it's one of those innate abilities that goes unnoticed, and then you're just wondering, why am I so slow when trying to kill someone? But the Mars here from Costa Rica. Wow.
Mars Hoodwink, pretty strong lane.
Absolutely.
Many times. Probably Tiny middle. I don't really expect to see too much Tiny carry anymore. It could be a Weaver carry as well, and a support Tiny. But a 5 Tiny isn't that good. Tusk Weaver though, you could do a 5 Tusk. I guess it's still pretty open. But yeah, Mars Hoodwink, Chaos and Jakiro. The draft looks pretty good. I like it a lot better than the first game draft. And, oh wow, I just realized their first banned the Beastmaster. Surprise, surprise.
Also, Colombia banned the Ember, so those are the 2 heroes that we actually talk a lot about. Now I don't like that we have Hoodwink Jakiro, because I feel like with CK Mars, having the opportunity to have the Phoenix this time around would have been much better. But speaking of heroes from last game, Colombia is actually going to steal the Pangolier for themselves.
It's a pretty fantastic Pangolier game. None of these heroes can really do too much against it, and it still keeps everything completely open. Yeah, I don't know. Colombia draft is, it's not bad, of course. It's just a little weird. I guess just Dota in general has become very interesting. If you look at this draft and you think back a couple of years, they would be like, what the hell is this abomination, you know? But nowadays, it's actually considered quite strong.
Yeah, and of course it's a new patch, right? So teams are still trying to figure stuff out and what works well with each other. But I think there is a lack of synergy to some extent here, as you get the Ice Shards and the Rolling Thunder. Obviously not as difficult to play around as you get with the Hogs. But if you have an expert Pangolier player, he can take advantage of the Ice Shards and bounce in and out and around. But you can also get stuck in very unconventional spots, right? So let's see how the Colombian squad will execute that. Also, we don't quite know how they're going to lane this, because they have a lot of flex potential, with the first three heroes being able to play both as cores and support, and Pangolier, of course, mid or off.
Yeah, but what is the task actually picked for? Is my question. Because the tech team isn't that amazing with the heroes they have right now. But of course, as we said, the attack speed slow is pretty damn amazing. Maybe it's just the hero that you can pick nowadays without a great combo, and it will just be very impactful regardless. Maybe it's gonna even be a core task.
I think Tusk plus a range would be oppressive as hell. Even Tusk plus Tiny, I'm telling you, I think Ice Shards into Avalanche, and then just nothing for you to do. You get right-clicked to death by these melee heroes. So I think Tusk has a place here, and if he's going on what I assume will be the offlane, versing the CK plus whatever support he has by his side, it's not going to be a good time.
5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, I mean, just in general, having 20 attack speed slow level 1 is pretty ridiculous. And just as an aura. Does Snapfire
Mid.
Shredder work with Tusk?
Everything works with Tusk. It doesn't amplify.
Speed now.
It doesn't amplify the little Shredder damage or whatever, but the slow procs are still there. So yes.
Are you sure it doesn't? Because there's attack damage in it now.
Oh, does it? Well, that's even worse. Because I thought that's broken as is with the proc of the tag team, but if it's in amplified damage as well.
I have to check it now.
Get out of here. Get out of the lobby. Go find that out for us, as Costa Rica has the overall last pick, and this could be the final hero they get to pick in this qualifier. Hopefully, they're going to come up with something nice to round out the draft, and it's going to be the Timber Saw. We've been speculating that Isus for Colombia will be the one to play it, but it's going to be Ryu playing Timber Saw into a lot of beefy boys of Colombia. Pango, Tusk, Tiny. Also, there's a lot of burst potential there for killing Mapu's Weaver. I think Costa Rica has come up with a pretty solid draft, and I wanted them to be a bit more cohesive with easier stuff to execute, right? Mars Arena, Macropire, Timber Chain with Whirling Death. It's kind of easy to hit, so I like what they've got here. And Colombia has a very strange draft with a tiny mid and a support Tusk Snapfire combo.
That is... Huh. Wait, so the Tusk and Snapper supports? And the Tiny's middle? I assume? Well, anyway, I tested it and it doesn't work. Unfortunately. Even though I really think it should work. Let me just load back into the game real quick.
I told you, I know. I didn't think it works either, so...
Yeah, but it should. Because it has attack damage on it. Bug!
I think it counts it as attack damage per hero right-click, not as attack damage per proc by spells, because then otherwise it would work with things such as Stifling Dagger from the Phantom Assassin, which would, let's be realistic, be completely broken, right?
How is completely broken any surprise to any Dota player at this point?
I mean, yeah, I didn't say it would be surprising. I said it would just be
Yeah,
broken.
I'm just saying, yeah, but there's so many completely broken things in Dota nowadays that having one more or less wouldn't really, you know, break the camel's back. But level 25 Hoodwink though. Some of these people, they have a lot of really high level heroes. Let me just put it that way.
Yeah, and I think having a Hoodwink, you know, it's one of those fun supports. Not like the Venomancers we got, I believe, 2 or 3 Grandmaster Venos we had in this past couple of qualifiers, which says a lot about some of these players, if you know what I'm saying. But we are gonna hop into the game in just a moment as we take a look at the facets. The Snapfire went for the full bore, extended length in the Scatterblast. Our Bolo went still for the crash landing on the Tusk mid, which I think is a strange one, since it got so heavily nerfed. Tag team as predicted for the Tusk, and a Skitter Step for the Weaver. Also, this time around, Black, we're gonna go back for the Liquid Frost on the Jakiro, not the Liquid Fire that we've been seeing.
Yeah, it's still way better. I don't like Liquid Fire that much. It's okay, but compared to Liquid Frost, it's really not that good. And then we're gonna have probably +5 Tusk. I mean, Tusk Weaver is an insanely strong lane.
That is gonna be so hard to play into.
Yeah. Wait, is Timber still disconnected? Yeah. I was like, why aren't they pausing?
He's back in. That was a quick one.
And then we have Snapfight Tiny. Dota's dropping players randomly. Really?
Yeah.
Tranquilo, my friends.
I think it's Tranquise, isn't it?
I think Tranquilo is, I don't even know what language it is. It's definitely a language, but I don't know which one.
It's definitely what? A language? Okay, yeah. No, Tranquilo means relax. I mean, chill kind of type of idea. Like, there's no issue here with that. It's fine. They're understanding, which is great to see. Some fair play from the players, of course. I don't think Colombia would want to finish this group stage with a default loss due to connection issues, as they're playing well. And, you know, playing 2 games to warm up for what is going to be their playoff game later today is, I mean, that's the way to go, basically.
If it is going to be 2 games. Also, I think the Radiant draft is actually very competitive. And
Time to man or woman.
Well, it could be 2 more games then, not just 2 games.
yeah, but I could also not win. You know, that would be pretty tragic for them, of course. And we have the CK coming through the... Wow. Roche also came and said hello to Mr. CK.
Look at down bottom. Pangolier and Snapfire are actually placing a very aggressive Observer Ward. That is going to allow them to first try to hunt some couriers early on, and now the body block, forcing the CK to play under the tower, but the CK does expect that, and he will also pull the creeps No, he doesn't pull... What? He literally went to meet the creeps, but he didn't pull them away from the tower. That's kind of strange.
Well, he tried, but no chance. 2 people blocking is a little bit too strong. Stun the Pango, but it's not going to do anything. Now, top lane should be the action lane. Oh yeah, we see shots already.
And this is going to be, look at this, Thorai already below half HP. Surprising to see Shards level 1, but yeah, Camu will get level 2, and I think that's when Thorai will have struggle to actually lane here.
Yeah, the Germinate attack plus Tusk is of course really strong. Ooh, that was a cushy. Now they don't have a sentry ward down.
I mean, they have one by the camp.
Coming. Yep.
If they can protect the sentry ward that they block the camp here, that would be pretty big, and they can't. Camu just goes and knocks it down in 2 hits. Shiri didn't even attempt anything there to stop him. What do you think about this mid lane, by the way?
I mean, Timber's also going to free farm. Tiny should also free farm though. Mid lane is really not that interesting nowadays. Like, unless somebody is severely better than the other player, or it's a very unfair matchup, it's usually just a farm trade. Because how strong Bottle is, and water runes, bounty runes. There's just too many runes to refill Bottle with.
I think that's probably One of the big changes that has happened in Dota over the years that I would like to revert, when mid used to just be such a difference of skill matchup. It mattered how good your mid laner was at laning. But up top, we see the action happening, and they're trying to get on top of Shuri. That's probably going to be the first blood, but Mapu is actually getting punished there. Oh, miss
hit
from the scurry, and now they're turning around. Camus is gonna pay with his life. Bushwhack connects, and the Weaver's gonna come in with the skitter step and gonna get the kill with the German attack. Nice Spirit Lance, and now 1v1. Mapu has the stick charges. Thorai has to fall back as the right-click trade is not going in his favor versus the Swarm plus German and Mapu. Playing with fire there, baiting to dive the tier 1. That could have been punished by Thorai, so he just steps back.
Now, also the protecting the Lotus. That's a pretty big deal. The first Lotus usually. Very interesting. I didn't know that's how the Hoodwink facet worked, or innate ability.
Oh, you didn't? Oh, yeah. It's been like that for a while.
You can redirect an attack to a tree.
Yes.
50%
like
chance is also so lucky that you got that.
In 736, sometimes you see it happen back to back, like there's 2 right clicks that get redirected, and that is very, very annoying. Speaking of annoying, the hero CK is a very annoying lane to have to play versus when you're the Snapfire, and now Aldana gets sent back to base, and Costa Rica has the start of the game that they wanted.
Yeah, a much better draft this time around as well. So they're doing very well for themselves. This definitely shouldn't be a one-sided game. Oh wow, it's a lot of nuke damage on top. Tusk is not that convincing yet, I gotta admit.
Well, when you lose the first blood because your attacks get redirected, it's not that much you can do about that, right?
Yeah, but just in general, this lane is quite difficult because Tusk can't really harass them. They have to just go and hope that they can kill them. Because they're just getting nuked down slowly. Oh, here we go.
Up top, the pressure is ensuing, the action is unfolding, and Shiri is running actually towards the Dire Tower to try to get out of there and trying to kill the Swarm. One more right click, they'll get the job done. Nice Spirit Mars. Keep Mapu out of the lane, but Shiri should die here, and look at Camus just creating the vision, allowing the Weaver to get the kill.
Oh, Penguin's burning, got a stick though. Baits him in. Nice.
And now they're going for more action up top. Thorai gets caught by the Ice Shard. Spear of Mars for reposition will allow him to get out of there safely, but a disaster took place bottom as the CK died.
Nice little double kill for the Snapfire. And Pango got double brace, of course. Look at the HP of the Pangolier. 1100, man. Oh, nice rotation from Shiri, though.
This is going to be good. Nice connection of the Chaos Ball. 2 seconds onto Isus. He has no way of getting out of there. And 4-3-3. It's the kill on the CK.
The Weaver top also getting quite low. Nice harassment. Mid lane, they literally can't kill anything until... Yeah, I don't know. Tiny's too tanky, Timbersaw too tanky. Shiri's here as well, though.
They do have level 6 with a Timbersaw. There's a lot of damage, strength damage. Oh, Arbolito actually turns around to get the Arcane one. That might have been way too confident from the Arbolito. 2 right clicks away from falling, and Ryu is gonna get it with the Chakram. Okay, I think Arbolito was safe if he didn't go for the Arcane rune there.
It depends on whether they can dodge the Chakram or not. Yeah, that's the power of Timbersaw. 1 Q and you're suddenly just dead. Oh my gosh.
No, but that's the power of a caster curse. You just said he can't die. He didn't follow to die. Now Ryu goes for Camus. Oh, TP from Tiny is not gonna be there in time. They're trying with the Snapfire, a Scatterblast, Avalanche, and Timber does fall. But still, it's a 2-for-1. The tips are coming in as a moral damage, but I think Ryu is more than happy with that one.
Yeah, but dying for support task, of course, now feels good.
But he did kill the Timber before, right? So that's what I mean. It's kind of a 2-for-1.
Yeah, but then, you know, he just dove a little bit too deep. Thought he had it, but didn't. Now Tiny's level 7, actually. And it's gonna rotate bottom with an Arcane Rune. Crash landing still hurts, even though it got nerfed. It's still very painful.
Yeah, of course, especially at the early levels of the other heroes that don't have enough strength built up at this point.
Here we go! And you're dead.
Hey, thankfully it's only the Jakiro if you're a Costa Rican fan, as 433 was made aware of that rotation due to a beautiful placed observer ward in the Radiant jungle. So, only a support dying, 4 players bottom. It's a bit of an overcommit actually from Colombia, but they're gonna try to convert a tier 1 actually, and I don't think there will be any attempts. Nice fortify to nullify some of that cost damage landing to kill there. Okay, they will protect the tier 1 bottom.
Yeah, they need to prioritize the level 6 of the Pango. Then he can start making some plays. Haste from top.
Nice
Nice.
arena here. Where's the spear? There we go at the very holding it. Wow, I thought Thorai might have missed it before we saw the action, and then Mapu gets obliterated. That was some very nice usage of the abilities up top.
Very much needed as well. Now the CK is in trouble again though, and disconnected, and he's dead.
Yeah, there's no TPs coming in to help him. Even if there were, he's too far removed from the tower, so... What was 433 even thinking about here?
Well, he probably just disconnected, right? Or maybe he was actually fighting the...
I think he was fighting and he disconnected mid-fight.
Yeah, maybe. But he did use all his spells, and he doesn't really have much more, so... I don't know if he thought he wanted to fight or not. But he's back, and he probably doesn't like what he's seeing right now.
Do you like what you're seeing, Black?
Yeah. I think I'm seeing a dead CK. I wouldn't let him run.
Well, what a surprise, 433 does fall, although he did try to turn around with a couple of very nice Chaos Balls, as he has 3 points in, Chaos Strikes in it. Could have maybe gotten a bit more heal out of that. But all this time, the tier 1 tower gets pressured up top. It should be actually safe lane tower trade, as there's a lot of Dire Heroes bottom as well. But they're coming through the Twin Gate. Look at the Rolling Thunder. The Bushwhack, Mapu away from connecting. The kisses are flying in, and the Mars dies at the feet of 5 Dire Heroes. Still offlane Jakiro to support. That was a massive rotate.
Very well worth it though to protect the tower. Map awareness is everything. Map control is everything at this point in the game. Yeah, nice rotation from the Pangoli as well. He can just go back through the gate. How's Mapu doing quite far away from his Maelstrom?
I mean, he just died, right, to that pretty nice chain stun sequence off top from the Mars Arena and the Spear just before this skirmish at about minute 8. So that's why his progress has been halted. As for some reason, we're looking at buybacks right now. For not the most important statistical aspect at minute 9, but who knows, right? If there's a tower under a fight under a tower, a couple of buybacks could turn it around. I'm looking at the net worth instead, where Ryu on this Timbersaw is actually leading the net worth chart.
Probably at the easiest lane in the game as well against a Tiny as a Timbersaw. Not really too much pressure he can give you there. Yeah, he'll definitely be the one who has to pull his weight. He also has a Haste Room bottled. So Hasted Timbersaw is very scary for the Dire lineup for sure.
The G's are in the chat, and no, it's not the G's, it's the go, we ready, baby. Let's see who is gonna have the next movement around the map. As, yes, despite that rotation up top for the kills, they still didn't finish the tower bottom, Black. And that's why the Pangolier took the Twin Gate back down again to see if he and the Timbersaw, and the Tiny can actually set up to finally finish off the tower, because it feels like they've been trying to kill it for the last 5 minutes.
Yeah, there was definitely a lot of big rotations towards the tower, but as I said before, these tier 1 towers are really, really important for map control. Once you take them down, it gives you a lot more access to the enemy jungle, steal their farm, and make it your own. It's still quite healthy though. Who do we have coming here? Tiny again. He really loves that bot lane. But if you see a rotation there from the Timber with that haste rune, it could be very scary.
If you could rename one hero in Dota, what hero would you rename, and what would you rename it to?
Let's see.
Well, while Black is pondering, one of the simplest questions I think I've asked him in my life, we see Camus being sent back to Fountain to, you know, reconsider his options. Why was he so deep? Why was he playing in the river in the mid lane? But now that allows Aldana to be feeling quite safe behind his tier 1 tower, as they can't get on top of him with no arena.
Oh, so what do you mean by easy question? How's it an easy question? Give me your answer then.
I'm the one with the questions, not the one with the answers. It's not how the game works.
See? You also can answer because it's not easy.
I would rename Gyrocopter.
What? Eggman?
Fine, that's good enough. I'll take that. Maybe we'll need to find some replacement for Egg so we don't get sued by Sega. But yeah, sure.
What
What about something like Hilly Man? Healy Man.
Sure, or bowling ball?
Wouldn't you change the name of Tusk to Bowling Ball, maybe? Or Cannonball?
Pango probably.
Oh, that's good. Yeah, Cannonball. That's good. That is actually really good. As we have Costa up top. The actually Swarm does not connect, but it doesn't matter. The damage is more than enough.
Ooh,
Even without the armor reduction. He has a Sharpshooter. He's going to be fine. Getting onto the low ground and pause! I feel like we're playing Counter-Strike right now. You know, there's a piece of action and then you get freeze time before the next round.
Yeah, some, what's it called? What is the pre-round called in CS? Like economy time or something?
It's freeze time.
When you're buying stuff?
Yeah.
Oh, freeze time?
I swear it's called freeze time. Isn't it freeze time?
Well, I don't know. I thought it was like round preparation time or something.
Strategy time. That sounds like some other developer. Well, back in 1.6 it used to be freeze time, so I just assume it kind of stuck to it, although you're not really frozen anymore. No. Yes, you are. Yeah, you are frozen. Yeah, it is freeze time. What am I talking about? You're frozen for 15 seconds when you buy your guns and whatever.
Yeah, that's right. Your equipment. I was tiny looking with the blink. Wow, the Masters ran up.
I want to see what's happening bottom, actually, as 433 is trying to get on top of Iesf, but he finds a pocket of shadow in the trees and now gets the Rolling Thunder, and the turnaround is here. 433 tries to dance around the Cannonball Man, and he'll be fine, despite the Scatter Blast of Snapfire actually doing some cheap damage to him.
I would recall CK.
The Minotaur? Does he ride it? Does CK have legs? Not as in the horse. Does like the knight? Does knight have legs?
Yeah. He's an actual.
He's an actual knight riding a horse.
I think so. I don't know what his lore is, but I think it's a human guy that was converted to demon.
No, I feel like Chaos Knight is like an elemental. CK is something like Enigma, like quite a big deal.
Oh, you're right. Yeah, he's like one of the elemental overlords or whatever.
Yeah. Which doesn't really make sense if you look at the character design compared to Enigma, which I'm like, yeah, I could get behind that. This makes sense to me. CK elemental, not sure.
It reminds me of this one game. What's it called? Where the main character is war. You play like the 4 horsemen.
The 4 horsemen. Okay. Yeah. The horsemen of the apocalypse or something like that.
Yeah. Why not?
433 is farming very well on the Chaos Knight, but I feel like the Orchid Rush we saw from Colombia last map might have actually been more impactful, as right now he is still about 2.2k gold away from having it in his inventory, so it might be a bit annoying, but he's hopefully gonna get it and then try to find a kill onto the Weavers and the Pangolier.
Well, Weaver might have... Nah, Metastar is still quite far away. And not as significant of a lead as it was in last game, but still the lead is slowly building. Tiny has Blink Dagger available now. Tusk finally reached level 6 as well. Mech already up on Snapfire. They pretty much have all the pieces they need in order to aggress onto the enemy. Maelstrom up. Pipe pretty much up as well. Yeah, I think it's go time.
I like he pivoted it back to the mech, because I think Aldana had the pipe as his quick buy, and of course, you know, pipe is considerably more expensive, and it would have taken way more time for him to have it. But this Snapfire is massively farm black, 600 ahead of the opponent's offlaner of the Mars.
I don't know if that makes me, feel good for the Snap or really bad for the Mars. He's not really having a game. I end up finding the CK. Nah, almost got the shot.
But does continue. They have the kisses if they want to throw them in. The Walrus Punch comes in. Reality Rift under the tower. The blink is here from Arbolito, and now 4-3-3 got a bit too overconfident, and now he will fall as Dodgy Rat also gets caught by this Pangolier. The cookie will be there to actually reposition Arbolito on top of the corpse of the double-headed dragon.
And look at that, 8-1 Hoodwink. Grief's already done at minute 14. It's kind of ridiculous. Same farms the CK basically.
Wait, Hoodwink? No, Snapfire.
Snapfire, yeah.
You said Hoodwink.
Did I?
Yeah.
No, I think you just looked at Hoodwink.
Yeah, of course.
Good.
This Hoodwink is actually not that far from his Maelstrom. Sadly, he will probably die here. And Mapu is relentless in this pursuit. Tried to scurry in the tree line, but the storm damage and the right clicks with the new innate ability is actually very overwhelming. As in mid, we have 4 players on top of Ryu, who manages to timber chain nicely in the gap onto the high ground and escape that.
Can't really afford to bleed off any more heroes at this point. Mid tower, they should try to defend it, but against Mech and Greaves, it's so incredibly difficult because they don't have either of the items. I actually don't know the team fight right now, they're just lacking items. And nobody's building auras for them. Well, I guess the Jakiro is, but he's pretty poor.
Oh, look at the blink being blind from the Tiny. Actually gonna get on top of the Mars, who pops the arena, but there's no follow-up, and Steve falls. And now they're just diving for more. They want to go under the tier 2. Cookie on top of the Jakiro. Desirat gets decimated. And the Tusk might have overstepped his welcome, but he now does fall. And Avalanche Toss finally Bushwhacks to get him away, but the Team Chain doesn't get him out to safety. And the Weaver is diving in, gonna get a double kill as Mapu ends the life of 4 Radiant heroes.
Yeah, gets the Maelstrom proc. And now the game, it's pretty much what we see every time right now. It's a pretty even early game, but then the better team just knows exactly what to do in the mid game, how to move, where to initiate, and what objectives to take. Now suddenly 9k lead again, like out of nowhere. The laning phase this time around was really good for the Radiant. Well, not really good, but good enough. Yeah, they definitely had a 5-5 fighting chance, right? But now they just can't find the correct moves.
They don't have it anymore, as they're getting outran, outpaced, and outplayed across multiple portions of this mid-game black. And if you really need this Orchid, you gotta get it, but he's actually falling so far behind, as Mapu is almost 2,000 gold ahead of him with a full Gleipnir.
Has it now, though. So the Orchid is out. It's gonna be a really important one. They need to find some important kills with that one. Tusk almost blinked there though, so he has saving potential. Oh, find the Hoodwink? No.
They need to kill the Penguin and the Weaver. These are the targets that you gotta get on top of.
They're also incredibly tanky. And as I said, Tusk almost blinked there, so he can save them actually.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. The Orchid, I feel like, could have been slightly better if he would have just rushed it, as we saw from Mapu in game 1.
No, he actually also went for the armlet. I think almost everybody goes for the armlet. It's just good value on that hero.
And now the Hoodwink gets caught.
Yep. Easy peasy.
Then Mapu just had a...
Dude, he had armlet at minute 6 or something. He was...
Okay, that's why he had Orchid in
fun.
minute 14. I see, yeah. Okay. He had that Orchid so fast that I assumed it just purchased it first. So, Arena, going for a team fight, and they're getting Tiny on the edge. Nice turnaround, but the Cookie gets Tiny out in the mech, and now look at the Gleipnir and the Rolling Thunder, Avalanche Toss, and they're all dead. As Aldana on the support Snapfire is now godlike. Jakiro will be the last to fall. as Colombia gets a full wipe.
Well, that's pretty much it. Congratulations for qualifying into the, well, playoffs, I guess, because you can't recover from this. There's no feasible way to recover from this. They have no auras. Like, if they didn't have mech and pipe there, they would lose that fight. But because of the itemization, which is brilliant, by the way. I know everybody does it, and it's not, like, particularly spectacular, but it's what's needed, you know, and not everybody does it. Again, I can't really fault
jump,
them.
like you said, Black. Like, that was such a great jump, right? And of course, the Snapfire didn't go for completing the pipe because they have the Pangolier that went for it. And when you have Greaves' pipe, all of the burst initial damage got nullified instantly, right? They didn't even manage to kill a single Colombian hero.
And now the free Roche with the double minus armor, triple minus armor even. Funnily enough, the hero that would actually make it the fastest, the Tusk. Whoa, okay, he's out of there. Nice blink. Roshan dropping very low, they're still chasing the Tusk, nice snowball.
He's buying so much time. He's making so much space, and the Ice Bat is not even going to be on target now. Reality Rift is going to be a bit too late. Oh my god, the blink forward! He's going for it, but so is the Tiny. In the front line, Tiny might have overstepped his welcome. He does get melted by the Timber Chain and, of course, the CK. But no, the pipes are coming in, and he buys just a little bit more time. Now, 2-for-1 trade into the Aegis. They're trying to get on top of the Weaver. Nice Chaos Bolt connecting, and the Weaver is going to lose the Aegis. Timbersaw has to come in and help the CK, but now the buyback coming in from the Hoodwink. They need to help this Timbersaw, who's getting isolated between three heroes. Nice Timber Chain to the low ground. CK keeps getting chased by the Weaver. But the Hoodwink is here. They can get a couple of stuns onto either of these heroes. They do have the burst damage. They spot Mapu. Nice dust. Bushwhack connects. Sharpshooter. But where is the follow-up? There is an Orchid there, but the kisses are coming in, and you can kiss your life goodbye, says Aldana, as Ryu is the sole core standing. The Mars has respawned. It's trying to join up again with the team, with the arena. Fight continues. The skirmish is not over just yet.
Ryu going for the rune. Is that very wise? Okay, there's no punishment coming. Timber also would have died actually, but the full board just barely missed. Would have been a disaster for the Radiant again, but the way it went, it's probably... They definitely didn't win out on it, but it could have been much worse.
I think they won, right? You lost what? You did force a Hoodwink buyback, but you killed Weaver. They already lost the Aegis. You started after they already had the Aegis. I actually think that was a very good team fight for Costa Rica.
It was good, but ultimately the gold numbers don't lie, and they are even further behind now because of all the Roshan gold and objective gold. Can you do the Tormentor here? No, he's just kind of getting zapped. What is the Weaver doing?
In what sense?
He was standing next to the Tormentor for like 20 seconds.
Oh, he was waiting for a teammate.
Well, can't do it, says screw that. No, Panglas, no, don't screw that. Come here, we'll do it.
Yeah,
he might die. He might die.
No, they have Greaves, don't worry. He'll be fine. There we go, see. And now Aldana's gonna get the kiss on top of the cookie. But, you know, I'm looking at the network chart, and it's incredible that this Snapfire is about 1,000 net worth away from being second in net worth. And she doesn't even go for the greedy build. She went for the Greaves, and now Ags, not one of these funky, you know, Maelstrom position 4 snaps that sometimes we see, especially in my pubs when I play the Snapfire.
Well, they have their own merit, you know. They make the game a little bit more fun, and does makes it more relaxing to be in those kind of games, you know. There's not so much stress.
Even like skill build wise, Black, look, he went for the like classic build. The more often recently we've been seeing the 1-1-4. Right now, at this moment in time, has yet to max out Lil Shredder.
A pretty common support build though, right?
Yeah, I mean, it is classic, but I think like in the last month or so, we've seen people max Lil Shredders. That...
If they get the Snapfire.
He's dead.
1700 gold, Jesus Christ.
He had a 10 kill streak. That is incredible. She's the most kills on the map, 10 and 13 assists. Wow. So she was 0-1 and then went 10-1 before dying again.
Yeah, that was a huge kill. They're still smoking up, fighting without her even. She respawns in 20, so probably won't miss out the fight completely.
But the Pangolier is not here, Black. Okay, he's TPing at a tier 2. There's a lot of separation between the Costa Rican players. CK is running away, but what are Thorai and Shiri doing here? I don't think this is a good position. Look at Arbolito just jumping on top of them, catching to the arena. Is gonna stop, but Isus can just roll through it, and they're gonna set sights on both of the supports. The Jakiro died already, and it's gonna be Mapu getting the double kill as Shiri falls.
Luckily, he didn't lose any core, so that's good. But yeah, the gold lead is just widening and widening. Weaver, BKB already completed. And CK is also going for BKB, but that's the thing with CK. If you have to go for BKB, your illusions are always gonna die because there's too much spread damage. So yeah, if you're forced into BKB as a CK, I feel like it's always a very, very, very bad spot that you're in.
I think CK BKB is great, but maybe as a 4th item, not as a 2nd item.
I don't know, it just doesn't synergize with the hero. It's like PL getting BKB. You know, like you don't want to. Sometimes you have to. But if you have to, the game is probably not great for you.
Yeah, it's probably not going in your favor, of course.
Yeah, CK wants to just build stats if he can. Mobility.
Some strength more than the others, I guess.
Well, 16k lead now, and they're gearing towards the bottom.
What's the win rate probability looking like?
You asking Dota Plus? I don't know.
It's 74%.
Only. That's pretty generous.
Yeah. I actually think it's quite fair. I think Costa Rica still has a pretty good chance in this game. The fact that there is no Aegis for Colombia makes me actually more of a believer here as well. As we've seen them, if they can actually kite Colombia long enough and hit some of their spells together, Costa Rica can burst every single hero on the dire side. It's just, there's a lot of ifs, right? Like kiting the opponents and then chaining the spells and then cutting the losses and disengaging. That's you gotta accomplish all these tasks before you come on top of some of these engagements. But look at the mass TP stop. You want to get on top of someone, and I think the CK is the one they have sights on.
It's BKB though. If they don't stun him right away.
Glide near. No more TP out.
God.
He's not even gonna use the BKB. He's just dead.
Yeah, it's the worst case scenario. Already having used your TP, you can't even BKB TP out.
Well, I guess he didn't waste the BKB. That would have been slightly worse, right?
Yeah, but you know, if they went on him just a little bit earlier, he was just BKB TP'd, so the patience was really nice. And they see the Jakiro now as well. Here's a mech. Throw him in. That's far. Can you guess where he went? Can you guess where he went? Left or right? Left or right? Ankle
No,
broken?
it's too deep. It's too deep. Elsewhere on off-stream, United States have actually already defeated Venezuela 2-0, so we are now confirmed that the winner of this match on your screen will be facing USA for their second qualifying slot for World Esports Championships.
Mm-hmm.
The prophecy came through, True Black. Well done. Well done.
Yeah, well... No, it wasn't that surprising. Oh no, BKB is trying to take a lot of damage. Oh,
a lot of damage. The reality rift outside of Ice Path might not be ideal. Now they're trying to turn his sights onto Mapu. Has the BKB, gets out of the arena, but the arena is separating a lot of that team fight. Now the Rolling Thunder is very oppressive. Reality rift to pull him back in, but look at the chain stun coming in from the Bangalore, and the kisses are just burning to every single player. CK still tries to fight the Weaver, very low in HP, now has to try to go out of there, but no more BKB, no more HP, and now it's sole 2 supports of the Radiant trying to deal some damage, trying to punish some of the overstepping of Colombia. There is 5x available, but they're not going to use them now. Finally, CK gonna TP in, gonna get on top of the Pangolier. He's very beefy, does have a swashbuckle to get out of it in just a second. The Locust not gonna even be needed as the Cookie pushes him from the high ground to the low ground.
Yep, and rocking a casual 40 health region on the Pangolier. No problem. No problem whatsoever. That's ridiculous. And yeah, if you're wondering why is Pango still being picked so much, Perfect example right there. Again.
Yeah.
He has done it multiple times this game.
He's set up so nicely for the kisses of the Snapfire, and we kind of talked a bit about how difficult the attempt from Costa Rica to do something similar in game 1 was, rolling thunder for the Phoenix Supernova. Well, this time around, Iesf is just making a statement on this hero.
Definitely playing very well on it. Oh, Shiri. Rolling. Can you find him? Oh, he definitely saw that one.
Oh, the Blink Dagger. If it wasn't for the Blink... Oh, Shiri's still trying, but the Glide near, it doesn't matter how elusive you are. And now the Snowball on top of the Swarm with the Walrus punch out of the map. Luckily for Costa Rica, Shiri will respawn in time to potentially contest the next Roshan.
It's a very quick one, though. They better be ready as soon as possible, because otherwise Roshan's are going to die in seconds. Good news is that it will be on their side. Bad news is that Timbersaw might be in a little bit of trouble, but...
There's an Invis rune.
Yeah, he should be fine.
He also has 4.4k that he has yet to spend.
Why isn't he buying like a plate mail or something, at least? Instead of the Iron branch.
I think he's trying to get on our scoreboard at the end of the game, that the player with the most money in their inventory.
Or the ATM?
Yeah. Well, the piggy bank is here, and it's a walking, talking, damage-dealing piggy bank. It's Mapu, the top network hero on the map. Actually, not gonna get the kill there. He's gonna have to force his own BKB to get out of there safely, and that is a nice, small victory for the Radiant.
How many of those do they need, though? Like 100?
Well, at least 27 more.
Yeah, or 28.
26.
Yeah, that could work. No, but in all seriousness, I don't know how they can realistically really win, because it's gonna be a Roshan with banner. And once the banner is up, the glyph won't matter anymore.
I think the Daedalus on the Hoodwink will be the next big power spike.
That would be... Wait, he's actually going for it again. Oh my god, it's a different player, but he's doing the same thing.
Oh my god, look at that. That is a cool interaction. Tossed up in the air and then punched, sent to the gods in the sky. Shuri's progress towards the Daedalus will be slowed down even further as the second Roshan will fall, like you mentioned. Banner age is collected by Colombia, and they're gonna probably gonna try at least their hand at high ground.
Might also wait for the Daedalus and the Weaver. Pretty close to that. Any other power spikes coming up? Nope.
The Pango has a full axe.
Of course. 2.6k health, no problem. It's a pretty disgusting hero, what can I say?
I'm looking at
Wait, what is this talent, man? -4 lucky shot armor reduction? Seriously? -13 armor from this thing?
Yeah, you didn't know that? Come on, Black. People have been talking about how broken this is for like months now.
What is he doing? Like, why? -13 armor, why?
Hashtag broken, hashtag nerf him, hashtag remove Pango from my games. Hashtag.
It's more than 2 Desos.
Well, if you put it that way, that makes me hate it even more. They're pinging the Hoodwink.
Oh, wow, the Daedalus Hoodwink down there. Oh, wrong direction. Didn't get her.
Oh, there's a full amplified damage on Arbolito. Oh my goodness. Shiri will get out of there safely for now. He's actually getting closer and closer to a Crystallis, which will be a nice power spike in the damage from the Radiant. But what is a Crystallis to a Weaver Daedalus? That is the question.
Who's now whacking your tower? How are you gonna kill him? There's so much support behind him. Oh, the banner is here. Banner is here. Creeps are mortal. Dun, 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 dun.
Banner as in Bruce Banner, the Hulk.
Of Of course,
They're
yeah.
even using Fortify. They're using the Fortify to buy enough time to actually finish this first set of racks. Bottom, Arbolito even using his amplified punches without the tree grab to get the melee. And now they're rotating mid. CK and actually Timbersaw are pushing around the map quite nicely, trying to cut the waves and create more space, burning through more and more of this Aegis timing. But the creeps are invading the base for bottom and they're blinking forward. They want to get on top of these Mars. Is actually to get away, and now the Timbersaw going very aggressive. BKB out and Mars Arena, but there's nothing he catches as everybody is immune to his walls. And look at the damage. Mapu very low in HP, and he will fall in the first line. Has the Aegis. Mars with the buyback now. Ajira tries to get out of there, tries to dodge the kisses. BKB out from the Weaver, and somehow Costa Rica's managed to hold just barely with a couple buybacks. They really need to get a kill for the trouble. The Timber Chain does not connect, and neither does the Spear of Mars. And Arbolito, Avalanche toss onto 3, Walrus Punch, and the Cookie to chain stun every single one of them. The cores are just melting, and Colombia with one step closer to making it to Riyadh. I think it's nothing else that Ryu can do. He falls again. Jakiro, Hoodwink are just looking at 5 hungry Colombians coming for their base.
Not a whole team wipe yet. Now it is. And that is pretty much going to be the GG. Not called out yet. Maybe still digesting the loss, but this game is all but over. Congratulations to Colombia, who will be playing the United States. And Ecuador will be playing Venezuela.
Good luck next. Very nice fair play from Costa Rica, who put up a much better showing on stream today, especially in this game too. It was sadly not made yet to be for them and their country in this Dota 2 qualifier. But Colombia, what a statement, Black. They have shown up to play today, and that makes me very excited for their qualifying match later on in just a couple of hours versus the United States. I hope that they can keep a candle to the dominating force that the USA has been in this qualifier.
It's gonna be tough, but okay, we have to be realistic, right? So United States are probably not as good as Ecuador. I think Ecuador is a little bit better, potentially. We haven't seen that yet, so I'm gonna confirm that. But let's just assume they're the same. Yep. Ecuador made Colombia look quite bad, right? Yesterday, in 2 games, they made them, they made fools out of them, basically. So, if United States is just as good as them, it could potentially be a repeat, or Colombia actually really researched a lot after the loss against Colombia, kind of figured out what went wrong, and they can, really start enabling their players to the best of their ability, which would mean the game against the United States is probably going to be a lot closer.
Yes, but at the same time, the US we have seen every single day the last couple of days, Black, was the USA on a new patch, and they've also had 2 days to actually adjust even better to this new patch, which could be quite scary for Colombia.
Yeah, the United States just checked, won both the games in 26, 24 minutes respectively, so...
Wow.
Very dominating, again. I mean, it's pretty much safe to assume United States and Colombia, Ecuador are going to make it through.
Absolutely. Well, we see the highlights of some of the nice hold attempts that Costa Rica had here. I gotta say, I feel like the Mars was really underwhelming in this game. Maybe a different offlaner, something that, gets online a bit sooner, is not as much dependent on farm, because he fell very far behind, and by the time he got the Blink Dagger, he was about, 6-7k gold behind every other core, including the Snapfire of Colombia. The Mars didn't really impress me as much, sadly, for Thorai, which I think had an overall pretty solid tournament. But other than that, I really liked what we saw from Ryu on the Timbersaw and 433 on the CK, with Shiri and Dagira doing well. Anything you can do as a support versus such a strong opposition.
Yeah, they tried their best. Definitely won't have too many regrets because they got to play at their best against the team that just outclassed them. Can't really be too upset with that. Still made it 3rd place, so that's at least something. But yeah,
Bird
back
in the groups.
to the drawing game, back to the drawing board for them. maybe prepare for next year.
Are we gonna give the MVP to Aldana on the Snap Planner? Second most damage on the server, didn't even go for the damage build, had Greaves at like minute 14.
Yeah. It's gonna be pretty hard to find another MVP-worthy player in this game, I think. He played
Also,
an
most
amazing game of
kills, 15 eliminations, 12, 2, and 19 assists. I think he definitely deserves that there. Despite, Mapu had great... It's a Weaver, right? We don't like that hero. Asus, very impressive, but also a Pangolier. We don't like that hero. So I think it's fair to give it to the support, again, as, is a tradition with us, especially in these qualifiers. As Black, right now, I am getting very giddy for the final 2 matches that will let us know who will be representing the Americas. And who will be joining Argentina, of course, as a representative of the Americas at World Esports Championships. But that is going to mean the end of the road for 4 of the teams: Mexico, Guatemala, Panama, and Costa Rica. The dreams have finished, and there's only 4 remaining fighting for the final 2 slots. You mentioned United States versus Colombia, Ecuador versus Venezuela, and we have 2 heavy favorites and 2 underdogs wanting to make a name for the nation in this esport. This is kind of all we have for you right now. So I'm gonna go on a bit of a tangent before we send it for a break before the final series, Black, and ask you, looking at this Colombian roster, they played really well right now, not so well yesterday. How do you think they would match up versus Argentina from the Pool B, which already qualified?
I think they're probably about even, I'd say. Yeah, I think it would be a very even match.
So that might be a bit of a unfortunate luck of the draw, being in the pool with the considerable better teams of Ecuador and United States. That is, of course, if Colombia loses in their next match. But we will have to take an extended break, about half an hour or so, before we get to see in action United States versus Colombia fighting for a spot at the World Esports Championships. See you then. welcome to the Iesf Dota 2 America's Qualifiers. It's the grand finale. I am Waxen, joined by Black, presenting you the battle, the best of three between Ecuador and Venezuela to see who will qualify the World Esports Championships. Black, it's been a long week. Welcome to what is about to be an absolute bloodbath as these two American squads want to really fight for their final Riyadh slot.
Let's see if Venezuela can put up a fight against Ecuador, who we probably both think are the heavy favorites in this particular series. What sort of percentage would you put on it?
Have we seen Venezuela at all on the stream? That's my first question, because I feel like we haven't.
No, we have not.
Okay. So at the beginning of the tournament, I actually thought Venezuela might actually be a top 2 seed here, alongside Ecuador, which is great that we're going to get to see such a matchup. In the end, of course, they were no match for the United States. That I definitely, my apologies to Monkeys Forever, his squad, definitely undervalued and, I underappreciated the skills they had. So I still think Venezuela is arguably the third best team in this qualifier, which should make it interesting. The problem is Ecuador has been on an absolute tear, and that is the only question mark I have. So let's say 70%. I might be a bit too generous giving Venezuela 30% here, but I want it to be at least 70-30.
Okay, well, reality is often disappointing, as Thanos said.
Oh, wow.
I think it's closer to 80-20. Honestly, a lot of things have to go wrong and for Ecuador, and a lot of things have to go right for Venezuela at the same time for them to be able to beat them in 2 games. I think they can definitely take 1 if things go their way, but 2, that's going to be very tough. Because obviously, Ecuador, I mean, what they've shown so far, pure and utter dominance, just like the USA, of course. And if that's, again, if we compare them, we can't really compare them like 100% simply because they haven't played against each other, but I'm just gonna put them at least on an even skill level. Ecuador and the United States, and America completely destroyed Venezuela, and not even close. 23 minutes and I think 26 minutes, less than 1 hour for a BO3. That's, it's criminal.
Well, let's look at the lineup of this team that seems to be the favorite going into this qualifying match, and we're gonna have Dynamo, Reason, ZPP, Sebas, and Slade, 2 of the players that are still fighting for that, unofficial MVP of the qualifier title in the position 2 and 4 respectively for Ecuador. They are the 5 Ecuadorians that want to represent their home nation in Riyadh and make their entire region proud and put Ecuador on the map as their opponents, Venezuela, making their debut on stream after a long week of Dota 2. They will be represented by Arakiz, Rioma, Van Croft, Rakill, and Arcana.
Yep, Rakill is the guy that I told you about that I personally know. Not sure how active he has been, how much he has done, whether he has been on a coaching position or actually played himself. All that I'm very unclear about.
Yeah.
But he should be the standout player in the team, and they're probably going to be playing around him.
What position does he play?
He switched a lot of positions. I think the last position that he played was actually support. Before that, he was a mid main. So he went from mid to support, kind of like what Fata did. And Fata was actually, during his short stint as a support, I'm still very disappointed that he actually left the scene after that. Esports 5 transition was absolutely amazing.
It's flawless.
Yeah, they won so much. His support gameplay was incredibly good, and yeah, he kind of reminds me of Fata a little bit. Rakill does. Of course, Fata is a world-class player. He's been in super many top teams. Rakill never really quite got there, but yeah, he's a really good player in his own right.
Mm-hmm. Well, I hope from the bottom of my heart that he can actually show up today, because this might be the most important match, if not in his career, definitely in his young teammates' career, right? So helping them put their name on the map and qualifying the World Esports Championships would be such a big step up for a nation such as Venezuela.
Yeah, it would be amazing for them. It truly would be. Maybe it would even, make esports a little bit, or like Dota 2 at least, a bit bigger in Venezuela itself. In fact, one of my better friends, he moved to Europe, but he lived in Venezuela for a very long time. We played together for many years. It was very popular back then in Venezuela. I think nowadays not as much anymore. Maybe that would help to reignite it a little bit. But again, keep your expectations low, because Ecuador is also here to slay.
Now, this is a bit of a different format to the one we had in Europe. The teams made it out of the group stage, but they have a single chance. In Europe, it was the luxury of the lower bracket black. This is not the case here, as if Ecuador or United States, respectively, in the game that's taking place off stream are gonna lose, they will be eliminated after a single loss in the tournament. That's highly unlikely, of course, for either of these two teams because it's a best of 3, but also a very unforgiving format, I would say.
It is unforgiving format, but I don't mind it necessarily. Not as an observer, anyway. As a player, you always want to have as many chances as possible, but when you're a commentator or an analyst, you're like, yeah, let there be blood. Let tournament of power commence. I don't need those extra lives. You might. I don't.
I like the mentality, Black. I love your confidence, of course, as always. But I hope Venezuela is confident, because this is going to be their first show just on stream, and of course facing a team from Group A. Arguably, looking at the teams, which group do you think was slightly stronger?
Radiant team ban.
The third most competitive team I've seen other than America and Ecuador was probably Colombia. But then again, we don't know about Venezuela. Maybe if Venezuela played Colombia, they would be very evenly matched. So probably on paper the groups are pretty evenly balanced, right? Like you have one super strong team, 2 decent teams, and 1 team that didn't really have a chance. Yeah, I think it's pretty well balanced, and the draft is also super fast. Phoenix,
wow,
first pick, interesting.
We had this a fair bit actually the last couple of days, and various degrees of success, but like you've mentioned, sometimes that's not really reflective of how good the hero actually is. The problem with Phoenix first pick is there are so many options of countering him, such as the Marcy. Yes, you banned the Snap and the Jakiro yourself, allowed the opponents to pick the Phoenix, but you were like, you forgot about the big one, and when this hero unleashes, the Supernova just gets turned into scrambled eggs.
Unless you pick a hero like Beastmaster, that just roars that hero, which I really hope they ban right now. Because Ecuador, well, they haven't played it. Well, I'm sure they have it in their repertoire, in their back pocket whenever necessary. I'm very interested in the reasoning why teams prioritize Phoenix so much. Because there are a lot of counters still in the pool.
10 seconds remaining.
I think the innate ability, the Dying Light, despite receiving a couple of nerfs just now, I think it's such a strong innate. It's overtime damage that you can't really unjustify, and I think prioritizing it is the way to go, honestly.
Really? Even though there's so many counters? So you think that outside of the Supernova, he still has a lot of strength?
Yeah, I think Phoenix is not a one and done hero. I believe the Fire Spirits are very frustrating to play against, especially in the early mid game. And the Sunray, although we see him have less impact than previously, the percentage-based damage plus heal at the same time is still a very much reliable source of income, and the damage a reliable source of damage, and that damage is pure in itself, not magical. So pure damage, percentage-based, something that you cannot ever easily overlook.
Which ability? You mean Sunray?
Yeah.
Didn't they change it to magical? Or was it magical and then change it to pure?
Well, then if they changed it to magical, you can ignore everything I just said and still think it's good because it gives you heal.
I mean, it is still amazingly good because when it was pure, I think it dealt way less damage, like 3.5% or so. Now it deals 6.25% of
Oh, wow.
the max HP per second, which is, as you said,
A lot.
ridiculous. It's ridiculous. My Shiva's on the hero even stronger, which is an item that the hero builds anyway. And especially together with that shard that lets you cast Sunray doing egg. Yeah, the hero is always really strong. And what I like about it is that it makes heroes like Marcy, they really want to kill that egg every time they see it. And you can kind of use that to your advantage, Kind of like... What's like a good analogy here? Like a fish, I guess, and a hook, with a bait.
It's a bait. Yeah.
I'm a support Phoenix. Oh, I misclicked my egg. Don't come and kill it.
5 seconds.
Of course. And now the Rubik is a great hero versus the Phoenix. A telekinesis for the Icarus dive cancel and stealing all the Phoenix spares is great. But Earth Spirit is a hero that I've seen a lot of professional players actually theory craft that could be the S tier position 4 of the patch. Is so good that he can even be played as a mid yet again. And again, I have yet to see it be as successful, but the theories are there, and if Ecuador has a player that wants to use this to perfection, it could be Slade. We've seen him on the hero yesterday. Wasn't quite a memorable performance as much as some of his other heroes, but maybe he's practiced it a bit more and realized that this is the way to go.
Yeah. Well, you're having very high standards, because I think yesterday I actually went 10-0 on that hero.
Radiant team picked.
Like, he literally didn't die a single time. The guy went crazy on the hero. But I know, you said you're a harsh teacher. You gave me a 3 when you said other people will give me a 9.
3.5.
3.5, sorry, yes. Can't forget the 3.5. No, but again, that was against a team
10 seconds remaining.
where they're, the obvious favorites. So, against a team like Venezuela, it's gonna be a little bit different. Earth Spirit, as you well know, I'm sure you... Have you played the hero a lot?
Earth Spirit? Not a lot, but I've played a fair bit of Earth Spirit. Yeah,
I mean, me too. Like, I'm not an expert. I'm not like a spammer, but I played it quite a bit. The hero is so snowball reliant. Like, if you have a good game, you just completely dominate the game. Like, I want to see Sladden. What do you do if you have a bad early game? Because that's literally that hero. If you have a bad early game, what do you do? How do you recover from that bad early game? Because oftentimes you can't. You don't have the greatest way to catch up and farm. Rotations only work if you have a decent high level. And I quite like the Venezuela draft so far. Strong lanes means Earth Spirit, in theory, should struggle a lot more with the rotations.
Indeed. Yes, indeed. And now the troll for Venezuela is this another way of dealing with a supernova, right, Black? The problem I have with this, I feel like troll has been one of these heroes played when the Weaver was played as a carry.
Oof.
And you get the troll, and now the troll for me it just doesn't seem to be as good as people like. They put too much faith in the troll, and I think the hero is actually way weaker than people are theorizing. And the Visage, that's a very new approach to this gameplay, and there's been a lot of Visage changes just as recent as yesterday with a patch, so I don't really know how the interaction.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure either how strong Visage is. I haven't seen a lot of him played in pub games.
Radiant team back.
In 736, I did see Sammy Boy, I believe, in his team. I was covering one of their NA games. He played it as a position 1, and as you guessed it wasn't great. It just wasn't good. The hero was it was kind of a throw, I'll be honest. So here, I think this is lining up to be a core, but potential offlane Visage. And I think we're looking at a 5 Phoenix, 4 Earth Spirit? Or actually, no.
Looks likely.
5 Phoenix, Earth Spirit, mid Visage offlane with Sven 4. Actually, that's kind of what I think. And I think we still need a position 1 for Ecuador.
That could work too if Sebas wants to show us yet another hero he wants to go 15-0 on.
He's been very versatile this tournament.
Yeah. And has an insane KDA. Literally never died more than once in any of his games. Yeah, but as you said, Visage is let me see. And they didn't change super much about him, did they? So they gave him a new init ability, Lurker, which now kind of makes him want to play backline as much as possible, which is weird because his passive makes him want to play the frontline as much as possible.
I think the way Visage feels to me nowadays is the hero that needs to be behind and play it a little bit like a... How does it? A bit as a sniper, because he used to be very tanky, but it's not as tanky as in the past years, Black. But that's why I'm theory crafting a Visage offlane with a Sven support, with the Warcry armor on top of Visage, would actually give him that extra boost of armor that I feel like he's been lately lacking.
It's definitely a lane that could work out. But yeah, I just feel like the...
Oh wow, how's Ember not banned?
Embers. Okay.
How is Ember not banned? Stop!
Yep.
And Beastmaster went uncontested, by the way. It's the third time this week when we get someone picking an Underlord when Beast is available.
5 seconds.
Now let's see what they got against the Ember. You got a bit of time to think about it.
Puck?
But yeah, something in the realm of Visage went very wrong with that new init. It's just
what do you think of the Puck? Puck here?
Puck can, it can work, but Airspeed is quite strong against Puck. Silence, the instant silence is very scary. The lane against Ember is quite rough, but it is a very good mid-game counter to Ember.
I think Dragon Knight would have been great, but sadly Ecuador was aware of that, with the possibility of countering their lineup, so they banned it early on in the draft. What about something strange like a Slardar? To just pick up the pace and the tempo, amplify the physical damage of the troll.
We all know they're just gonna pick some super cookie cutter mid hero.
With 5 seconds.
Some Storm Spirit or something. Alchemist. And
so
Troll.
I think this kind of works in a similar way with the Slardar. It's not as big of a tempo runner as I wanted from the Slardar, but the armor reduction from the acid spray is good, and now you have a bit of extra scaling, plus a lot more presence in the mid game where the Slardar could kind of fall off because he can't keep up in the farm aspect. I don't hate this Alchemist, actually.
I mean, it's decent against Ember Spirit in lane for sure. I just, you know me, I don't like Alchemist into Sven that much. It kind of feels like you're already countering yourself. Phoenix is super good against Alchemist because of the max HP damage, of course. I'm not sure how much I like it. It's a very passive lineup. Underlord, Troll, Alchemist. They do nothing. Who's gonna rotate? No, like their draft can work, but they need time. And
yeah, it's a lot of greed.
Yeah, I just feel like in general, passive lineups in this patch don't really seem to work much because we just get choked out of the map, and there's too many objectives on the map. And we'll see, maybe they make it work somehow, but it's not gonna be easy.
It's very greedy, as you also run a Marcy Rubik support duo, and I'm realizing this is, both want to get space, XP, and of course some gold to get online. Marcy, not so much gold needed, but she definitely needs to hit her level 6 before she picks up the big tempo. As I'm looking at her facet, she went for the sidekick, not for the alternative, which is the one that Valve has been trying to push a lot, the bodyguard, which I actually think is quite a fun one, but it's not going to be the case for this game number 1. As ladies and gentlemen, we are jumping in on the server. It's gonna be Venezuela. See if they can take down game 1 from Ecuador.
The undefeated Ecuador. Can they make them at least sweat, if not even take a game? Gonna be a tough task. And we have not yet seen them on stream. So let's see what they got to offer. Ward. Okay, yep. He knows they have a ward now. But where? It's not there. No, Sebas is not there.
Interesting ping.
Yeah, I hate it when core players try to act like they know the ward spots, you know. Like I never tried to do that in all my teams. I was like, you guys know better than me. I just give you the information, you know.
This is the biggest mistake Sebas made all tournament long.
Yeah, terrible.
I don't know if you saw Tackle-Zor's record on the Alchemist, 16-4 in the last 20 games. That's quite a good sign for him, as he would obviously need to pull his weight and play it in all cylinders, especially versus Sebas.
The lane is pretty favorable for Alchemist, though. Been traditionally a very strong hero against the Ember Spirit, so we'll see. I'm not expecting any kills either way, just cause mid lane is mid lane. But maybe with some Earth Spirit rotation we could see something.
I think Rakiel actually is going to have a pretty good time versus the Phoenix. I know in theory Phoenix has quite good harassment, but his armor is not great. Base damage is also not amazing versus the Rubik, who will use the Fade Bolt to reduce it even further. And I think that's going to be a great start for Rakiel, unless, you know, there's like a random Stormhammer hitting him and then he just dies, because that's how supports work.
Don't act like supports are weak.
Supports are weak, Black.
You're way too OP this patch.
Well, the patch has been here for 2 days. Oh my god, he almost kicked him onto the cliff. Slade going for some funky plays right now. But Arcana is going to be fine. That would have been hilarious.
Now Visage is doing quite well. You know, also took the new facet that was added yesterday. Death Toll.
Is that the gold one?
Kill. Yeah, the Soul Assumption kill gold one. I mean, in theory, it's quite a lot of gold, right? Like
I think it's a lot of gold.
Like 210 extra on top of the kill gold. It's basically a second kill. And now Visage actually has a reason to steal kills.
I mean, I did predict. This is very similar to what I called from the Ecuadorian draft. The only change up is, of course, the Sven Earth Spirit change up. Right, I predicted Sven might be support in Earth Spirit core, but if Visage is still offlaner, so he should probably have plenty of impact here. As his top lane, I think Araki's should be slightly more aggressive and try to help Rakiel setting up for this kill.
It's very tough though as an underlord. They just don't do anything. That's why I don't like this hero. In the offlane at least. I feel like underlord is more of a mid laner nowadays, if you want to play him. I don't like passive offlaners. But as I told you before, you're supposed to really pressure the carry. If you can't do that,
yeah.
And then what are you doing? You
know? Well, there are some games where you get a lot of like Fiora stacks and you just right-click the melee opponent, and this is what we're seeing right now. Sadly, Rakiel will be on the receiving end of the blunt damage from Dynamo and Region, so the turnaround point is not quite there yet, as Ecuador will be more than happy to get a first blood, especially for Dynamo's Sven.
Great start for the Sven again. Horde is almost completed. They're both very low now in the top lane though, so they'll have to figure out a way to get back to full health.
Oh, look at the pressure in mid. Sebas though has the full creep wave actually last onto Azor to scare him a little bit.
Be careful, one more concoction could potentially kill him. I think there's a lot of damage.
Yeah, Sebas is also quite low in mana. Sebas,
I think he is. If his stun connects. Oh.
No TPs to help him. One more right click will get the job done. He's running. He's very speedy.
Oh, he's gonna get the kill on Takazor now instead.
He's turning around. He's got a bottle. This is a disaster. Nice juking with the Observer. Takazor tries to TP out, but the ceiling change will be there. And now, not only he dies, he will also not have a TP to come back to lane. And as the story goes, the boss comes on top of the mid lane yet again.
And surprise, the British lane is losing.
Up, Reason and Rachel are trading blows, but with the help of Dynamo, the Rubik will be sent to join Alchemist in the fountain. Oh,
Also uses healing self, so feels double bad. But this is what I mean with the Earth Spirit. Like if you don't have a good early game, you know, maybe you have to start focusing on the Alchemist now instead. It's very hard to pressure troll with an Earth Spirit. Nice TP bottom, Rubik gives up on top lane, Visage dead again, probably.
oh, that's a nice dispose. Ryoma is actually very confident there. I believe with another turnaround, the Soul Assumption could have probably traded the kill onto the roll, but they do get out safely, so fine. Tri-lane bottom now, essentially. Telekinesis available. Oh, Raykill didn't get in range in time to pick up Slade in the air.
Yeah, they're turning on the heat. They're actually coming out on top a little bit in this early game now. Of course, they have an Alchemist, so the gold values are a little bit skewed. They're doing very well for themselves. Who's gonna get the rune? Ah, double damage. Amplify damage. So sorry. Oh. Amplify damage. Ember Spirit is coming to the party. You might want to evacuate.
But so is the Alchemist. It might be too late. Sebas still going. He wants to get a kill. Has the Fire Remnant, and he goes for the supports in the front line. But now the mana's quite low. The right clicks. Are they gonna do the job? Sebas falls to the concoction. It's a double kill for ZPP, but one for Tackle and we know who is favored by that exchange, and it's definitely the greedy Alchemist.
Wow. It's the first time I've seen Sebas make a mistake like that. Like he literally just walked in. He is mortal after all.
Well, wow.
Is under attack.
Let's wait and see. That's what I have to say about that. Let's wait and see. You know, Sebas has died once every couple of games. Maybe he's gonna make a statement this time around and show us that I can go down 0-1 and then take over the game. But he almost died twice. Well, Tackles are almost soloed him, right? The water and timing was impeccable there to help him. But so far, Black, look at Venezuela. They're holding their own very nicely versus Ecuador. Now the Fiend's Gate bottom is going to be a great setup kill for ZPP, allowing him to allowing Ryoma to get the kill. And now Araki's going back up top for the same Fiend's Gate. Slade and Sebas are preparing to get a kill onto Arcano. He does need some help. Marcy needs someone to just rebound off of, and it's going to be Raykill, allowing the Marcy to get out there safely. By the way, Raykill is playing support this game.
Yeah, yep. And he's doing a damn fine job. Sure, the top lane didn't go too well, but his rotations have been spot on.
We'll take that.
So the mid Alchemist is still going for Radiance anyway. Okay. Very greedy.
I think yes, but you also have an Underlord, which Underlord, you know, is not like one of these offlaner that needs to continuously hit creeps. If he had his first 60-80 last hits, which again he's already 53, and afterwards he can be the one to set up for the plays around the map, allowing the Alchemist and Troll to farm. And in an ultra late game scenario, you need all of the items you can get versus a Sven Ember lineup.
Yeah, he seems to be getting away with it as well. Not really under any sort of pressure. Oh, it always digs up a water rune when used in a river.
Yeah. That is a great trusty shovel. The first 12 minutes are actually... Sorry, the first 12 minutes after minute 7, so minute 7 to 19, this is what I meant to say, before you drop probably all the other tier 2 items are great for a mid laner to have a trusty shovel.
Yeah, it also gives extra health. It might be the new go-to item for mid laners.
Most certainly, especially the ones that are dependent on bottles, right? Of course, this time it's not the case for the likes of the Alchemist, but sometimes Alchemists themselves go mid and buy bottles, so, you know. Oh, he does have a bottle, never mind.
Yeah,
I thought Taco skipped it. I thought he skipped it.
And his acid spray spam is so painful to deal with.
Your green dudes, something
Yeah, no, the more I think about the Alchemist, the more I like it. You know, I was talking about the Slaughter, but now this AoE armor reduction is going to be very good, even in team fights with Dynamo that has 2 points in Warcry. Marcy, Arcana, they're turning around, Concoction and Rebound. Now the Fiend's coming in, but Sebas does have teammates by his side. He's going to go down south, has a Remnant on his high ground, and Slade is going to be caught as this Alchemist is hasted and he's running very fast. No, he's not diving there.
This is kind of what I said. So 4 Earth Spirit, 0-3. Because his lane didn't go so well. Earth Spirit has always been like this. It's a good hero, yes. But if you don't get a good early game, you can really become just dead weight. At least Sven is still farming nicely.
And he had a few beefy stacks, I believe, in the triangle. That's why we can see his last hits skyrocketing. He was just a little ahead of the Underlord, and now plus 50 last hits is pretty big.
Look at that experience. Troll is level 7, Sven is almost level 12.
Wow.
He's actually so high level on Sven.
We have been highlighting Sebas and Slade so much. The last couple of days, the Dynamo is angry, really wants to get some praise himself, and he's putting a team on his back right now. But still, 2,000 gold behind. Araki's nice sidestep of Slade is going way too deep. You're only level 4, and the Unleash of the Marcy will melt you down. And that's what's happening, Black. Yes, the Troll has considerably less level than the Sven, but because you've given Sven so much space, your Earth Spirit is so under level.
Everyone. Yeah, like, even the Phoenix. I mean, he's level 6, but I don't know. You gotta give the Earth Spirit some sort of space. He's level 6.
Some love.
Just a non-factor right now. Look at his net worth.
They're going deep. They want to find this Troll. Yeah, his net worth is, well, this is arguably the worst game we've seen Slade play this tournament. But again, it's still early stages. And Earth Spirit is a hero that's not as dependent on his level 6. It feels like his ultimate sometimes gets it's a bit redundant. You're rolling Boulder and well, the Silence. But Geomagnetic Grip, that's the one, are way more valuable. This Phoenix, Icarus dive away, Gates gets cast in, and Reason, nice Supernova on top of the egg, but on the high ground, but it's gonna be a wasted ultimate in the end.
I'm sure what he thought there, but that just gives us some time to farm level 6. And Ecuador is actually not in a good spot at all this game.
Someone go to Arcana so he can come down from the cliff. Okay, thank you. Well done. That would have been quite tragic. And look at the Observer word placed very aggressive in the Mighty Mines up top. And that's why Rakiel is actually coming in for Slade to bully him away from the creep wave. So keeps him even further from getting level 5 or 6. The problem is that Sebas is on the prowl, and so is ZPP. The Rubik needs to get out of there very quickly, and he doesn't even care. He actually shows stealing some neutral creeps with a Fade Bolt. This Rubik is fearless, Black.
Yeah, and he's pretty much by himself too. He's acting like his whole team is behind him. Ultimate finishes Radiance already.
3 minutes 14, that's very good. But despite that, despite how farmed he is and what a good start Tacklesaur's had, still behind that pesky Sven of Dynamo.
I didn't expect Ecuador to be in trouble, but they're actually in trouble.
Well, the fact that they finally have an opponent that's evenly matched up to them doesn't mean they're in trouble yet.
Well, the game state, though, suggests otherwise.
Yeah, I mean, the flow of the game feels like it's going in favor of Venezuela, and so does Dota Plus, by the way, giving them 74% right now. As The boss has really struggled to find any kills this game. A very good constant disengagements from the Radiant squad.
Well, depending on how this game goes, we really have to reevaluate. Because, yeah, as we said, America really crushed them. You're gonna be careful still.
Rolling in. Boulder Smash is available. Rubik does reposition himself very nicely, and now Mars is just going for this. Visage has no chance to survive as the Alchemist shows up as well. It's a support for offlane kill. The Supernova gets used by reason. Fortify as well, but Akelzor and the rest of the squad still want to fight. Even Troy is here, and Sebas has to get out of there with a Remnant.
Yeah, but you're playing against an Alchemist, so the gold lead is gonna be continually growing.
I love the fact that we get to see Black. You know, I might not be invited for the biggest events in the world, and people might be like, oh, this guy's not a color, he's not a play-by-play, but I told you at the beginning of the tournament, Ecuador, Venezuela, and the US are the 3 teams to keep an eye out for. Yes, I underestimated USA, but look, Venezuela really is playing up to par with Ecuador. I know my stuff, man. I know my stuff.
Should do. But I don't, because the United States has crushed Venezuela. And I thought they evenly matched with Ecuador. Well, America, that is. But maybe it just means America is actually the real powerhouse here.
Which is great. I mean, we mentioned how questionable their last international season was, and now with this new squad led by Monkeys Forever, we know how desperate NA is, well, especially USA, in need of a resurgence in the Dota 2 scene. So hopefully now with this national qualifier they could inspire some of the new players for the future, as it's been a long time since NA had, well, any successful full stack rosters on the international stage, as another great usage of the Fiend's Gate. And no matter how much we doubted this Underlord instead of the Beastmaster, you gotta be honest, Black, Arakis has put in the work this game.
Yeah, he's been playing the hero very well. Great usage of his ultimate. Just overall, great gameplay. And 5k gold lead now. And it looks like it's going the other way. You know, Ecuador is tasting their own medicine. Goodbye, Sladden.
And now the Phoenix stops the Icarus dive. He's alone. I don't know what you're doing there, my friend. You're not gonna have to use the Supernova. Even if you are, it's gonna die in a matter of seconds with or without Fire Spirits. And now Sebas is alone in a 1 versus 3, trying to keep on fighting, but there's no follow-up. There's no items. Rare chain feeds from Ecuador coming in right there, Black.
Look how rich the Rubik is, because he's gotten so many kills with the Soul Assumption. Who obviously also steals he also steals the facet, of course. Oh, that's so funny. Because that nuke on Rubik is ridiculously strong.
Yeah, increased by the Arcane Supremacy, that's, you know.
Ember strength, now rekindled.
Yeah. Well,
Dire's bottom tower
big
is under attack.
trouble brewing. Or it's what they need, both support, caught.
Marcy is getting silenced, so there is no way for her to rebound out, and Raykill will be the second one to die, and that is the strength of Dynamo. Yes, he's right now getting outfarmed by the Alchemist. Finally, Takozor has started to pick up the pace with the Radiance, but we haven't seen Dynamo join up with the rest of Ecuador at all this game. Up until now, I guess.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Are you looking for Roche? Oh,
They can get it.
Roche, okay.
Yeah, its Visage is very annoying, but especially when you have Warcry after Sven, it will fall not enough potential of contesting this. Although, they do have a Fiend's Gate, and previously this off-lane hero of Venezuela was called Pit Lord, and that's why the Fiend's Gate get used instantly, and they're coming through it. Although Abyssal Horde is there, bit of Malice for separation. Where is the rest of the team, though, guys? Guys? BKB consumed already by Dynamo. They're trying to get on top of the Phoenix, and finally the Sven BKB has been completely expended, but Alchemist is below half HP, and the God Strength still available as the Alchemist falls, and now you need to cut their losses. You need to run out of there. Can you get back to safety? I think
Oh, that's
Troll
such a
will
rough
be
spot, man.
It's the Sven, bro. It's a minute 19, level 17 Sven.
Green dude's top thing.
There's the Roshan too, and the game is completely back to even. Why did we even doubt Ecuador?
Well, we doubted them because their star players were actually way more quiet than they have been, but we forgot they also have a very reliable carry. Dynamo wasn't that needed over the last few days because the rest of his squad was always taking over the game. But they didn't get Roshan. They didn't finish it.
I think they don't think they have enough time without God's strength. Because it's gonna go over to Radiant soon. Alchemist is actually not going for the BKB, Matt is still first. That's actually why he died there. If he had a BKB there, the fight might go a little bit differently, but now they're setting up for Roshan again. Are they? Sven is not there. They have a 3 God strength too.
He's right now taking the lead in network again, but there's a smoke from Venezuela. Waiting for the troll. BKB completed on the Warlord, not the Alchemist, but the troll has his, so we might be able to get in, throw some nets on top of the opponents and get some kills.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see. They might just go to Roshan themselves, actually. That new BKB picked up. He's incredibly strong now. Yo, careful.
Tower is under attack. Why is this so bloody difficult?
Gonna be the next team fight is gonna be potentially game deciding. Because whoever wins that is gonna get the Roshan as well.
The team is running towards Dynamo. They're like, please, come with the smoke, please. We need to go fight, please, let's go. And they are smoked up now. The observer word of the Dire has not been deworded, and they see the Alchemist in lane. Oh my god, this is not a good look. Starting with the silence, maybe that's a bit of a misstep, and now we have Sebas coming in the front line. There is nobody jumping on top of him either. Both teams are actually very cautious. The initiation for this upcoming skirmish could be the most important jump of each other players' lives.
Potentially, who knows what this career can lead to? Or this game can lead to in their careers. Yes, your typical, usual tense moment just before Roshan, around Roshan.
Sending a familiar in for vision. Getting whacked by the Roche, Wisdom Rune collected by Sebas, and you have the luxury of both Ember and Underlord to send them around the map, because they can both TP Remnant respectively back into fight. But Venezuela is actually disengaging. They're abandoning the pit completely. They say, you know what, we don't want to take any part in that. Let's go farm for our next items, and Ecuador is not gonna let them go. They're not going in the pit either. They're like, oh, you want us to take Roshan? We gotta do otherwise. We're gonna smoke and try to catch one of you off guard first.
Like the Rubik potentially, but I think they see their chance to go for Roche. And we'll just do so. Here we go.
It's only first Roshan. You know what? I don't think I hate this from Venezuela. It's probably the correct assessment, as the Alchemist has no BKB, and they do have the higher farming potential with Troll, Battle Fury, and Alchemist with Radiance. Yes, Dynamo is an absolute beast, but this Ember has Mage Slayer, not a Maelstrom yet. It's farming way slower, and it's better to just give them Aegis and continue abusing the map dominance that you have as the Radiant for now, instead of risking to lose another 4 heroes.
Yeah, definitely. I know they have no god strength, so they might want to look for a fight themselves. Although the Halberd is going to be a very good pickup for the Sven, of course. Not really what you want to build, but it's an amazing item against the Troll.
Yeah.
But I still feel like you should be the one building it, because Sven is slot staffed as is, and he's basically on a full inventory already.
Can he disassemble the Halberd later?
And to what though? Question, because he wants a Daedalus. Or Bloodthorn, or MKB. Well, he could
I mean,
get an MKB.
There's clearly not enough farm on the rest of the heroes to actually build a halberd. The Visage will have Crimson Guard now, so he has the full aura set up. Of course, with the exception of the pipe, which is not built by anybody on the Dire side yet. But speaking of auras, And halberds. There's good halberd on the pipeline for this Underlord.
Yeah, it's one of the best Underlord items in the game, especially against the Sven. It makes a lot of sense. These fights are gonna be really positioning dependent. Like whoever can initiate first is gonna have a huge advantage there. Tried to find the Underlord, couldn't quite get on top of him. And how much is this Aegis really gonna do? Because to begin with, Sven is not the best Aegis carrier anyway.
And he's also not the best tower hitter either, right? He uses God Strength for 1, potentially 2 towers, but then is he really gonna break your high ground? And of course, you don't necessarily want to go high ground with first Aegis, but they're pinging the troll, by the way. I think he's under vision, and that's why we have TPs from Slade trying to find him. He's running away, rolling in. Troll in the river will not get caught by the Spirit Brothers.
It's very important. Every misstep now can decide the game in an instant, pretty much. What is Alchemist going towards? If he finishes BKB, actually, that's a big pickup. Okay, losing the support, not that important.
Yeah, least farmed hero on the map.
Yeah.
But they're pinging bottom, and Dynamo doesn't want to go. I think Sebas wants to set up for a couple of kills bottom, but Dynamo was hitting away at this tower. Now the Phoenix is coming, the TPs, mass TPs, BKB out from Rioma. There's nothing that can cancel it, although Sebas is trying. That means the rest of the TPs will also get cancelled. And look at the Alchemist, he's trying to engage, but he might actually be way too deep into this Ven. Fiends get coming in the backline, but this is not the correct way to go unless you want to go to the Afterlife. Alchemist jumping in the front line, but Sebas coming in, cleaning Arthur. He is in. Nice tools from the Rubik. Troll Warlord manning up. You can't fight into God Strength Sven. Also, what's the Alchemist still doing? Is he killing anybody? The Phoenix is running. The BKB is running low. The Manta doesn't achieve anything. And now your Alchemist just gets picked off by the 5 Dire Heroes.
And this is just the experience, I guess, coming through of the Ecuador squad. The way they fight is way better, obviously. They've crushed last team fight out Troll. He has no BKB either. Oh, nice disengage though. And they have no clue where he went.
We were questioning what are they going to achieve with this Aegis, and we thought maybe not much. Well, we shouldn't have achieved much, but if you give them easy fights like those, I don't know what to say.
Was no Halberd up yet either. Once the Halberd is up, it's really good against the Sven. Yeah, game now completely back to even, and we might actually have our most even game of the tournament.
Yeah, by far. Definitely on stream, at least.
Yeah, like literally 95% of games on stream were just pretty one-sided. Distant Rune in 20. We're looking to snag that one. And for the first time in the game, well, not anymore. And for the second time in the game, they have a gold lead. Also trying to build Radiance on the Ember Spirits, more evasions, some more mischance. Fiend's Gate bottom.
But no Maelstrom for him. That's why his farm is actually kind of lackluster.
It's going for the Radiance to, I guess, make up for that.
Yeah, but it's not gonna be the fastest Radiance, obviously. He has Mage Slayer BKB first, it's already minute 30. But Double Wisdom, stolen by Ecuador. That's gonna actually kind of upset the Marcy. Marcy, one of these heroes that would love now to, you know, accelerate towards her level 15 for the extra movement speed damage, but, you know, movement speed, sorry, not damage. Only level 13 now, farming these creeps in mid, will get her BKB, hopefully before the next team fight. Looking at the Dota Plus graph, it's only 53% favoring Ecuador, just as we called. Oh, Slade gets called by a Ray Kill Stormhammer, but the Yule Scepter and rolling out is going to be enough. And now they're turning onto the Ember. Sebas has the BKB and amplified damage, and Dynamo is here. He's gonna use the God Strength, not gonna kill the troll who gets out of there safely. Rubik TP out, and that is a great play from Venezuela. Forcing a rotate and the God Strength to be used there. Not bad at all.
However, the long BKB timings are really getting whittled down by that. You have to be careful. You really want to fight with those if you can. Not use them for TP outs. Okay, now what's gonna happen here? Sladen, you're gonna be careful.
Guys, you need to defend here. Yo, good guys, middle tower got owned. What you gonna do? Get mad or get even?
I don't know what's gonna be up next, because the Roshan still has a little over a minute until it could be spawning, and that would be a very early spawn. Be another 4 minutes, and again, I feel like the more time passes, Venezuela looks better. Oh my god! Not if our lovely troll gets caught here. He has no BKB for 28 seconds, and everybody's coming towards him. But the Fiend Gate opens to actually potentially allow him to come. Okay, even the Sven's coming with the TP. There's no way out as Dynamo's taking a normal TP. He's still trying to run around. Has the battle trance if he wants to use it, and he will. Buying even more time, but Fuel Scepter hiding is there, and there's nothing he can do.
And it's a very big pickoff. Actually, trying to build an Aghanim Scepter. Why is that?
For who?
Troll.
What's Dispel?
Yeah, but against what?
You're the carry, bro. Don't ask me.
Yeah,
I
that's
just
what I'm
know
saying.
that this,
I wouldn't build it.
this is the default I see on every troll building it, actually. I think it's just like the go-to for everybody. Oh, that's gonna be another kill. Find Ray kill. Or like Ray killed. Oh, they're gonna get something in exchange at least. It's a pretty good one. Unleash used from Arcana. Slade out of the map for 47. Gem as well for the Marcy on top of the BKB. She's gonna start to hit harder and harder because this is a universal hero, of course.
Yeah, every level up gives her over 4 damage. And it's one of those supports that definitely scale really hard with items. Got BKB already, as you said. Going for Heaven's Helpert next. I want to get as many helpers as possible against this Sven. Kiting is the name of the game.
No objectives after getting that massive troll kill.
Well, Roshan is up. I don't know
Okay, he's changing mind, by the way. Troll swapped, he's going for Basher now.
Yeah, it's way better.
And this one might actually be quite a rough one if they lose. Arrakis, he's not even taking the Watcher. Come on.
Goodbye, Rosie.
MKB for the Sven will start going for the Satanic. We'll have that after the Aegis expires. So, well, what's next? I mean, honestly, the bright side is, I guess, Dynamo is gonna be 6 slotted soon. But we have a BKB for Taco. Sorry, an Assault Kiras for Taco Zor. Quite a big one.
Quite a big one indeed. What is Sven looking for next? Satanic, okay, got rid of the mom. It's still a gold lead for Venezuela. The fighting power is definitely massive. This Alchemist is actually strong enough to really do much of anything. Look at Visage, the damn aura buck.
That's a lot. It's a lot.
Oh, Alchemist stun charging up.
Queen's Gate. They want to fight, and this is happening right now under the triangle. Can they chain anybody? Oh my god, the Familiars with a double AoE stamp, but they're getting on Sebas, and Sebas, BKB or not, that's no more HP for him. Dynamo's trying to kill the Underlord, but he does not have sufficient damage now. Supernova, it's pitch perfect, but the Visage does not survive long enough. Yes, she does, as Takozor is forced to run out of there. It's a Marcy for an Ember Spirit, but if that's gonna be all, unless Arrakis gets caught right now as Slade is on top of him, Malice doesn't come quite in time. Force Staff, nice, but there is no telekinesis that can save you from that pursuit of this Sven. Glimmer Cape, Gleipnir. Push back with the Psychic Hairband, and the Alchemist is here. They're buying back, they want to fight. There's no more God Strength, and this Sven, we talked about the fact he's not the best Aegis carrier. If he dies once, no BKB, no God Strength, what is he gonna do next? What a goal from Venezuela right now surrounding this Sven. Dynamo is turning into the first 2 syllables of his name. It's a die indeed. The banner was also used in the process, and Venezuela with 2 buybacks completely catch Ecuador by surprise.
It's very hard to fight without your Ember Spirit, who is pretty much your main source of catch.
He died first.
Exactly, so they really shouldn't have changed further after getting the initial quote-unquote win.
Dire's middle
But
tower
Ruby can also steal it. He's a Thunderbolt right now, with a Stormhammer. Anyway, Thunderbolt.
The target prioritization from Venezuela was impeccable there, and despite what I thought was a phenomenal supernova, only the Marcy being killed in that initial skirmish in the triangle is very surprising to me, Black. And then I think Iraqi's being caught was seemingly good for Ecuador, but in the end it was just the biggest bait of the century, allowing for both him and the Marcy to buy back and punish the Dire side, who's right now definitely on the back foot, losing outer towers. And just a reminder for everybody, that was Aegis banner fight from Ecuador.
Dire are scanning.
Aegis, yeah. Again, it wasn't Sven who picked it up, right? You saw it, he respawned, and then what? I feel like if it went to the Ember, I could have gone potentially very differently. But,
Yeah, especially sometimes you get Sven use either Godstring or BKB for the first life, and he's saving at least one, if not both, for the second life. He went all in, trying to deal as much damage as possible, and he sustained himself through a team fight, and that's why we now see this skewed win rate probability favoring Venezuela.
They also have 7k lead. At this point, of course, it's not really that important. 7k gold is nice, but it's not that much. We have to see though. Arcana.
They're smoking again. They want to catch someone. They realize there's no buybacks, and they have the advantage of getting the Marcy. But Arcana turns around with the BKB and the Unleash. Now we have to have Eagle Scepter. Is again in the middle of everybody. Supernova gets used, and the Marcy will fall. No buyback for 80 seconds. Riola, as the BKB tries to run away, but I think the catch might be there from Sebas with a Searing Chains just outside of the gate, and Rioma has to turn around. Gets Eagle Scepter up in the air. The damage is not sufficient to even kill ZPP, and now the troll is dead. He has no buyback.
Alright, go for a quick Tometer. Are they gonna look to go high ground? The creep wave is nowhere near close, so they can't threaten high ground, but again, very nice exchange. Sven is close to level 25. I mean, obviously, we know that Ecuador is gonna play good Dota. I feel like the fights they're winning, they have no fights. They have no business winning those fights as easily.
And they've won so many fights. They have the kill lead, Black, but for the most part, they win fights and they don't really convert into objectives, and that's the case again. Granted, part of that is because of the split push from the Underlord with the Firestorm and the illusions of the Manta style from the Alchemist, but you also don't really have tower hitters, right? We've been talking about this at length already.
What else we have? Swiftblink now picked up an Alchemist. He's pretty much 6 level, right? So now it's time to maybe hand out some Aghanim Scepters.
Would you like to see get the first Ags?
Good question.
I'm gonna go first, and I'm gonna say Underlord.
But they're all not that good.
I think the Underlord one is great because you cast Fiend's Gate in the middle of a fight and you have double Pit of Malice at the same time. You stay alive, you cast another one in about 12 seconds. As the game progresses, we're almost minute 40, the BKB durations will be lower and lower, right? So the Pit of Malice is actually becoming a very impactful spell the later we go in the game.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Yeah, with the talent and Axe, potentially. The AoE increase. It could
I mean,
be
there's
quite
not that
nice.
much stuff. There's not that much stuff to steal for the Rubik, right? I mean, it's good. Hacks on Rubik always feels great, but I don't think it's like, you know, game breaking, by any sort of imagination. And Aghanim's Marcy is a build, but she doesn't even have the Basher yet. So maybe if she gets Basher plus another item, and then you give her an Axe, she can turn into a core. But she's the least farmed hero on the Radiant side for now.
Green dude's top thing is about to get
The least
knocked over.
farmed hero. Not by that far, but yeah. Didn't really find the transition to the core, but all you need is really Basher, right? Once you have Basher, BKB,
Tower is under attack.
Yeah,
can-
yeah.
you can probably even, I mean, you can't kill the Sven, but a timely bash could really turn the fight in your favor.
I don't think his aim is to kill the Sven. I think his aim is either to chain stun Sebas or to kill the Phoenix. That's probably what I suspect Marcy's goals will be in the next fights. I think Venezuela didn't really properly time the Roshan because they're really expecting a fight bottom. Rosh could spawn in 20 seconds if they're very lucky, but I don't know if the luck is on their side as Ecuador is actually beelining for their position right now as well.
Will they be able to find him though? No smoke used.
Radiant.
Well, there is one for the Radiant, and Sebas is on the low ground. Do they have the chain stun? All the familiars are there, but look at the bit of malice in the very edge. Silence instantly, and Sebas, he doesn't have anything to get out of there for now. He will just die unless the Yule Scepter, is he going to buy enough time for himself? Has the BKB into turning around Ryoma with one in between 4 players. Where the rest of your team? They're not here, and you're no longer with them as the Alchemist is slowly getting chipped down and killed. No buyback on either of the two massive cores. They're trying to kill him with the Firestorm. Sebas being kept alive by the Sun Ray, but not for much longer as the overtime damage coming in from the Rubik and the Underlord is actually going to allow them to get out of there. Fiend's Gate being popped. Wait, what? What was that Fiend's Gate about?
Dire are scanning.
Which
Did
one?
you see that? He popped the Fiend's Gate.
Oh yeah, maybe he just, I don't know.
Maybe it was for Marcy to reposition her.
Or bait them to the fountain. Classic.
But it wasn't in the fountain black. It was placed like 5 meters away from the original spot.
Is it different now? No, it opens 2 portals. So if he puts his in the fountain,
Yes, but he didn't. So I don't know if you're going to draw on the map so I can show you where he placed them. Okay, if you look right under the twin gate down for Radiant side, yeah?
yeah.
See my X's? This is how the twin gate were placed.
Oh, well then I don't know. Misclick?
Yeah. Anyway, it could be. At the same time, Ecuador obviously came in swinging in that team fight, prioritizing, isolating the Troll and then the Alchemist. And despite doing that very nicely, which allowed them to then convert into Roshan, it was still only a 3-4-2 with a buyback force from the Phoenix. Yes, they have the upper hand because of the Aegis, but if Venezuela has buybacks for a future team fight, I don't think it will be as clear and, well, easy for Ecuador.
Well, it shouldn't be anyway. Of course, Alchemist, super late game, always falls off a little bit. Are we at that stage yet? Kind of, I guess. He still has Abyssal Blade to go to. Yeah, I'm really not a big fan of that Manta style that he built. Really cost him a lot early on, and now even now he's probably going to be selling it. That Abyssal Blade would be absolutely massive against the Sven. 4.5k health on the Sven, by the way, and he's going to have...
Dire are
I don't know how much damage, like 1.2k or something crazy like that.
Is the Stroll slightly under farm for minute 43?
Oh yeah, for sure.
Okay. So maybe he gets the Axe then?
Probably wants one more item at least at this point.
The Alchemist wants to get Abyssal, and I actually kind of think he needs it. I don't know what he swaps out. Potentially he plays around the Manta style. He has the Swift Blink actually. He can take out Phase Boots, right?
Rubik picked up a Hex now as well.
Oh, that's massive. That is big.
Yeah. It's huge.
But it's the same story. Again, Ecuador wins a fight, convert, okay, Roshan is an objective, but they can't do for anything else because they're always forced to go back and forth from bottom to top to mid to push the lanes. Now they push bottom, they have to go back top because the lanes is getting pushed. Look at the Troll. He's playing by the Tormentor in their side, so he's probably gonna cut the next creep wave bottom as well. And this is burned already almost 50% of this Aegis timer.
I don't know what I keep giving it to Sven. Isn't Ember much better? Aegis carry. I feel like he's always the one falling low the fastest, and he's always the one being focused first. And he adds quite a lot of damage to the team fight. I don't think Sven is gonna get bursted like super easily.
You need to keep your troll alive somehow. You saw how redundant he felt in that team fight when he was alone in between 4 players, and maybe that's when the Rubik needs to steal some of the bigger spells from the opponent, something like a team fight. Maybe he just needs to steal Supernova, which of course is not the easiest thing to do. Because you popped out of the egg and then you press Fire Spirits and that's it. But you need somehow, you know, maybe even building a Lotus or... I don't know. I don't know what the answer is. Obviously, the big difference between the two lineups is that the Phoenix brings so much teamfight presence, as well as the Earth Spirit to some extent, and you don't really have that. Like, what are your teamfight spells for the Radiant? You get Acid Spray and Hit of Malice, basically?
Yeah. Well, I guess a Rebound, not really. It sounds pretty much like it, yeah. But the Sven spells could also be insane. Like stealing Warcry for your team, or the Storm
Even Stormhammer. Yeah, I think that's true. I would like that. No, I think you're right. Probably Stormhammer might be the better option. And then, right, hear me out. And then you pull the Rubik and Ags, and then he has Ags Stormhammer.
Stormhammer Axe. Yeah, I mean, it could be very potent.
And then he has the basic Dispel. I don't know. This Alchemist doesn't care, though. He's not building any Ags anytime soon. He's like, you know what, guys? You've got no items. It's me that has to take up the big parts of this game. And sadly, though, Akkozor is very big, but his HP pool is not up to par to survive the damage from the Sven plus the rest of the squad. Like, look at it. He hits for 479 damage without God Strength right now.
Yeah, his damage output is going to be absolutely crazy. He doesn't have a crit yet. It's really what he's missing. Like, if he had a Daedalus, he would be critting for over 2k damage. Could he replace anything for that? I mean, I think they have his Halberd potentially.
Yeah, I think so too. I don't think the Halberd is... I mean, Halberd is great here, but I don't think it does as much for him as he thinks right now. Another interesting aspect, which I really got to ask you about, Black. I know you are stronger and obviously superior to the AI overlords. Dota Plus currently thinks Venezuela has 57%. I think it's very even, but I don't know if I would edge it towards them currently, as they're playing into an Aegis of the Sven, and they're still kind of trailing behind when it comes to net worth on most of their heroes.
Yeah, it really purely come down to positioning. Whoever gets the best initiation, the first stun, like, heroes will get bursted. Both teams have an insane amount of damage. If they can burst the Alchemist, pretty much fight over, or the Troll even, that would be the best case scenario, of course. But it's incredibly difficult to achieve that.
Woke up. The party is about to begin. What's the buyback looking like? Let's maybe take a quick look. Okay, buyback for the Troll and the Underlord, buyback for the Sven and the Air Spirit. That seems to be all left available for now. Alchemist, 1,000 gold for his. I think minute 45. I think we had buyback for like the last minute or so already.
Yeah, buybacks at this time in the game are absolutely crucial. Even if you're support and you die without a buyback, you suddenly 4v5, and the fight becomes almost impossible to win for your team. But yeah, you gotta be incredibly careful with your positioning. Also, Hex picked up, of course, on the Visage.
One for Visage, one for Rubik.
That's right.
Phoenix going for the refresher here as well. Not too far from it. Just needs one more. Salamene. Quick intermission black. Do you think we're ever gonna get Salamene into these Dota?
What does she get? The Moon Queen?
God, I guess.
Moon God? It would be fun to have. I hope so. I don't know if we will, but I hope so. It would be a very fun concept. It would be a very fun concept. What kind of skills
watch Dragon's Blood. Watch Dragon's Blood. Watch Dragon's Blood.
Wasn't there a scene where EB kind of destroys her? Or is it someone else?
I thought you haven't watched it. What?
I've watched like some clips.
Bro, my man's watching OVAs, whatever they're called. What is this? Dragon Ball Z on YouTube in 2007, Black? Come on.
Yeah, of course. Can't go wrong with those, you know that.
You know what could go wrong right now? If Dynamo gets picked off in 25 seconds left on the Aegis, as he's kind of alone, the rest of his team is trying to catch up with him, but he's way faster because of the Warcry. Still, nobody finds that this game of hide and seek doesn't go in anybody's favor. But I do say that Venezuela more than happy as it's another Aegis that hasn't taken any buildings.
Yeah, well, the high ground is so hard to reach against the Underlord, right? Underlord, Troll, Alchemist, Rubik. The high ground is insanely strong.
Oh, the baby's back.
Oh, you heard him before me even this time. Actually, I don't know. Does it sound more like a boy or girl? What do you think?
What if it's a cat?
True, dude. I didn't actually talk to my neighbors.
Okay, well, for how long have you lived there? Like 7 years?
Yeah, but you rarely ever, meet them?
Is this like a Singaporean culture thing or like just a black thing?
Nah, I mean, we just don't. You know, it's like as a gamer, we don't go out at normal times when other people go out.
Okay.
Yeah, so I mean, we do occasionally meet each other, but they're from mainland China. They don't really speak a lot of English, and my Chinese is not good enough to. Well, I could ask if it's a boy or girl. It's definitely possible. Maybe I will next time.
Don't tell you he's a cat.
What do you think? Is it a cat, boy, or girl?
Radiant's top tower.
Probably not a cat. I'm just joking.
It's probably not a cat.
Yeah, probably not a cat. Oh my God, Slade gets slayed by Tackazor. And of course, a bit of an assist from Marcano here. Now the smoke continues. We want to get the top of the boss, but they have to do work for it. We can't go any deeper on Araki. Still, nice pickoff. First kill in a long time, I believe. Quite a few good minutes since the last one. Slicing some pizza, eating it up.
Slicing pizza, eating it up.
Level 25 for the Underlord. Oh wow, that's. Oh my God, Costa gets popped and jumping on him. He has an amplified damage into the no crit. There's no trigger, there's nothing. Has to get the mouse, and now they're coming with the battle transport. The damage from the stand. The troll is gone.
1200 damage, my friend.
I just jinxed it. I said there's no crits, and then Dynamo said, "Watch this."
Radiant's top towers are
Well, there are no crits, but do you need a crit if every hit is a crit?
Well, that's what I mean. And now they have another banner, of course. A buyback from the Marcy, Yule's up in the scepter for the Alchemist, Hex. But can they hold for a full 60 seconds without forcing the Troll Warlord buyback? That is going to be the big question.
Yeah, and they also have Earthspirit coming back now.
Who bought back? Slade did buy back as that team fight began. So that could be one weakness, both the Marcy and the Earth Spirit. If you kill them, they're out potentially for the remainder of the game. The God Strength comes off cooldown, and they might not have the biggest tower hitters, but when the gods are up, the strength is plowing through every building, and they're trying. Albert, X, Vivas for the slow. Oh my god, Slade is going very deep, but the Pit of Malice is there to create some separation. And now Slade with the BKB, right-clicking the tier 3, but only 15 seconds until Troll is coming. And they're lifting Kamnik in the air, they're chaining him up, there's no Aegis, and they're gonna kill this Sven! They just need a bit more damage, but the sustain from the Sunray is there, and now the Satanic comes through. Bakkozor has to run away before he gets eaten by this Sven. Nice root again, the Troll is
pit,
here.
Man.
The Pit of Malice is so good, they're pulling him back, and now the bashes, there's no more BKB, there's no more Sunray, there's not enough sustain, and the Sven is gone. 100 seconds, does have buyback, but now, what's gonna be next? CPP seems to be on the menu for Bakkozor and the squad as the Visage will fall. It's gonna be not the easiest job, but still. 1v4, not enough HP to sustain himself through that damage, and that was a big mistake from Ecuador.
Yeah, the Sven definitely overstayed his welcome there a little bit. Yeah, not sure.
There's no force deaths, that's why. There's literally no force deaths.
Yeah, I told you, that's when your supports outthink their cores.
There's an Axe on Slade, but he clearly didn't use it to turn the Sven into stone and save him. And now, if you force a buyback from the Sven, it's massive, and I think it's the moment in time. I'm gonna ask you, Black, what do you think about this? Do you just sacrifice your tier 3s to not use buybacks in your racks in mid?
Well, they're buying back, so the answer is no.
Well, they're gonna go deep. They're trying to chain stun this Ember Spirit, but he is very beefy under the sun right now. The BKBs get popped, and the God Strength is there. Can they kill them all before they TP back to safety? Ryoma gets out of there, but everybody else, well, they will be left as casualties to be collected by this double buyback core from Ecuador. Sadly for them, they only get a support and an offlaner who can still purchase back into this game, and right now, the advantage is definitely favoring Venezuela, as Dynamo will have no buyback for the next 7 minutes. Well, 8 minutes.
How's Roshan looking? 20 seconds. So they'll get that probably, then you have 2 lives, but again, on a Sven that is not all that impactful.
Speedy rune of haste.
Ah. 3 seconds, boy. No, it happens all the time.
I think they gotta go for a push here to get the buybacks balance back kind of in their favor, or at least balance it out. Of course, the Sven buyback is way more valuable than the Underlord one, but no, Sebas gets called. Can they chain stun him up? The Mindbreaker's silence is there, and the bash right away as soon as he lands, but finally, oh my god, Sebas playing with our hearts, going for an extra slide of his before he disengages. Now they're drawing on the map. Dynamo's under the smoke of the ninja gear. He's trying to find someone as the God Strength and the BKB again.
Oh, they're catching the supports, I think.
They might be
Maybe
catching
even
even the troll. This could be massive. He pops it, blinks, forward, roll in. It's gonna be Arcana only, but the Sven's going deeper. He really wants to get the troll, but the troll turns around, is gonna have to use the battle trance. It's trying to single out the Phoenix, and the Phoenix will die. Does have a buyback, but they're throwing him up in there. Buyback from the Underlord coming in, but it's a bit too late. Ryoma has no more HP. What are they doing? And they're chain stunning with the Sven. Oh my god, the bashes are there. The BKB is gone. He needs to use the Satanic, but Telekinesis is not gonna save him. The Sven, where is he in between all of that pops? We're crying. They're kiting him around. The concoction is there. Dynamo's out. No buyback for the Sven. And what a team fight from Bakkozor, who keeps on right-clicking, he keeps on bashing, who keeps on healing. And the Feet of Malice did such a good job that entire team fight. CPP will join him in the afterlife. It's a buyback from Sebas. Wants to come in. The troll no more buyback. Everybody's dying. It's a whole disaster. Buyback from the Alchemist, and there's 4 heroes standing. Wow, everybody's dead without a buyback. The boss and the Alchemist also repurchased. This is the way we wanted this qualifying game to go, Black.
Yeah, it's like a real gauntlet, a real bloody match. I've been hoping for a while. Yeah, now nobody has buybacks again.
You want to catch someone. This is good. They're gonna get on top of the Phoenix. Tackles spots him, the Fiend's does not connect, but the Atos and the Unstable Concussion, the bashes, the Abyssa, and Phoenix is gone. It's now gonna be Sebas in a 1 versus 3 for the remaining whole minute. Tackles was chasing, he's aware of Sebas' positioning. Does not have a Manta to disjoint that Slearing Chains. The Rubik bought back, oh, okay. Why did Rica buy back?
Well, they might... But I can't get Megas. They might be trying to go for the GG. They have no buybacks on it, I didn't know that.
It's only a Rubik though, he doesn't add that much to it. He's actually going to take the outpost to allow the Troll and the Marcy to join up when that's happening, as the first melee racks of the game is claimed. A Fiend's Gate activated right away. Rockies, what are you trying to do? Okay. A bit of an attempt of a surprise there, but now tackles or right-clicking away. He does not have the concussion. What the hex from Rachel is there? They're gonna pull Sebas back in, and this might just be it. Abyssal is there. Sebas, can you get out? Self-heals up in the air, and now Slade is here. Coming in with the BKB rolling in from both the Spirit Brothers. They're trying to buy time. The bashes are there.
You get out, you get out.
Sven is back, and look at the TP off. And front Dynamo going for the Alchemist. Hex instant for the Atos. And the G-Steam Tackle wants to turn around. The BKB from this Sven will not allow Tackle to get out, and it does get disarmed, but the Marcy is also here, jumping in with the bashes unleashed onto the Sven. They're trying to chain stun him up, but Taco will most likely fall. He does not have a buyback, but he's the Sven dying to Ryoma. He came in out of nowhere, got on top of the Sven, and the perfect rebound onto 2 heroes, and this might just be the end of game number 1, as Arcano plus Ryoma are putting the dot on the I, and they're crossing their X's, as Ecuador is looking at 4 Radiant heroes knocking down their base.
First match lost for Ecuador in the entire qualifier. It was a very close game, mind you, but very unexpected for me. Venezuela, of course, we knew they had, you know, some decent players, but after the beating that America gave them, I really didn't think they had a chance here.
What a game. And it's only game 1 of this best of 3 black. By far the most entertaining and the closest combat between 2 squads in this entire America's qualifier, going close to 60 minutes, and it ended up in a buyback galore and bashes exchange between the 10 players on the server. In the end, it was the global presence of this Underlord that I personally feel like made the biggest impact from the mid game to the ultra late game, and we'll see some of that in these team fights. I don't know what else to say. It was a complete methodical showcase from both squads, but the question I have for you, could we argue that Sebas' and Slade slow start in the early to mid game is what let Ecuador down? Because they've been pretty reliant on these 2 players to deliver and carry them in the early mid game portions for the, well, first few rounds of the tournament.
Well, that's just the nature of the heroes, unfortunately. Like, again, Earth Spirit is not really a hero that recovers too well into a game. And I mean, he ended the game 1-9. Yesterday he was like 10-0. Like night and day. Of course, Sebas, you know, he definitely had a couple more misplays. He wasn't as invincible as he was in the last couple of days. It's looking a bit spicy, honestly. I didn't think, again, Venezuela had this much in them, individually even. Let me actually just check the rank. You entertain the people? Oh, wow.
Of course.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Yes,
They're way higher ranked.
Like
They're way higher ranked than Ecuador.
I did tell you, I did think Venezuela was one of the top contenders in this qualifier, and you know, ranks mean a lot, but you can't say the fact that they're much higher ranked than Ecuador matters, because Ecuador played up to par throughout the game, right? It was a very even game that could have went either way, despite the rank advantage that the Venezuelans might have.
Yeah, but it does mean that they're at least as good, if not better, individually. And of course, it can't be dumbed down like that, but the initial assessment that they're the heavy favorites might have been quite wrong, after all. You have all the information.
No, that was your initial assessment. I'm joking, of course. I love this. I was rewatching the final team fight there, and I think the communication between the 5 players from Venezuela is what impressed me the most in the final 3 to 5 minutes of the game. Even for us that had oversight of this entire map, I feel like it was quite hard to cover all of the good micro plays they were doing, and the target focus, again, is something that I keep on bringing up. They were prioritizing the right heroes, they were covering for each other, they were kind of baiting the Ecuadorian squad, to buy back, to overcommit, to get out of their high ground and allow Arcana and Rioma to come in with the bashes and turn around the team fights. And that is a great sign for a team that right now is a single map away from qualifying to Riyadh.
What a story it would be for them. As we said, Venezuela, very strong Dota region in the earlier years. Tapered down a little bit in recent years. But maybe a win here, maybe a win at the big stage could really reignite it.
Yeah, I hope game 2 is going to be no Visage, because yes, he built the auras, but at the same time, Beastmaster was available. And I think if I would have to single out one of the heroes out of the whole 10 that were in the server that like the impact wasn't not just great, it just kind of was non-existent, was the ZPP Visage. And that's not because the way he played the hero, is just it got countered in so many aspects. Like the familiars were dying to acid spray at so many points, and the stuns were good but not long enough. And I feel like a different offlaner might have actually allowed Ecuador to scale and have a better tempo in the mid game.
If anything, the Visage actually helped the Rubik more. Because the Rubik got insanely rich through all these last hits with the Soul
Assumption.
Yep. It's yeah, there's a reason we don't see it here a lot. Maybe they were trying to experiment around a little bit because it's a new patch. But again, this is probably not the time to experiment around. It's 1 BO3 that gets you to the event, 1 loss and you're out. You gotta get back to what actually got you here in the first place.
Your winning ways. Gotta go back to the winning ways. Sadly for them, it wasn't the Sebas Ember Spear or the Slade Urge this time around. The Spirit Brothers have been defeated, but let's see what they are gonna be cooking up in the second game, as we're gonna send it to a short break. Welcome back to the Iesf Americas Extravaganza. We are one potential game away from crowning our second and final slot of the Americas Pool A, as Colombia came in with the upset over Ecuador. Black, game one, the longest game we've had on stream all qualifier long, and Venezuela taking down the undefeated Ecuador.
Yeah, it was about time that they met their match, cause so far it was a little bit too easy for them. Maybe a little bit too easy for their own good. I don't know what kind of mindset they came into this game with, but they weren't as sharp for sure, and Venezuela didn't let them be as sharp as they were in the other games. They really gotta dig deep now because they're one loss away from not going to Riyadh.
And I feel like both teams are playing so well that it would be it will be a travesty that, well, one of them will not make it, right? But that is the luck of the draw, and sometimes you gotta deliver to the best that you can every single time, right? And if you can't be the best in this region, well, what are the chances you're gonna make it versus some of the other titans from the other regions? Sad that one of these teams' journey will end, but at least Venezuela is one step closer than Ecuador is right now. Everybody else off stream, we have the other qualifying match between Colombia and the United States of America, and I will give you all a little bit of an update as United States has managed to win first map in a little over 30 minutes. But if you want to stay up to date with all ISF news, you can go to iesf.gg and find out what other teams have qualified at both Dota and other events, of course, other esports titles, and how does the World Esports Championship starting to shape up right now. Good. Now, Black, let's talk about draft. Sebas got his hands on the Ember Spirit, which was arguably the undefeated hero of this entire tournament and even the European qualifiers. Sebas was great on him previously, but this time around he met his match with the overall last pick Alchemist. Do you think we're gonna see them try the Ember again, or they just gonna try to find something else for him to play mid?
I definitely don't think it was necessarily a drafting problem. Like, yeah, the Visage and the Earth Spirit there, pretty hit or miss heroes, but they can definitely work. And if they replayed the same game, the same draft, it could just go completely the other way. So if anything, what they need to focus on is just like for example, that one death that Sebas had, he just walked in and died. Remember, he had the amplified damage rune. He just literally walked in and died. And these kind of plays are we haven't seen that from the team. So I don't know what was up with them, if they were like really relaxed or felt too confident or whatever it was, but that is not the Ecuador that we saw the other days. And again, we keep coming back to this. Against lesser teams, you can get away with a lot more mistakes, of course, but apparently Venezuela wanted to get away with those.
I think a big problem with this, when you're a team that has a lot of success in the initial phases, but you don't have sufficient experience, which I could argue is probably Ecuador here, and you've been steamrolling all of your opponents, the first time you meet a bit of an opposition, you start panicking, and maybe you start committing more mistakes, which again is, like you said, something that we haven't really seen them do. But now, this is the cliche, we've said it, everybody says it for decades of centuries. Pressure makes diamonds, and Ecuador is under a lot of pressure. But if they really want to prove that they're a high-caliber national team, they have to come in guns blazing and forget about that defeat in game one, because it's the first time they find themselves with the back towards the walls. So they need to prove everybody wrong.
Yeah, they do. Because, again, one last chance is all they get. Need to win 2 games straight. Venezuela has them on the ropes. We don't know how a team like Ecuador deals with defeat at all. Maybe it empowers them. Maybe it weakens them. We don't know. It could be pretty devastating to lose in a fashion like that too. It was a very long game. Well, we can't really talk about exhaustion because like one game like that is really nothing for them. They play hours upon hours every day. Yeah, I hope the team leader can keep things together, make sure they don't, panic or anything. Because being in a BO3 elimination and being down 0-1, it can be pretty taxing.
Can I just add a little bit of, the storyline of Raykill, if he does make it to LAN, would be absolutely incredible, right? I mean, we've talked about him since the beginning of the tournament, and if he actually does play at Riyadh, I think it would be such a beautiful story, honestly. And I think he deserves it. I honestly think he deserves it. And of course, there's still one more map that they need to conquer, but they're gonna start by trying to do that with a Phoenix opener. Again.
Yeah, well, Ecuador picked it last time.
Yeah.
I don't know, I'm still not sold on it. I don't think Phoenix is a first pick worthy hero. I feel there's too much other stuff out there. We'll see what they answer. Hoodwink. Hey. Yeah, I mean, Hoodwink and Phoenix, they don't really interact much with each other. Just two support heroes. Not really counter anything. But we know how strong Hoodwink can be.
They're pretty independent of each other. I think that's correct.
10 seconds remaining. Dire team ban.
What about a Beastmaster? No, never mind. I'm just gonna stop talking about the Beastmaster at this point. I think the two teams they want to play it. They will leave it uncontested, I assume, for what will be the remainder of the series. And that's probably best for both of us, because we know if Beastmaster's on the server, that team has a pretty much default win, and we don't want to see that. We like to see games being contested as the first game once. The question is here, how much are you going to be valuing the same offlaners that you just played?
Well, the Visage probably not as much. The Underlord had a fantastic game, however.
Yeah.
Underlord Phoenix is
pretty good, actually. I think Pit of Malice and
it
Supernova.
Can be okay, yeah. It's not like proper protection, it's not like any stuns or anything like that, but it's definitely annoying to run into a Firestorm and it's hits. So, could work. Be a decent combo. We'll see. Maybe they have something better planned. They actually take a lot of time this time around, though. Just for bans. Pretty
How
unusual.
much better planned? Well, they're clearly focusing Sebas, and they're respecting him by banning the Shadow Fiend and the Ember Spirit together, right?
Radiant team. Dire team pick.
Also, the snap was classic because of Phoenix and Ecuador going for the Underlord steal. So a bit of a swapperoonie this time around. Phoenix for Venezuela and Underlord for Ecuador. Okay.
I just realized a lot of Dota heroes have only 4 fingers.
10 seconds remaining.
How many fingers does Phoenix have?
5 seconds remaining.
2?
Oh?
1 on each side.
Okay.
Yeah. He has feet. No.
I see. Okay, that's what we're going for. I understand. Thank you, Black, for that.
No, seriously. Look at, no, I think Axe only has 3 fingers, right? We research that real quick.
Well, let's talk about this for a second. Do you think Venezuela kind of got forced into this? They were hoping to get the Under. Never mind. You know what? They got Darkseer. I don't think they care about the Underlord or the Mars. They are more than happy to get this. Vacuum? I mean, we were talking about the teamfight combo wombo that was kind of lackluster last game from them. Now you've got this in droves.
Well, depending on what they pair with it. Because right now, Phoenix Darkseer is nothing.
For the laning phase.
Oh, tiny. Okay, tiny Darkseer, that's something. That is nasty. Like Avalanche into the vacuum. Very, very strong.
And Avalanche is a great tool of protecting the Phoenix Supernova as well.
10 seconds remaining.
Interrupting any of the right clicks that you could get on top of the egg. Very good draft from Venezuela. You can tell they've got the experience when it comes to drafting from Raykill, I assume. As right now, they are the ones to put Ecuador on the back foot. That will stand. I think they'll need to burn a bit of reserve time here, as they need to reveal 2 of their heroes here.
Radiant
I'm gonna go first for the gyrocopter. Huh.
That's a classic answer to the Phoenix.
Yeah, but how
Egg
good is...
and hit everybody else.
It's quite good versus Darkseer as well, because he's a range hero, so he doesn't need to get close next to the Iron Shell.
10
It's
seconds
quite good, I
remaining.
think. But also rather squishy if it's a position 1.
5 seconds
And for a
remaining.
tiny that, you know how much burst he deals, you know, you get a Darkseer, Iron Shell, Surge, Blink, Avalanche, Toss. The Gyro can die in the first 15-20 minutes of the game.
We don't even know what position Tiny is, though. It might be just a +4 Tiny.
Yeah, but so could Gyro. Gyro could be a position 5, right?
Could be. Darkseid Tiny sounds actually like a nasty
Dire
lane, too.
team pick.
And they get the Marcy as well. Oh my god. If you can't beat them, steal them. That seems to be the name of the game here. And we saw the Marcy Phoenix counter last game. This
Dire
time around,
team
they're gonna
back.
have it for themselves. And Life Stealer. Wow, is this 2013? I mean, of course, we have Phoenix, Marcy, and Underlord and Hoodwink. None of them were in game in 2014. But Life Stealer Gyro could be a hell of an battle between the two hard carries. Because right now with Marcy, yes, you could play Marcy carry, but this is most likely a position 5 or 4 with a Gyro safe lane.
10 seconds remaining.
Probably, yeah.
Radiant
I mean,
team
Marcy
back.
Gyro is a very strong combination.
They're banning the
So-
Elk.
So is Hoodwink Underlord. It's a fantastic lifestealer game, though.
Yeah, I like both drafts, honestly.
10
Aw.
seconds remaining.
So this kind of confirms it's a, well,
5
we
seconds
were pretty
remaining.
certain it's a tiny support. It could still be tiny mid, but I think you don't want to play tiny mid when there's an opportunity to get countered by Ecuador, who has overall last pick, right? You have one more ban, and I assume it will be the Huskar ban, which is what Venezuela went for in game 1 as well. But with the recent Viper buffs, risking to play tiny mid into Viper, it's not something you want to do. And Viper does very well versus
Dire
Lifestealer
team
as well.
Yeah, it could be an option.
What would you like to see mid for Venezuela here? I assume, like I said, I think they're banning Huskar because that seems to be one of the bans that they prioritize a lot. And then put this
10
tiny on the
seconds
support.
remaining.
I'd probably support Tiny with
5
Darks, yeah.
seconds remaining.
Yeah, so what do you want to see them pick mid?
Mid pick is pretty. Well, that's
No SF.
something that's open. It's open and doesn't get hard countered by too much. And well, they're banning a lot of mid heroes themselves, so it might just be the tiny mid actually. I could pick something like a Spirit Breaker.
Dire team
If
pick.
I wanted to.
I have a wild idea for Venezuela here that I think would be really good, but it would be, of course, I don't know if they have a specialist in mid for that. Running an Earth Spirit mid here, I think would be really good. And then you would have like the whole aspect of the Lifestealer Bomb, another hero that can run around with the Iron Shell Surge, it's a Pacemaker. The Silence is quite
5
good.
seconds
I would
remaining.
really like to see that, but obviously they could go the safer route and pick the Lina here.
Yeah, could just be a tiny middle too, and pick a +4. Pretty open still.
Radiant team pick. Lena.
I told it. Of course I did. Come on.
Boring.
I mean, I told it's the safe option, right? And that this Gyro doesn't look as hot anymore, does he? Facing a lot of the burst and even overtime damage, both magical and physical,
10 seconds
coming in from the
remaining.
dire side. Ecuador might actually be forced to
5 seconds
come up
remaining.
with something completely surprising here to turn this game around. Okay, I've got one. I don't think we're seeing it, but there's a universe where Ecuador picks Arc Warden here.
Sure. If you have an Arc Warden specialist, it's a great option.
Yeah.
I mean, again, there's so many good options. I think Puck could be great too. They definitely need some more team fight. They need some more lockdown.
Yeah.
Points away.
You may now select
Angle
Oh.
here into Lina. Really a question.
I mean, Sebas is a Pangolier specialist. The problem is, double shield crash is great. If the Lina goes for the afterburner, which is what we've seen from previous mid lane Linas, Pango just struggles a lot. So it's going to be up to Tacklezor to see if he prioritizes his scaling into, well, mid-late, or if he wants to trump this Pango. And so far, he seems to go for the thermal runaway. I prefer that normally, and considering how Tacklezor played the Alchemist as a position 1 from the mid lane, I'm not surprised to see him going for that one.
Look at the tiny skin. Turtle. A rock turtle.
I love it. He's carrying a coconut tree.
I didn't know that skin existed. It looks pretty badass. I like Venezuela's draft a bit better, actually.
Yeah, so do I. I don't think the gyro is looking that great here, and I think Pangolier, although a great hero, you know me, I think it's much better as an offlane. Hey, if there's someone that can make it work, it's Sebas Pangolier, but they're counting on a lot of plays happening from him this game if they want to keep themselves in the tournament. Otherwise, Venezuela are looking primed to make it to Riyadh. And also, what is Slade playing? Is he the Marcy or Hoodwink? So Marcy, position 5. Of course, you ought to pair him up with Dynamo's Gyro. Okay. How does Underlord fare versus a Lifestealer lane?
That's pretty tough for him. I mean, Lifestealer's right-clicks you and he never loses any health. But the Hoodwink, of course, can put in quite a bit of harass damage. But generally, it's very, very tough for Underlord, especially as Lifestealer gets higher levels. You can still farm. There's always the option to pull creeps as well.
Yeah.
But yeah, they picked it in response to it because it's very strong. It's good against Gyrocopter too. Pretty good against Pangolier too. Like, Pango doesn't really do anything to Lifestealer.
Well, this is it, Black. The moment we've all been waiting for. It's the final potential map of the Americas qualifier, with Venezuela wanting to join Argentina and the United States and the World Esports Championships. The heroes are now already smoked up, going for the bounty room.
Yeah, no team should give away first blood here. You gotta be so careful. We've seen first bloods happen here way too many times in this qualifier, in my opinion.
Oh. Yeah, definitely way too many casualties happening, especially in this dire portion of the jungle. Not too much. I don't remember any invasions of the Radiant jungle or the Dire Triangle. It's exactly here, as you pointed out, where the players have been, meeting and sacrificing themselves before the horn sounds.
Feast is very interesting nowadays. That allows you to deny creeps from 75% health. I don't know why they made that change.
It maybe tried to give something to the Lifestealer after they took away one of the HPs he was getting from the creep last hit.
Yeah, I guess. Honestly, I haven't seen a Lifestealer since the new patch. I mean, not that much changed. But...
Since the new patch, I mean, you haven't seen Lifestealer in 2 days?
Yeah.
It's a long time to not see Lifestealer, I gotta admit.
That's right.
Hopefully this is not gonna be the longest pause. We're taking a look at the facets, and hey, what can I say? That Rakill went for the crash landing, even on the support. The nerfs apparently don't seem to have been enough. Also, the Darkseer took the quick wit. That means the attack speed based from intelligence. And I guess those are the only ones worth mentioning. On the right, dire side, of course. As
he did go for the thermal runaway, by the way. Which is, of course, better scaling into the mid-late game. Big right-click deeps. Phoenix,
Yeah, nothing
we
too
don't want to
special.
die here.
Arcana. It's only a acre shot, not a bushwhack, so the Phoenix will get out of there
30
pretty much
seconds to battle.
unscathed. Also forcing out the blood grenade. That's quite a big one. 50 gold, and of course the blood grenade needs to reset. It's cooldown.
His lane is kind of crippled now, though. No fire spirits. Level 1 is a big problem for him.
Yeah, especially as he's the position 5. So Lifestealer's not going to be too happy about that. It's like, oh, you should have died just to get fire spirits to help me.
The battle begins.
Yeah, you know, funnily enough, sometimes it's actually better to die than to skill the wrong ability. Kind of like
Oh,
Luna
trust
skilling
me.
Beam level 1.
Trust me, I've done it this morning. I was running away from like 5 players getting on top of me on the disruptor, and I had to force like scale kinetic field. I was useless for the first 7 minutes, basically.
Yeah. That sounds about right, unfortunately. Can be
You
tough
learn to
business.
live and live to learn, my friend. That's the name of the game. This mid lane is actually the one I'm most intrigued about. I potentially topped some action as well, but yeah, Pangolier or Lina. If Pango wants to push the lane, Lina wants to actually keep it pretty even so she can last hit and harass.
It should be on paper at least an incredibly hard lane for Pango. Let's see what Sebas can make happen here.
You know what Rakiel can make happen? Rakiel can use a dispose to throw Tiny. There's actually a reason, sorry. A reason throwing Rakiel on the high ground with a dispose. They tried to do it with a Rubik earlier, didn't manage to do it. Someone did. Now this is working. Oh my god, the initial damage toss. Reason will barely stay alive there.
The strong lane, the Tiny, and the Darkseer, especially as the levels got a bit higher. You definitely have to respect them. Or the lane, rather.
Yeah, also Marcy into them is not great, but at least the Gyrocopter should have a good time, right? We talked about the fact being range hero versus Darkseer is always ideal. And he's a proper range hero, not like the Luna.
What's wrong with Luna?
She's not really range, is she?
Well, then what is she? Fake range.
I think she's got less than range than Monkey King, doesn't she?
Yeah, or maybe the same. Definitely very similar.
Well, so far, another very calculated start from both teams, as of course everybody realizes the importance of this game. But again, like I said, this mid lane is the one that I'm most intrigued about. And the proof that the boss is the Pangolier god himself. He has 6 last ahead of the Lina in minute 2.5. This is incredible from him.
Oh, easy feat for sure. Also makes me wonder how much she likes Lina. You know, it's a lot of times a matter of how practiced are you with the hero. Yes, Lina isn't the hardest to play, but being very practiced and comfortable on a hero still makes a huge difference.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Clearly was an absolute alchemist expert. If Ecuador loses this game, or wins this game, Venezuela might be actually considering to prioritize the alchemist in game 3, as I think they would have loved to play it here as well, but it got banned during the second ban phase.
Which hero was that?
Alchemist?
Oh yeah, Alchemist. Yeah, they seem to be very comfortable with that hero. A couple of nice strats with it too. Also our boy Darkseer looking kind of quite far away from mana boots too.
Oh, nice rebound on top of him, and now the rocket barrage is coming in, but the surge should be sufficient to get him out of there for now.
Yeah, well, again already a 1k lead.
Ecuador coming in, doing us like a oh, TP will have one. Oh, never mind, he just cancelled the TP because he doesn't want to waste the And look at Arcana getting caught by Slade. Oh, the bushwhack doesn't latch. He's still trying though. Has another acorn shot in a couple of moments. Tries to wrap around the tower to maybe catch the Phoenix off guard. Got 9 last hits from the Slade Hoodwink. I suspect this is probably going to be a very fast glide near Daedalus this time around, Black.
Very, very possible.
Taco forced out to stack for himself in the jungle actually right now. Quite curious. I don't think I've seen this Bell build in a long time. I think the Dragon Slave is just too good, but he's really going 3 points in the faster. And Ryoma is just dying to the right click. Oh my god, it's pretty much a solo. That was a very little contribution for the ZPP as Slade draws the first blood onto this Lifestealer. And Hoodwink killing a Lifestealer, level 3? I hate to say it, but maybe Hoodwink should get nerfed.
Yeah, how did it even happen? I didn't really catch it. Must have been very low health on the lifesteal already.
He was 1v2ing the atrophy aura of this Underlord. He didn't get quite that low. He was around 60% HP, and then he tried to run away and die. Oh, Blade got a bit greedy there. Arcana was waiting for him on the high ground, gets the kill, and now both supports will need to refill up. One by respawning, one by making the way to base. Arcana, why are you in the river? You're gonna get swashbuckled and killed. Arcana, okay, denies the rune, but he... Swashbuckle is finally connecting, and the shield crash for double measure. I assume he hit the shield crash because I can't see it.
Yeah, he did. He's not supposed to be this rich against Selena. How does he have 1,000 more net worth?
He dominated the lane, bro. Sebas doing Sebas things. He got angry for dying a couple of times in the first game.
Yeah, that's crazy to me.
Yo, did you just see what happened?
No.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Arcana left the fountain, then TP'd mid to pull the bottle from the Lina, but because he wasn't in the fountain, the bottle wasn't refilled. And look at the contest, Sebas! Oh my god, he went so deep alongside Reason. They really want to fight for the Wisdom Rune. They're not gonna get it, but they're gonna find a kill in exchange. The mid laner coming in for this Wisdom Rune. Sadly, not gonna get it, but finding the Tiny still not that bad. As he TP's back to mid to continue his farm.
Yeah, he's having a fantastic game again. That's the Sebastian we know and love. Yeah, let's see what he can do throughout the entire game. Again, 3k lead in 7 minutes is pretty... It's pretty tough to come back from that already, to be honest.
Oh, Bushwhack, perfect. Acorn shot, and now Slade shining bright like a diamond on the squirrel, and they're going for more. They're trying to run out of there. The Lifestealer's trying to get to safety. Can he get out of there? Nice. It's very speedy on the Stealer. They need some TPs, it doesn't matter. Oh, instant cutting the tree, but the Acorn shot and the right click from Slade does get the job done as Raykill shows up. But it doesn't matter. Even if you kill the Hoodwink, you lost your Lifestealer for it. And now you're Lina in the mid lane, getting double teamed by the Pangolier and the Marcy.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Well, it's the problem with Lina. It's a safe hero. Well, it's safe for laning. Post laning phase, the hero really isn't that safe anymore. He'll need his BKB, he'll need his Gleipnir. But the problem is, if you're so far behind in this early game portion already... Yeah, where's the comeback?
Vacuum Wall, Supernova, that's the comeback, but so far they don't have it. They're gonna have to use the tools at their disposal, and that's pre-level 4, level 5s, but they're still managing to kill this very farmed Hoodwink. Both position 4s actually, 12 and 13 last hits respectively for Hoodwink and the Phoenix Plank. That's quite a good start for them. Definitely much better than the rest of the cores on Venezuela. This Lifestealer is so underfarmed, especially when compared to the Gyrocopter. 40 last hits behind essentially, and look at the network chart, please. It's incredibly looking.
Okay. The network chart. Yeah, as you said, it spells trouble, to say the least. At least they kind of maintain the 4K lead. It doesn't get bigger, and that's always a good news. But 4K at this very moment is not little. Quite serious.
And this seems to be like the formula that has had success for Ecuador, right? Sebas and Slade just doing what they want around the map, ZPP assisting them and giving the space to Dynamo. Last game, Sebas, Slade, and ZPP couldn't really do that, so Dynamo was forced to try to join up with them, and in the end they ended up falling. But now, going back to what has been the true tested tactic of this Ecuadorian side, they already taking 4K gold lead, almost 5, and they're smoking up. They have XP, gold, everything going in their favor right now.
And many teams have tried to stop them and come back from the disadvantage that they have, well, been forced to let go.
Yeah, but unlike the USA, right, we've said sometimes do a bit of the funky stuff, the Dagons and Rubiks. Venezuela hasn't really, sorry, Ecuador hasn't really done that, as that's why they're stepping up on the gas pedal. They're going deeper. The wall is gonna be there, but ZPP comes in with the Fiend's Gate, and they're gonna most likely kill Harkano. Nice fire spirits, but the damage is there as Sebas is fully charged. Ray Kill comes in, tries to stop the right clicks, but the only thing that will be stopped will be his attempt, as Sebas is now level 9 on this Pangolier.
Yeah, we might be looking at a pretty big one here again. That's the surprising thing with Dota today. I thought these, what's the right word for it, instabilities of teams wouldn't be so apparent anymore as time passes, because let's say you talk about yourself last year, right, as a pro player.
Okay.
You will always say that you're better this year than you were last year, because otherwise you're just bad, right? Because you didn't improve what other people did. So you should always be able to say that you're better today than you were yesterday. Which means that these skill gaps, like, while they're still obviously present, the instability shouldn't be as, visible, simply because people are getting better and better, if that makes sense. But then again,
of course.
Dota is a game of mistakes, literally, of like a million different factors, so it also makes sense why there are instabilities, of course, but yeah. I wonder if there's ever gonna be anyone or any computer, anything that can master this game. I don't know a single game that has more like variables than this.
I think the beauty of it is not that Dota is a game of mistakes, but most games played by, well, humans are about mistakes, right? Because if we wouldn't be humans and everything would be perfect, you would assume it would always be equal or even. Similar to, again, I guess I can refer to a chess game, Black. If both sides play a flawless chess game, it will always end in a draw. Of course, Dota can't be a draw, but it can drag on for a long time, as Slade is gonna be dragged to the depths of hell by that amplified damage Laguna Blade of the Lina. Somehow, the Iron Shell actually gets the last hit.
Mm-hmm. Well, Iron Shell got buffed quite a bit too. How much damage does it do now? They're 90. Back in my days,
was it like 60 or 45, something like that?
I was way lower before. I think it keeps getting increased. I think it was 60, and then 70, then 80, and then 90. Next we got
2000, 2010s.
Isn't there a damage talent too for it?
And there is, but I think it's quite
level
late.
20.
Level 20, yeah.
I can't believe Gyrocopter's just allowed to farm there. Like, you gotta gank him there and not just allow him to free farm like that.
I don't think you can kill him. Without Laguna Blade, which obviously is on cooldown, I think that's why he's feeling so comfortable.
Yeah, you don't necessarily have to kill him though to bully him out. Just make your presence felt and make sure you can't just free farm your entire jungle. Look at his net worth compared to Lifestealer.
What are your thoughts on, like, Phoenix getting the last hits and not the Tiny for Venezuela?
I mean, farm distribution-wise?
Yeah, yeah. Oh my god, Taco! About to be eaten alive. I know I've made that joke like 3 times, but you know his name's Taco. We gotta make this joke. Yeah. What do you think about it? Don't you think Tiny getting the blink would be much better than the Vessel and the Phoenix?
Yeah, I do think so. They definitely need a way to come back into the game, and that would be through Blink Dagger. But until then, they don't really have good safe stuns. Well, these Lifestealers getting some more farm now. Obviously, so is Gyro. 8k lead and 15.
Oh, they're gonna find this Underlord, but I don't think they can kill him. Nice avalanche toss as the wall of replica. The Phoenix is there. The rotation. Okay, they can kill him. I actually thought this trio of Hoodwink, Marcy, Pango would come in faster, but not quite. Bushwhack also not connecting. They're throwing a lot of spells that are not just on target.
Well, skill shots are pretty tough to hit sometimes. But very tanky, 900 health, safety bubble.
Again, another miss Bushwhack, and now the avalanche is much easier to connect, but there are gyrocopters here, and look at the flat cannon damage, melting the first hero. Can they go deeper? Yes, the Fiend's Gate is there. The Pit of Malice Supernova will actually just allow them to get another easy kill. Triple for Dynamo. Tackles Zor on the high ground, gets lashed onto with a Bushwhack. Sebas gets the Lina kill, and it's a 4 for 1 after that Dynamo ZPP rotation.
Only silver lining is that Lifesteal has to farm the entire time. But if you can't farm faster than your enemy, you're always gonna be in trouble regardless. This gyrocopter is just absolutely massive. And so is Sebas. And so is the the
ZPP.
Yeah, the Underlord.
Yeah. Right now, this gyrocopter of Dynamo is doubling the last hits of the Lifestealer, more or less. 182 to 97. It's okay, 80% more last hits. Rakiel, what were you doing there? I don't know. It's a great question, I think, I'm asking right now. I don't think we'll find out the answer, as Ecuador is answering actually a lot of our questions, Black, with an absolute statement of a performance, at least in the first 20 minutes of this game, too. Right now, they are heading very much to the deciding Game 3, as I don't see them making enough hiccups for Venezuela to actually start coming back into this game. The Lifestealer needs a Radiance. He's not even close. I mean, he's got 3.4k. He's gonna have it in the next minute and a half, 2 probably, but it's a bit too late. You need the Radiance to keep up the farming, and it's not like he built the Armlet first, right? Sometimes you get Armlet and Radiance a bit later, which is fine. It's not the case this time around.
Yeah, you're spot on with that. But I'm struggling to see a way back for the Dire. Like, their lineup is in essence quite greedy. They only have one real reliable stun. Like, Lina's stun is not that reliable. Until you get a Flame here at least.
Oh my god, Victor caught
There he
again.
goes again.
Mamma mia, here we go again. And Sebas must feel very comfortable now and confident. You know, his Ember Spirit didn't get shut down, but, you know, kind of didn't prevail. And he went back for the Pangolier, and he's like, okay, I'm still me. I'm still very good at what I do.
Yeah, the self-confidence is definitely back there again. You see it from the way he plays.
Yeah, he's gotten his flair back. That's what I can say. And right now, they are running towards Arcana. He's not even alone. The rest of the team is nearby. Can he get out of there? Nope. As the Dispose will be chaining him perfectly after the Atos expires. And you need a Blink on the Seer for the Blink Vac wall. You need a Sunray Shard for the Phoenix so she can use both Supernova and the Sunray. But I don't think you're getting them anytime soon. That's basically what I'm saying. Hopefully there might be a Lifestealer fighting Wisdom. No, he's not even checking it. That could have been a good steal, but he TP'd back as Rica. Oh, good blink out.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
I was under huge pressure though. And again, I don't really think you have what it takes to stop them. I'm expecting Ecuador to play quite safe here. No, not necessarily go high ground, take the Aegis, go methodically.
This might also be Venezuela not giving up just yet because they might try to tire Ecuador out, right? Ecuador has already played a series today that was kind of competitive, especially in the second game, right? At the same time, Venezuela has experienced, they've played a full best of 3 versus Mexico at the beginning of the tournament. Ecuador doesn't have that experience as a unit. So, you know, there is a slight potential of that there. But as I say that, reason gives us reason to believe that the game will not be dragged much longer.
Yeah, it's got that written all over it, right? And yeah, Ryoma dead as well. 13k lead. They're probably gonna take Aegis at some point soon. It'll be pretty easy. Yes, the life kick one, right? Oh, side kick one, yeah. They got the life steal for free. Should be a pretty easy Roshan for them.
Sure. You're playing for Venezuela right now, Black. In your experience, what are the conversations like? Are people quiet? Are people still trying to theory craft potential ways of coming back? Or the discussion right now is pretty much, okay, what went wrong? What are we changing for the next draft? And how are we coming for the deciding game 3? Like, what is the status like right now on the team speak of this squad?
Well, probably increasingly bad, but these games are just not good for you or your team morale. There's not much you can say, you know. Even if you want to keep the group together in high spirits, how can you have high spirits if you get destroyed like that?
So they're not talking about the next game.
I hope not, because if they are, they should leave.
Okay.
Like, if you play this game, you have to focus on winning this game, right? Like if you talk about the next game, leave the lobby and go and join the next game.
Well, they're trying to set up for something in mid, and they have a lot of damage. It's gonna be a lot of utility, including Laguna Blade, to get a single support kill. But now, nice stun, a light strike array. Reason tries to heal himself out. Ryoma tries to get a kill, and it's gonna be 2 for 1. Supernova will not get anything in exchange. The Pit of Malice is perfect. The 5x are here, and Dynamo has the Aegis. No Laguna Blade, but the Gladiator comes through, and they are actually talking about the game. They're playing the game. The Avalanche is there. They're gonna kill the Gyrocopter. First Aegis, oh, still alive. And now the Pangolier of Sebas in the front line trying to deal damage with the double shield crash. Paco, can he get out of their safety? The flat cannon damage is more than enough. The smoke from Raykill to protect the Lina wasn't there quick enough. Avalanche again. Going for that gyro toss back. I don't think this is a good game plan right now. Beans gets sent. He wants to get a kill on ZPP. Okay. I mean, they're losing everybody, but they still got a lot of kills there.
Yeah, where's the psyche? Here's the lifesteal.
The rock is very speedy.
If he gets the rocket on him, he's dead. Oh, I didn't get the rocket. Well, stabilizing at roughly 13k lead. Not bad, they took a decent fight.
Very good fight, yeah.
Not big if up for Gyrocopter though.
Arcana gets soloed by Sebas. What was Pangolier doing there? I don't even know. But Arcana, I don't know why he were there. I think he was maybe trying to D-word. There's a sentry on the ground, so maybe that's why he was so far removed from the rest of the squad.
It's so hard to kill him. It is so hard to kill him. We have Glademan now, which is good. And Tiny jumping. But it's also incredibly risky. If anyone is with a gyro, and you can't beat them like at all.
Surprised they managed to kill his first life, right? That's a small victory at least. Oh, nice. Getting on top of Slade again. Back to back, catching the Hoodwink.
But
They're smoking up.
I mean, Hudwig is a good kill, obviously. She's pretty rich. Pretty damn rich, in fact. But yeah, that smoke will have to find something decently impactful. There's a Guardian Greaves at least. Oh, but he already has Guardian Greaves and Pipe on the Underlord.
Oh, Rock is playing smoke, Rakes, Sebas, pump fakes, but Rakel is going for the bomb. He's going in and jumping in. They want to change on this boss versus Supernova. It's actually again way too far, but Reason will chase it anyway and will connect with the Unleash for the finish. But Brutal Blade doesn't do enough.
Oh my god, that's damage.
Oh my. Guys, as Reason and Dynamo are way too strong for this measly life here at minute 25.
Yeah, I think in games like these, you shouldn't call it too early, of course. But you should also not, if the Dynasty gets taken out easily, you should also not stay in it for too long. You know, like Fighting Spirit is good, but the longer you stay in this, it will manifest. Losing like this does not feel good. I'm really curious why so many teams are reluctant to GG out. I know there's a lot at stake, but you got the 1-0 lead. I think it's better to preserve your sort of mental state.
We check the rulebook, Black. I feel like nobody in the entire qualifiers has GG'd out. It might just be a competition thing.
You're not allowed to say GG?
Maybe.
Yeah, we have definitely seen it happen, but quite late.
Oh,
Also makes me wonder, you know, in tier 1 tournaments it's much... Whoa, careful there. Oh, he's just dead. Oh, he missed the roll actually.
He's going in. Walking past the Guardian Reach the Phoenix alive for a second longer, but it doesn't matter. As Reason realizing that he is the actual killing machine of this team. Yes, tell me. Some tournaments, yes, I'm listening.
Yeah, so some tournaments and tier 1 with tier 1 teams, you will see quite commonly decently early GGs, right? 25 minutes.
Yeah.
Maybe a bit earlier sometimes even. Do you think that is because they know how far they're behind, and that these amateur teams would also do it if they knew how far behind they are? It's just that they don't know.
Could be. Honestly, that could very well be a right? The better you are at the game, the better you understand it. Oh my god, that's a perfect fight here, and this might be the last draw. This will come through with this stun rate, but the Phoenix is not the banner to fight for much longer, and they're all dead. The Darks here didn't even have time to come in. The vacuum wall is way too late. They already called a good game. It was a nice attempt, but the combo wombo doesn't fail this time around.
And that was again a very, very one-sided game. It's so strange. Where's Venezuela from game 1? Where's Ecuador from game 1? What happened? How can two teams that had such an even game suddenly be so unevenly matched?
It's the nature of experience. It's the nature of, ups and downs. Just like life, Black, you can't be always riding the same wave. Even if you're surfing, sometimes the wave does crash and you go underwater, and that's exactly what happened to Venezuela here as Ecuador regained back her form from the rest of the tournament up until this point. That means we will be heading to deciding game number 3. First, third game of the tournament for Ecuador and Venezuela. They've been there before, as I mentioned this already. The question is, can they replicate their story versus Mexico from the group stage and, come back, upset Ecuador as they did in game 1? Or is this game 2 a sign for things to come?
Yeah, this is the beginning of the end. That's the real question. I hope not. Because they look really good in game 1. I hope whatever power they summoned, whoever they, talk to in their rest or pre-match ritual, gotta do that again. Because that was night and day. for both teams, really.
Yeah.
Now, it could also just be, you know, I don't want to say it, of course. We don't know, but Ecuador could really just have massively underestimated them. Fell on their face in game 1 and then be like, okay, guys, this is actually serious.
I'm just taking a look at the stats, and I'm gonna tell you a very curious one. I think it's actually very interesting. So the games that Venezuela has won, they have played Troll. Every single map they've won.
Okay. Well, then it's time to ban that, huh?
Well, this game it was banned. Was it?
I'm not sure actually.
No, it wasn't.
Well, maybe they just don't care then.
Maybe that's something to consider for Venezuela, right? Like they just lost again without playing Troll. Maybe they should prioritize getting their hands on Troll. Another one of these heroes that they have 100% win rate with is the Queen of Pain, which of course we haven't seen on stream just yet. But that might be something they would be like to pull up in the final game of the tournament. Meanwhile, off stream, ladies and gentlemen, as you can check all your updates on iesf.gg, the United States of America has fulfilled the prophecy like Black called. They've made it, defeating Colombia. Sadly, the Colombian squad will be eliminated, not making it to Riyadh. But if you are a USA fan, rejoice as they've qualified, being the only team to go fully undefeated in Pool A. Right now, we're taking a look at the stats, and it kind of was the Dynamo show, right? We knew, well, Sebastian Dynamo, but you know, Sebas dying again. Dynamo, flawless score, putting up the better numbers this time around.
I mean, we're back to our 24 tower damage.
Oh, it's been a solid 24 hours since we've seen that.
Yeah, actually, I think at that point it was 23, so we got +1. It's a pretty big difference. Yeah, I mean, obviously the stats speak for themselves. No chance. Venezuela absolutely crushed from beginning to end. I mean, even the laning stage. You know, how did a player, like, how did it change so much? Like, Pangolier beats Lina, but then in the first game, Alchemist Ember is completely even. It makes no sense, you know.
Yeah, I also didn't like this lifestealer. I actually think we should be probably trying to change it up. The hero felt like very much countered in the draft, and it was very evident, both in the laning phase and, of course, in, well, I don't know what you could call mid or late game, because it was a domination from start to finish. But it's going to be the final break, ladies and gentlemen, before the final game of this finale between Ecuador and Venezuela to see who can join the USA in Riyadh. And we are back with the final game between Ecuador and Venezuela for the final slot of the Iesf Dota 2 America's qualifiers. And we gotta dig down deeper as the 10 players are almost ready to start their final draft of the tournament. It's only gonna be 10 picks, or 24 if we're counting the bans, that could make the difference between the beginning for the best and most important game of their lives. They've had such a long tournament for both squads. Venezuela coming in second place in Group B, Ecuador coming in top A, group undefeated, dominating every single team. But right now, have they met their match, or was it just a hiccup in game one? The draft is only moments away from us, and I'm very curious to see how the mentality of these two teams will be, because it's been a long week. They've played a couple of, it's been a marathon week, you could even say, for some of them. Starting off best of three after best of three, including for Venezuela, went all three maps with Mexico in day number one. Now going again to a game 3 versus Ecuador. You could say Ecuador slightly more rested, but they also had a huge back and forth between the two. So, Black, what do you think? Are you back with me, my friend? Are you ready to break down the final draft of the game?
This last game of the qualifier, for us at least. After this, there's only a seeding match, which we won't be covering. But this could potentially be a good one. Okay, it's a very important match. Hopefully it doesn't go like game 2 and more like game 1. But yeah, I mean, we can't tell, right? We can't tell. We can say, yeah, the momentum is probably with Ecuador, but is that even true? Because we said the same thing about Venezuela in game 2.
What's up?
Coin flip at this point. Coin flip, who's gonna win? No clue. Let's watch the draft. It will probably give us a little bit more insight.
Yes, of course. And one hero that has been a staple of the first two games was this Phoenix. Well, I can tell you that Venezuela says, you know what, let's not do that again. Not for us, not for them. First ban taking the Phoenix out. That's going to change up quite a lot of the dynamics of the team. The rest, maybe not that big of a surprise. Shadow Fiend, Spirit Breaker, Clock, Jakiro, and the Weaver. But now, who has overall first pick? Okay, Venezuela with the first pick and Ecuador with the last.
Last pick, Ecuador. Okay, that's a huge advantage, I think, for them. Because being able to last pick Sebastos here like they did in game 2. Absolutely huge. Rubik first pick, okay. They actually banned the Phoenix this time. Because they don't want Ecuador to pick it. Even though they beat it.
The green team's banning someone.
Oh, Pangolin first pick this time around. Okay. I mean, if it can't be beaten, go ahead and do it.
I mean, if you play Pango into Lina and you won your lane, I guess there's only so much we can, so many counters we can theory craft versus the Pangolier. And now, if you're gonna go all in heavy of trying to outplay the Pango in the mid lane, I wouldn't be surprised if Ecuador can go last pick and say, you know what, put him to off lane, let's get Sebas to play something else, right?
No. Why? Why would they? You know, he doesn't care apparently. Whatever matchup there is,
Radiant team back.
he'll just win it anyway.
Wow,
I still
they're
have no clue he actually beat Alina. Like he had 1,000 more net worth than Alina, somehow.
They're banning the Visage as well, which, again, is a hero they've already defeated. Hoodwink, one of the heroes that sees a lot of play, just like the Phoenix, that makes a bit more sense. Quite interesting to see that Visage ban, because I feel like ZPP on the Visage didn't do that much in game 1. But this hero has. The Underlord, both games, just like the Phoenix, very contested, very impactful. Also will not see the light of day today in this deciding game.
Well, let's wait and see what they have up their sleeves. I'm expecting very cookie cutter from Ecuador, from Venezuela, maybe a little bit of a curveball. Because, yeah, Ecuador just seems to be very good in these really standard games where there's no real deviation from the meta. Whereas Venezuela, they found the best success in game 1 where they mix things up a bit. Like Alchemist middle isn't at all normal anymore. So maybe do something like that again.
If they do get their hands on the Alch, how do you think Pango fares versus Alch?
It's pretty much the same. I say like Alchemist does really well against these heroes. It's just because Acid Spray does so much damage. But the thing is, I want Venezuela to pick a mid hero that just does well. You know, like Lina, of course, a very strong hero that does well. For example, Alchemist, no offense to anyone. You just Acid Spray and you win the lane. You know, like literally, I'm not even kidding. What's the MMR again? You're like 5k, 6k? Around there?
I'm actually a 16k
10 seconds.
undercover.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm just below 6k right now.
Yeah, so
I'm
I'm gonna tell you,
Remaining.
if you're a Necroforce master,
Okay.
and you play against an 8 or 9k Ember Spirit, or whatever hero Necroforce counters, you're going
Sure.
to win that lane. Because Necroforce middle, again, no offense to anyone that spams it, it doesn't take much skill. You know? You just win by default. It's just how it works. If you understand the hero and you understand the game at a decent level, you will just win. So I want Venezuela to do that because I don't think Sebas is gonna lose in a 1v1 skill match. It's not happening. I'm not calling the Venezuela mid laner bad, by the way. I'm just saying Sebas beating Alina with Pangolier is unheard of. Just put him against something he can't win against. Pick some Huska or something.
Well, I'm gonna go on an absolute limb and say that we will not be seeing a Necro. That's
No
pretty
way,
safe
no
assumption. But I think it would be very interesting to get a bit of a change up as they're taking a lot of time. And when I say a lot, I mean a lot of time right now to actually come up with something for their second pick. And they'll have to go for second and third pick here, Venezuela. And I'm a bit concerned that they didn't expect this. I think Grimstroke is a bit surprising because, of course, Ecuador took it as a protect pick. The Soulbind is a great counter to Pangolier, but I don't think Venezuela should fret. You can steal the Soulbind yourself with your Rubik. But 20 seconds left on the reserve time, and they're going to cook up the highest win rate support in the last couple of days. Black since 737. The Treant Protector also making its first appearance on stream here for us.
I've always been a big fan of Treant. It just makes the game very different. Like trading doesn't really turn into trading anymore. You know, like it's more like you defend and get a tower, and then you try to turn the fight around. His laning prowess, of course, is insane. Gyrocopter. Okay, Gyrocopter Treant is a freaking good lane. It's very strong.
They've stolen Gyro. This is the game of steel picks. Second game, there were a lot of Swapperoonies. Now the Gyro will also get claimed by this Venezuela, not allowing Ecuador to play. And you know what? Venezuela is not doing anything funky. Obviously, Rubik, Treant will be the support duo. Gyro, the safe lane carry. You could flex Rubik mid, but I don't think you... I mean, Rubik versus Pango mid? Maybe not. I don't think that's a good idea.
It can work for sure. I don't think Rubik actually loses almost to anyone mid lane. Like his Fate Ball is too good. He has really good base stats.
Oh my god! It's the Soulbind double Doom.
Yeah.
I feel like we roll back a couple of months. I feel like back in 735C.
They didn't change Doom, did they?
It received a few tweaks in 736, you know, obviously with the addition of the facets, but some players really still like the hero. I don't know exactly how he is now, but, you know, he's got a great pair in the Grimstroke, so I'm not going to question it.
Doom's attacks deal 15% bonus damage. Like his auto attacks or what?
That's what it insinuates, right? Attack, I guess.
Doom doesn't hit people. Not really.
Yeah, so maybe it's not the strongest one. But the Wind Ranger... Huh. I'm not the biggest fan of safe lane Wind Ranger, but versus a Gyro, I actually think it's fairly good.
10 seconds remaining.
You think it's fairly good, yeah?
Yeah, versus Gyro, yeah.
5 seconds remaining.
By the time Gyro gets an
yeah.
MKB, it's not good, right? Like, Gyro wants a... I guess Axe, BKB, potentially Maelstrom if not the Axe, then a Crystallis, and then a Maelstrom, but is that too late? And then he's going to be too squishy, still dying to the Focus Fire. And Venezuela really seems to be confused as they are running very, very low. 1 second of reserve time. Oh, thank God they picked something. And they're going to go for the Queen of Pain. One of the two heroes that I told you they have played and they have 100% win rate with in this tournament.
And it counters both Pango and Windranger in lane. But that's what I mean. Pick something like this, you know? Shadow Strike, you beat the lane. There's nothing he can do. I like this a lot. Like, this approach is a little, you know, simple, but simple is really good. It's really good against Pango anyway, because the wave makes this roll stop. So I like the pick a lot.
I also like it, but there's a caveat. You've just given Doom the biggest Doom target you could.
5 seconds.
Yeah. And I mean, it's also not that good against Grimstroke. The silence is pretty damn annoying.
Yeah, Phantom Embrace.
But that's what I'm talking about, though. You gotta first even be able to do that. Which means you gotta win lane first, or go even on lane to even have a chance at the game, because in game 2, they got crushed everywhere. You know, there cannot be...
Oh my God!
Wow,
They've
okay.
baited us, Black. They've done it. And,
Wait, so is it an Alchemist mid and Quap offlane, or what?
I'm thinking
10 seconds.
Rubik offlane.
Nah, I think it's Quap Rubik. Quap Rubik, Brian, Gyro, and Alch mid. Unless they want to do Alch offlane, which also works.
This is incredible. You called for something crazy. This is as crazy as it comes, Black. Venezuela trying to catch Ecuador by surprise, and I think Ecuador is happy they have a bit of reserve time. They're gonna use, and they're also gonna go for a little bit of a flex of their own, putting a Slade on the Windranger and getting the CK for Dynamo. This, Black, is an offlane Alchemist.
Offlane Alchemist, indeed. Against CK? Doesn't sound too good.
But it sounds a bit better than versus Windranger, right?
Yeah, of course, for sure. The problem is that I don't know. We'll see how the lane goes. If Alchemist is a decent lane, it will have a decent shot at winning the game. But of course, if his lane is horrible, which it could be potentially be very horrible. Like Grimstroke, Chaos Knight is a very strong lane.
Reality Rift, Chaos Bolt, Inkswell, you're done. I actually think this is going to sound crazy. Correct me if you think this is absurd. Normally, you would like to lane one range with one melee hero, of course, if you're the Venezuelan side. But I feel like Alchemist Treant Protector on the off lane could actually have way more kill potential than Alchemist Rubik.
Yeah, you're right. Sounds about right. Wait, let me think real quick. So, took the Doom Facet, the new one. So that's every 6.66 seconds, minute.
Yes, durations increase. So its durations increases by 6 seconds every 10 seconds, basically. If you really want to do like the slightly more simple math. So in minute 30, the duration of Doom is increased by about
3 seconds.
3 seconds? Yeah.
But more like 33, I guess.
Yeah, well, again, approximately.
Wow, man. So that means Doom is like the ultimate broken hero now.
I don't think so.
The game goes to like 180 minutes, then you have like a 30...
Yeah, but if
I'm just
it
saying,
goes there.
unlimited scaling, man.
I think it's a cool concept. I like the 666, of course, for,
I don't like it very much, to be honest.
I think
I
it's
thought
funny.
the Gluttony was really good until I realized it increases Devour cooldown.
30 seconds to battle.
I'm happy if Doom is not an S tier pick. I feel like he was in the meta for a very long time. So if he's just one of these heroes that you bust out every now and then, especially when you pair him up with a Grimstroke, I think the hero's in a good place.
Yeah, especially now that his ult is also an AA. Basically.
I think this is very funny. You don't often get teams that have two Alchemist specialists. At least I would say that's not that common, right? But they do. And Taco was very successful with the Alch in game 1. Let's see if Arakis, with his Platinum Alch, can replicate some of that. It's going to be a 2-for-2 rune. trade, although I did think Ecuador might be able to get 3, but Pangolier was just body blocking the creeps. As the final game between Ecuador and Venezuela for the Iesf Americas qualifiers is now underway, and we are getting a lot of spice. Support Windranger, Queen of Pain mid, Alchemist off lane. What else could you have prayed for?
Gonna be a fun matchup. Let's see if we can also beat the quad middle somehow. That would be ridiculous if we could. Well, he already got the entire first creep wave. Got that deny. He didn't get that last hit.
It's the strength of Sebas. Sebas is just a different beast.
Get that either.
Oh my god. One last hit so far. I'm telling you, maybe just letting Taco play his Alchemist again might have been sufficient to punish this Pango with the acid spray. Might have.
Well, it's gonna get harder and harder, obviously. Like, this quap once you're level 3 with a Shadow Strike.
Oh my god. Ray kill. But if Arrakis could get it back... No, he can't. He's getting blocked by the creeps and the tree line. He's actually popping the concoction. He's actually might get some more damage onto Reason. But the stick being used before the connection is only gonna be just a bit of cheap damage.
Alright, Angus bottle is already there. So he survived the hardest part. Yeah, he definitely knows what he's doing on his Pango.
Ryoma is kind of alone here. Power shot for the extra slow and damage, and Ryoma most likely will fall as the heal of Treant Protector wasn't even attempted. Does he not have a point in Leech Seed?
He does. I
Just
didn't use it.
not a good start for Venezuela that needed to have at least one good side lane, as the mid lane is obviously a complete domination. 17 last hits with 70 knives to only the 8 of the Queen of Pain.
Yeah, but in theory it should get harder and harder for the Pango there. Like hard to a point where, you know, it becomes unplayable.
Reason, oh my god, he's about to get out of there safely. Ray kill. He's actually juking himself. Fade Bolt still on cooldown. Reason is buying a lot of time, and that allows the CK to harass this Alchemist. Look at the run. He's put on his Olympics
Wait, he's out?
sprinting shoes. He's safe, yeah.
Rubik also cancels his attack animation twice. It would have killed the Runestroke. Oh, but of course, at least he has himself a lot of damage.
Oh, nice paintbrush. Stroke of Fate coming in for the slow Dynamo with the stick again. There's so many spells being cast on his top lane that having a stick is a guaranteed survivability, more than most lanes actually.
Mid lane is getting... Damn, man. Ow.
I don't know. It's a great question. Would you like to tell me why? Or how? Or when?
He's 13 denies. Fuck, one.
He's about to have 20 last hits ahead of the Queen of Pain at minute 4. I don't know how this is mathematically possible, actually. Doom now, getting kind of pressured, a little bit bullied out the lane, but ZPP just turns around as Slade is eating a bit of the Rocket Barrage damage. That is one advantage of running a Gyro into Windranger. The Windrun is not that great versus the magic of the first spell of the Gyro.
$1K advantage, pretty much all through the mid lane. Okay, at least they're getting some pulse off in the off lane, but yeah, Doom is also completely free farming. has to go back to base. He's over 1 level behind.
Maybe she should go get some ganks and maybe try to help Rica and the Rockies, who are now getting right-clicked. Oh my god, how many Chaos Strikes can you proc in a row, Dynamo?
Yes.
Yeah, that's the answer, yes. I like that.
Chance is also really high, though.
The Queen of Pain just went back mid. I think that's a huge mistake. As of course, the Silings are also struggling. She should have come top and helped them at least pressure the CK away. I don't know.
But she's only level 5, so rotation
Still.
without ult would have felt pretty bad, probably. Sebas also gets the rune. Lady Luck also on his side. He kind of deserves it after he played the lane dead well.
Double last hits. He has as many denies as the Queen of Pain has last hits here in the mid lane.
Yep. He's now rotating to... maybe not. There's an Invis rune. Might want to rotate to the side lanes with it.
Invisibility.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
There's Ryan's towards the top lane Invis, but they know that. So, shouldn't really be able to do anything there.
3-0, and now let's see. We had a hell of a rotation for Wisdom Runes last game. This time it's still Sebas is under the Invis Rune, but there's a sentry very well placed. They need some TPs. They need to do some... Guys, telekinesis. They're not watching this. What is happening right now? Rekill. Oh my god, they baited that perfectly, and now Sebas. I don't think there's anything they can do to him, as he still is very tanky, and the Rolling Thunder just actually helps him to turn this around. He's getting stuck for a little bit, but he will TP out to safety.
The mid lane, in fact, and Quap TP'd there to try and kill him. That's an absolute disaster for the Quap. At least they got a kill onto the Grimstroke.
Yeah, and they did get the Wisdom Rune.
Well, they got both of them too, okay. Alright. There's some Dota left to be played.
Wait, both of them?
Yeah.
The tree installed the other one. Oh, that is kind of good for them. Yeah, that's correct. Sadly, I don't know where the treant is, as Rio was dying again. Leech Seed. Just huge. Okay, there we go. Finally, thank you. Now ZPP gets pulled back. He's very speedy, but the Scorcher will not be sufficient, as he's the one getting scorched instead.
Yeah, his high five turned into death.
Is this a support Queen of Pain?
Looks like it.
I mean, I know the current build on Queen of Pain is Dagon, and we've seen lots of Rubik's build Dagon. I'm just thinking maybe it's just the meta, right? You go for the full support build.
Amazing what you'll find laying around.
Alright, so the game is at least not slipping out of their hands. Because last game, at this time, the game was pretty much irrecoverable already.
Well, it's not derailing, but it's slipping out of their hands. Dynamo's about to get an armlet pre-minute 10 on top of Threads and Bracer. That's not a great sign if you are hoping for Venezuela to win this game 3. Let me know in the chat, guys. Do you support Ecuador or Venezuela? Who has the most supporters right here today?
Oh, what though? Supporting everything, and CK is dead.
Look up stop. I don't think they are actually gonna TP in time for him. No, Dynamo just dies, as the rest of his team was actually trying to smoke up bottom. That is a very big mistake, allowing Dynamo to just die like that. The most farm hero on the map.
Radiant structures are fortified. Dire's top tower is under attack.
Nice duo there as well.
Trusty Shovel for the offlane Alchemist. And now he has the little bit of a neutral creep to amplify his gold, and that is a nice touch. I actually think, genuinely, that the Cobalt is one of the most underrated neutrals to have.
How much is the gold ore nowadays?
I think it's quite significant. I think it doesn't even say. 20, 30, 40 per minute.
Regeneration.
So it scales up. I don't know what does it scale up with, but it does
No,
scale up.
it upgrades every, I think, was it 15 minutes?
Oh, yes, that was a rather recent change, wasn't it?
Yeah.
He's going for the greedy build. It doesn't matter where they're playing it. They want to get the Radiance on this Alchemist. Still quite far from having it, but still looking better than Taco, who's trying to catch up. Already has hit 45 last hits. His network is looking a bit better. But
What items is he going for?
I don't think he's going for anything, bro. He's got treads and no talisman.
We just started this. Can you still go for Dagon?
I'm gonna be honest, I actually think this is the only thing he can get. Because maybe Kayak would actually not be bad, or Yules could help him. But, I mean, I don't know. What else would you like to see on him? A Lincoln's? He's not gonna get that for another 30 minutes at this rate.
Another smoke.
Okay, the Queen of Pain is gonna die. Oh! CP maybe was not in range for the Doom, I'm not quite sure. Shackle Shot, Rolling Thunder, but that's a perfect overgrowth, and yes, Arcana will die, but as long as the rest of the team stays alive, that doesn't really matter. We actually have a TP from Arakis, who's below half HP. I don't know why you're here. The Doom is still available, so is the Focus Fire, and the Sonic Wave connecting, that is a lot of damage, and ZPP Dooms, but it might just be too late. The Doom also gets stolen. They're turning around. They need some more help. Where is your Gyrocopter? He's getting the others, and the Concussion. It just flies by the ear of the Pangolier, which was TPing back to the fountain.
Massive teamfight victory. They're now for the first time in this game in the gold lead.
I mean, pitch perfect Sonic Wave with a stolen Doom. That is incredible.
Alchemist is almost there at the Radiance already. He's probably gonna complete it at minute 14, 15. The game is not looking half bad anymore.
Definitely not. And looking on the supports, you know, the Rubik Treant offer you way more in the early stages of a game than a Wind Ranger does, right? Wind Ranger is one of these heroes that kind of needs one or two items before she actually, well, is up to par to the other, you know, less reliable on farm supports, such as a Treant Protector. You know, a Treant Protector could go on all game long without anything, and you could still have great impact.
Yeah, although a farm Treant Protector is a huge
Much better.
nuisance. I hate playing against farm Treants, man. So tanky and always in the trees, and that's gross. Is there stolen Doom?
This is another different gyro build from the one we've been seeing. This time skipping homing missile. Okay. I think it's good. Maybe 1 point in homing missile would be fine. He's gonna probably get it at level 11, I suspect.
One could hope he does.
I don't think we talked about this change. It happened, of course, a few months ago. Do you like the new-ish, it's not new, it's been like 3 months now, but do you like this new Veil, or do you still think the targeted one was a bit better?
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Okay, Waxen.
Yes?
If you are the Doom, and you find a good opportunity to Doom, are you going to do it? Or will you, no matter what, wait for the Grimstruggle?
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Depends on the minute of the game. I think right now you just Doom.
Yeah, I think so too.
You didn't answer my question, bro. What do you think of this new type of Veil?
Wait, so you asked that? Wow, it completely flew by my head.
Yeah, it's fine, bro. It's okay. I'm used to
The new
being
type of
ignored.
veil that you don't target, you mean?
The
It's
one
like
that's
around you?
surrounding you instead of like targeting, yes.
I mean, initially when it was brought into the game, it was completely busted. I think it makes more sense because it puts you in a spot where you actually are a little bit endangered. Because the old Veil, like before that, had like an absurd cast rate of like 1,000 something. Wow. I like it. And then the upgrade into Shiva's God makes sense too.
That's what I like. I like the build up into Shivas. Otherwise, I don't know if I prefer this one to the other one, but
of course you wouldn't prefer it because the range one was busted. AF.
Yeah. Oh well. At least it didn't do vision anymore like it used to like 3 years ago. A smoke up from Ecuador. Taco blinks out, but didn't break the smoke just yet. They might just find a Rubik instead. Oh, Taco breaks the smoke, but the Doom does not turn for him, and they're gonna kill Arcana on the support and the Rubik. That instant buyback. What are we doing this? I'm not quite sure. They're going for it, and now the Soulbind Doom is coming in. The Rolling Thunder Sonic Wave, but it doesn't matter. Everybody else is just dying. Gyro's going south, Alk is going north. They're not connecting onto anyone, but the Doom does fall. But Dynamo, just like dynamite, blows up every single player on the Radiant side. Somehow, only at 3-4-3, the Orchid there is gonna stop this Queen of Pain in her tracks, and now Raykill will get team wiped. That's essential. 7 kills going in the favor of Ecuador for only 3 players that they've lost.
Yeah, the power of CK again, that early Orchid, he's so filthy rich. So rich. And that's the problem, man. You pick an Alchemist into a Doom, that's absurd. Doom is literally a targeted AA ult. Like, it's the hardest counter to Alchemist in the entire game. And you just pick it anyway. You know, that is crazy, actually. So even if they ever reach mid-late game, what are you gonna do about that? What can you even do about that? Oh, you have a Lincoln on you? A mirror shield or something? I don't know.
Oh my god, this Queen of Pain, she feels her own name as the pain is ensuing from Dynamo and Slade.
Yeah, she can't catch a break after that initial early. Or Dynamo.
There's a good set up top. Do they have enough damage with the gyro? Yes, they will. But the Phantasm Illusions actually pulling him back in with the Soulbind onto 2 of them. She's dealing so much damage. Gyro to below half HP. But now Slade, nice. Widow's Bolt stolen, and he gets taken out. They are still very beefy and very good at taking these fights, as the Treant Protector does such a great job of, completely bringing sustain into the team fights.
They should not fight without the Doom, of course.
What did they Doom? Did they use the Doom?
Well, we're still on
Was
cooldown.
it still in cooldown? Oh, wow. And that is one aspect you got to keep in mind, right? Doom, 140-second cooldown. Alchemist, you kill him once in early game, he comes back faster. Chemical Rage has a considerably lower cooldown, and they're gonna run at you. Venezuela, again, similar to game 1, they have a good game plan, and it's not as flawless, as nice looking as it was 2 maps ago, but you're still in it. Unless, well, now the Doom's of it. Huh? ZPP? Did you see that?
Probably just wanted to use it so the Ruby can't steal any better spell.
Okay, that makes sense.
Or 3-man stun with a concoction.
Where's the follow-up though? The Soulbind is only into single target. The Wind Ranger just dies now. Doom is here, but oh my goodness, it's a stolen Rolling Thunder. There's nothing they can do. Sebas is now alone in between 4 players. Needs to blink out, but the chase continues. Raykill is there. They're gonna try to lift him up. He's trying to shield crash away, but Arak is unstoppable. This Alchemist is tanking, is diving. The tier 2, the tier 3s, and it's a double kill for the least farmed core on the map. The Queen of Pain of Taco, as Ecuador lose 4.
Okay, well, I thought this game was gonna, derail very quickly for Venezuela, but instead they brought it back easily. 2 massive teamfight victories in a row.
And I'm starting to understand why the last week, everybody's changed this facet of the gyrocopter. The secondary strikes of the cooldown are doing so much damage in the team fights. It's incredible.
Yeah, it's actually kind of silly that it's basically another cooldown per hero that you hit. Ridiculous amount of damage.
Also, that's a very interesting build. He's got Gleipnir drums.
Oh yeah, he does. Now he disassembles the drums for... to assemble them again. Yeah.
Huh.
Maybe just wanted to see what happens. I felt
Did he get a charge back?
Well, maybe,
I'm gonna be honest,
actually.
I'm way too tired, but I felt like I read a 7. Wait, is that an actual thing? He had a windlace, and obviously you need a windlace for the drums. I feel like he disassembled and reassembled it using the other windlace. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I mean, we'll have to keep an eye on it. I don't know if it works like that, but...
I swear, this might just be the biggest brain play I've seen in a long time. That is some nerd stuff, if it actually has any impact. We might just be overlooking into it, and he might have just been playing around, wondering why he has 2 windlaces in his inventory. That's very highly probable as well, but look at this Alchemist with that perfect Observer placed behind the tier 1. Slade. Playing again, ZPP going in, Doom onto the Alch, Rolling Thunder coming in. What is Rakel gonna steal? They're trying to use the Overgrowth and the Alchemist and getting chain stunned. The Gleipnir coming in, they're trying to run in the same direction, but Reality Rift onto both targets that get soul-binded and obliterated. Still, 3-4-2, Rakel, Glimmer Cape out of there. There's no sentry wars to find him. I don't know, Black. I feel like Ecuador did that perfectly, other than the double Doom target, and they still ended up being on the receiving end and losing more heroes.
Yeah, but not losing more important heroes. Like, losing the Alchemist and Gyro hurts the most, probably. Very important kills. And they're probably still going to be quite happy with that. Bob finished her Yules. She's getting back into the game now slowly. Same Nepro as Sebas. Which always feels a little bad. If you knew... Like, you dominate the lane so hard, and then you have the same Nepro with them anyway. It always feels bad, man.
This is hell of a game 3 to have. I told you after game 1, Black, I'm sad that one of these teams cannot make it, as I feel like both of them are more than deserving to play in Riyadh, especially some compared to some of the other teams that have qualified. Of course, not to put anyone down, but they're playing very high quality Dota. They're very entertaining and they're very on it. Right now, first Roshan of the game will get claimed by Ecuador, uncontested on Venezuela. They're barely smoking up now, and it's going to be way too late.
Goodbye, and hello Aegis for the CK. Who doesn't have a BKB? You have to be careful.
They're still going for it! Telekinesis, Concoction, this is going to be blowing up the Doom, and now the Sonic Wave, they're pushing back, the Rolling Thunder, the Aegis is on the CK, but Dynamo doesn't seem to be able to get on top of anyone just yet. The Reality Rift is onto the Alchemist, the Soulbind coming in way too late. That is a disengaged Soulbind, and Sebas, 1 between 5, will just die. As Venezuela is not afraid of an Aegis, they're not afraid of anything.
Uh-oh, might it be happening?
Gleipnir to stop the Glimmer KTP out, and it's gonna be the 3rd casualty that Ecuador suffers. This is the price they have to pay for getting the Roshan.
Pretty big price. I mean, at least they have the Aegis ready, but yeah. Losing this hero hurts a lot.
Black, incredible. Paco right now is out farming Sebas, not just by net worth, but even last hits. He was so far behind. We were impressed with the fact that Sebas managed to push up such a clinic for the first 15 minutes, and somehow, some way, Paco getting the beef on to the tortilla and making this comeback. Look at the net worth. It's only Dynamo in the top 4 of the network chart from Ecuador. It's slipping out of their fingers, and it's slipping fast. It's very oily.
Yeah, and Treant doing Treant things, delaying tower pushes for as long as humanly possible. It's also a big problem though for the Doom. Like, he chose to go Shivas before BKB. Huge mistake in my opinion. Like, Veil into BKB makes much more sense, and I think they would have won more fights if they actually did that.
Maybe they were trying to nullify some of this attack speed coming in from the Alchemist and the Gyro.
Maybe, but BKB is just too good on Doom.
What does this CK run with the Circlet? He must have a better tier 2 neutral item, right?
I don't know so. Unless they lost theirs.
Well, the BKB is fully completed on the Chaos Knight. So far, still the one star on the Ecuadorian sky. As if you would have told me this about 24 hours ago, Black, that Ecuador will be probably minutes away from being eliminated and not qualifying to Riyadh, I would have called you a madman.
Well, luckily you don't have to call anyone a madman. Oh, this is reality. I mean, they're 7k ahead. They have an Alchemist, so it is a bit inflated, of course. And CK is an incredible carry. He can blow up any hero. They still hard counter the Alchemist, obviously, as well. All they need to do now is sit back a little bit, which is what they're doing. Just farm up those BKBs. Make sure you're ready for the next fight. Because I think if you lose 1 or 2 more fights like you did the last couple of fights, then the game is actually over.
I'm just gonna be way more concerned for Ecuador when this Lincoln's will be completed on Taco, because if you can't stop this Queen of Pain, you're focusing the Gyro and the Alchemist, they're gonna be so sustained by the Treant Protector. The Queen of Pain will have a lot of time to keep on spamming her many abilities and nukes in teamfight, and in this meta, the Queen of Pain is actually a great ultra late game hero. You know, traditionally she does fall off at around minute 50. Nowadays, I don't actually think that's the case. I think she turns more into a beast the later the game goes.
Yeah, Quap has an insane amount of scalability for sure. Okay, he went for the Shadow Strike interval damage. Okay, strength. I mean, Quap's talents are pretty insane, especially all the 20s and 25s. I mean, all her talents are pretty damn good. Put a kid in.
They were trying to smoke up on Ecuador, trying to maybe use the last minute of the Aegis to find a pick-off. It will not be successful. Right now, they will actually turn their heads towards the tier 2 bottom, and of course, getting the final piece of gold that the Doom needs for his BKB. So we will get multiple BKBs as soon as the Aegis expires. So Ecuador, despite being slightly on the back foot, will have at least some more spell reduction, invulnerability, whatever you want to call it. It's not invulnerability anymore, so...
Debuff resistance.
Yeah, that's the one.
Yeah. And magic resistance.
You know, one item I thought we would see a lot more since 737, and we've seen very little of it, is the Iron Talon.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
The
attack.
Iron Talon. What do you think of that item?
I think it's in a good spot. I kind of like it.
I just feel like for a tier 2, 80% of an ancient creep is kind of a lot.
Yeah, but at the same time, there's a lot of other good tier 2 items that, you know, people are still going to prioritize over it, I feel like. Oh, 10 players smoke up. The Theory Craft has to take a break. Alchemist breaks the smoke, pops the Acid Spray on the tower, sees the Doom. The Doom blinks out, the Alch blinks in, and the Rolling Thunder comes in through the back line. They're trying to chain stun this Queen of Pain, but she does have the Yule Scepter right now. Phantom's Embrace is not going to connect in time, and they are separating. They're going on the Alchemist. The Rolling Thunder is stolen again by the Rubik, but it's a double Doom onto the Soulbind. Sonic Wave is killing everybody. They don't care, they're Doom. Their right clicks are right there, and they're right
Oh my
you out
gosh.
to the fountain. No more CK, no more Pangolier. The Doom has to run away. But that was a perfect jump in from Ecuador. In the end, they don't achieve anything with it. As now Slade was getting baited by Rio, allowing Rockies to come in, get the stun and a triple kill for the gyrocopter. Black Venezuela might have just done it.
The game is pretty much over now. There was the best fighting chance they had. Damn, Ecuador's out? Not yet, but they're really damn close. They need a miracle fight, or a couple of them. Oh, they're not stopping. They're on a cliff.
There's no buybacks, 25 seconds, at least the backdoor protection is there, so they might be able to keep their racks alive, but they see the Doom and they're trying to find him. ZPP gets pulled up in the air by the Yule Scepter Gleipnir. They need to dispel him. They don't have a shard on this Grimstroke. He's alone. He's pulled up in the air. The sentry is right there, and the call down comes in. Slade tries to turn around. Soulbind as well, but there's not enough damage to do anything with his massive targets. The Rolling Thunder comes in. The CK tries to get on top of Taco. Nice Kiro strike onto him, but he's on the low ground. The Sonic Wave's off cooldown. He dies again. That is it. No more CK for 70. Sebas is alone between 4 heroes. What can you do other than look at them and pray to not kill you? They will not listen to your prayers. They lose 4 again. And Ecuador losing 8 heroes in back-to-back team fights. Now, what's going to protect your racks, Black?
One last cliff is all there's left between them, and they're being crushed. Yeah, I think this game is pretty much over. Oh gosh.
What a showcase from Venezuela, who right now will be claiming the first set of racks. Tier 2 standing top and bottom, but they could go for tier 4s. Look at the armor, look at the living armor, look at the leech seed. It's doing such a great job. They're all full HP pretty much. 22 seconds. They might be able to go for a final defense as they have to invest the last fortify available. Ecuador, they played so well all tournament long, Black, but right now when it mattered most, they are crumbling at the feet of the Venezuelan prowess.
Of course they're not going to leave the game. It's do or die. There's always a chance to come back. Especially when you have Doom. The hero, just the way he inherently works is made for this kind of comeback. Doom duration right now is 16.6 seconds. What's the normal Doom duration?
16?
16 seconds on level 18. So the facet did effectively nothing.
No, Black, I have a deja vu.
Wait, what?
Dynamo just killed himself to the neutral.
How did that happen?
He tried to solo the Tormentor. He got greedy. And, Black, this is Iesf Dota at its finest. Remember the grand finals from last year? That is such an anticlimactic way to end it. Again, the carry dying to the neutral. And yes, they were pretty much with, well, both feet in the grave, but this is gonna make it even worse.
And now they have that nice Roshan banner as well to fortify their creeps. Oh my gosh, I did not expect this outcome at all. I think neither did Ecuador.
Well, I guess the CK will respawn, and now they will have the Gale Force for the Wind Ranger. Or that death, but what else?
Well, now there's a new problem. We have a Butterfly on Gyro and there's no MKB inside for any hero. I guess we have Bloodthorn coming up soon, but of course I guess Dispelled.
There's a Lincoln as well for the Alchemist, and if you want Ecuador to still have a chance in this one, you gotta give them all your strength and all your power in the chat right now. But if you're for Venezuela, let us know as they're knocking down at the second set of racks. It's bottom. There's a smoke from Ecuador. Banner gets popped.
It's a true life Gyro. The hardest counter to Doom in the game. Ages.
There's a full shield rune on Taco as well. Can you kill anyone? That's the question. I feel like the answer might be no.
And that's one side
Anarchist
gone,
goes up.
the second guy's gone.
They just fall. The racks just fall. There's nothing you can do.
Well, the next side you have to defend or you're done.
Minute 35, 25k gold deficit. Top 3 net worth goes to the heroes, the cores of Venezuela. And they're playing so cautious, Black. They realize they're ahead. They know the advantage is on their side. The ball is in their court. They just have to not make any mistakes. And they will walk into Riyadh in November.
They can practically taste it already. Age is still there for 250.
My goodness. Ecuador desperate. I'm trying to see if there's any items that might be coming to them soon. Sebas is trying to get the assault cuirass. At the beginning of the day we were talking about Sebas or Slade potential MVPs of the qualifiers, and right now it seems very unlikely that they will even qualify at all.
Just look very likely right now, 25k. Gyrocopter literally just has to sit there while his team waits behind him. And there's nothing Dyer can do realistically.
There's an arcane rune for the Queen of Pain. The Gale Force being used to push them back for a little bit. The tier 3 has collapsed. Well, hasn't collapsed, you know. Will collapse in a second. Power shot for vision. Arcane gets used. Shackle onto Ryoma. Doesn't leech onto anyone else. The range is under siege. And now Arrakis goes in onto 2. The Shackle, the Sonic Wave, and 2 of them are dead. No buyback onto Sebas. The Doom is coming in, but ZPP just tries to right-click Dynamo. Tries to get Ray kill. He's 1 versus 3. Gets the Rubik. BKB runs away. Buyback from the Grimstroke. Buyback from the Wind Ranger, but so is the Rubik back into it. It doesn't matter. Doom or not, the racks will fall. And now the Mega Creeps will start invading the Ecuadorian high ground.
You don't want to say GG yet for obvious reasons, but it's the over a minute left in the Aegis. Tier 4 tower gone, they have one more glyph.
There's no buyback on Sebas.
Oh, God. Well, let's see what they try to do. They have to fight into this Aegis no matter what. The second tier 4 tower is gone. You don't have much time, guys. You're on a big clock.
There's a Fortify available, but no Doom, no Phantasm. ZPP just going in. The GG gets called no matter what. They're going for the last hurrah, but they are giving up as Ecuador gets eliminated. Venezuela has made it after a marathon of a qualifier. They push it over the finish line, and they will be joining Argentina in the United States of America as representing the Americas region in the World Esports Championships.
Well done to them. Honestly, there isn't much else to say. Congratulations. I didn't even think they had a chance from the very beginning. Obviously proved me wrong. Yeah, well done. With their unorthodox drafting style, made it happen. I still think Ecuador is probably better just individually, but as a team, Venezuela definitely outplayed them, out-strategized them, outsmarted them. Yeah, just overall outplayed them.
Congratulations to all of the teams competing, but right now, we talked about highlight reels, we talked about show reels, we talked about so many things over the last 3 days. In the end, it was the Venezuelan story. The team played so well, Black. They defeated Mexico, they lost to USA. We thought they were done and out. They made it out of the groups, and in the end, came into play versus Ecuador, the undefeated Group 8 Titans, and look at the highlights. Such beautiful play. They were losing right here very, very hard. The Dynamo with the triple kill looked like he was taking over the game. Sebas was cleaning house with the Pangolier after completely destroying that Queen of Pain. Again, another Pangolier masterclass of the laning phase. First killing and destroying the Lina, then a Queen of Pain, but somehow he just completely got halted in the mid-game, and that was all that was needed. Venezuela took the finger and the whole hand, the whole arm, the whole body, and got in with another Alchemist pick, this time for their offlaner, Black.
Well, I think the biggest problem was actually from the Ecuador side that the itemization. If they had BKBs earlier, these fights earlier on wouldn't have gone that way, and they wouldn't have been able to build up that advantage that they have at this fight already. Because if they're not this far ahead, I don't think they can fight the Doom. Like, you just Doom the Alchemist every time and you will pretty much auto-win the team fight. But because they lost 2 team fights straight in a row, yeah, Venezuela just built up too much of an advantage. Too many items came online, and they couldn't fight them anymore. Like, Dota is a very finicky game when it comes to timings. If you miss your timing, you can suddenly look completely useless. And that's what happened to this Doom. I really don't understand the decision to go straight for Shivas. Super expensive. You literally can go Veil and BKB at the same price. That's what you needed to do.
This is the GG with the Ancient falling. Was 35-16 was the final score. Take a look at the overall damage dealt by the heroes. It was Arak, probably one of the players that we've overlooked the most, I would say. The best of 3, coming up and shining the most when it mattered in this game 3. Of course, at the same time, Ryoma with the gyrocopter doing a lot of great work here. And Sebas, look at his KDA, Black. We went from 15 to 19 to 12 to only a 1.
Yeah, it's been a rude awakening from 2. Ecuador crushed the entire group stage, 6-0, and then lose 1 series and you're out. That's the crude reality, you know. But you had it in your hands. I think personally in game 1 especially, I underestimated them, and it came back to bite them. Well, what can you say? Congratulations. Would have loved to see Ecuador there as well, but there can only be one winner. Venezuela, they did it. Gonna be seeing them in Riyadh. Yeah, I'm very happy for them, honestly. I really am, especially for Rakill. He's back.
He's made it. The story, oh my goodness, Black. I cannot wait to see what they're preparing, because of the way they're playing. This is a team that could definitely contend and maybe even make it out of the groups in Riyadh. Of course, it's still a long way off from now, but the passion, you could feel the emotion of the players through the server, which is incredible, right? We didn't have face cams, we weren't on LAN, but you can tell they were giving absolutely everything to every single minute on that server. So congratulations to Venezuela, as that was it. They've made a statement, they've made a name for themselves, and now they will be going to play their international LAN. Black, that is it for the Americas qualifiers. Do you have any final words or shout outs you'd like to make?
Final words and shoutouts. Well, my boys from Argentina made it. I'm very happy for them. Maybe, you know, I'm gonna talk to Mariano. What's going on there? If he's actually gonna join or not. Would be very happy to see him again. But yeah, the United States, I think, was a pretty obvious winner. We both underestimated him a little bit, but we expected him to go through no matter what. But not in the fashion they did. It was like super dominant. The second slot, well, I thought at least was completely locked in, but very pleasant surprise. That's just Dota, you know. Sometimes you're feeling it. I still don't know. Like, how did they win 2 games and then in game 2 they just got completely demolished like this? It's Dota is a mystery. There's too many random factors at play. You can never really know what's going to happen. But I'm extremely happy for Venezuela. As I said, the region initially was a great Dota region, a very big Dota region. Trickled down over the years, but maybe this could be a new spark to reignite the passion that they had for the game once.
I hope so indeed, Black, because this was a hell of a qualifier. 3 long days of best of 3s, back-to-back for all the teams. It was our pleasure to be here for you, ladies and gentlemen. Please go follow Black on all of his socials, including his Twitch, Black Raidmer. I believe you can find him at. He streams very regularly, many cool games, even Dota once in a blue moon. But I want to give a huge shout out to everybody behind the scenes, all the federations, all the teams, the players, the coaches from the Americas regions for making this a very entertaining qualifier. As for us, well, that is going to be the end of the Dota 2 Americas qualifiers. I was Waxen. It was my pleasure to be here alongside you for the whole week with Black, the one and only, and hopefully we will see you more in the future and more ISF action.